All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is Wednesday, May 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of May 2025. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, then, thank you. We'll be covering all of our items noted on our May agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed first with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And pursuant to state's open meeting law, the board is not able to take any action on matters brought to the attention to the board during public comment. However, of course, we are always happy to listen to the public's comments as well as comments from my fellow board members. If there's anyone in Carson City, let's go to Carson City first. Anyone in Carson City for public comment, please come forward, state your name, spell your last name for the transcriber. Not seeing anyone. Let's go here to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Good morning. Please push that little red button and state your name and spell it to we have a court reporter, just so everybody knows. She's not in the room, but she's typing down everything you say. Good morning.
Good morning. Ira Duyanen for the Culinary Union, Duyanen. My comments are about Station Casino's Chief Financial Officer, Stephen Coody. Mr. Coody's job duties include devoting full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company. According to his employer's 2017 filing with the SEC, a CFO of a public traded Nevada gaming company should be credible when testifying under oath about significant matters. We know that in September 2022, the commission discussed in a licensing hearing Mr. Coody's ability to recall a significant event involving law enforcement. In November 2019, Mr. Coody was in a meeting with Station Casino's owners and other executives where senior management made a written presentation seeking approval for millions of dollars in spending to finance new health and retirement benefits. The presentation emphasized key points through underlined and red bolded text to stress how funding the benefits would take away union power and disincentivize employees from supporting it. In December 2019, Mr. Coody was a participant in a group text chat with Station Casino's owners, where its chief legal officer crowed that employees had removed union buttons after meetings announcing the benefits. So Mr. Coody was in a meeting with underlined bolded red content and in a group chat with updates about the rollout of plans partly discussed in that meeting. Yet, according to the judge that presided over the unfair labor practice trial, Mr. Coody and other executives testifying under oath refused to admit that there was any discussion at the meeting regarding the underlined and bolded red points in the health insurance and retirement proposals about incentivizing employees not to vote for a union and taking away union power. The judge found Mr. Coody's account not to be credible. Station Casinos is appealing that finding, but you should ask yourselves why there should even be a doubt about Mr. Coody's ability to provide transparent testimony in the government proceeding. As the chief financial officer, Mr. Coody is supposed to devote his full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company. We believe a chief financial should be able to provide credible testimony under oath. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Mi nombre es Benjamín Navarro. He trabajado por Sunset Station desde casi 26 años recibí mi retiro una cantidad de 2,572 menos impuestos, total solo alrededor de $2,000. Trabajado por 25 años, he luchado mucho para tener un retiro justo y digno, lo cual la compañía no ha respetado mi decisión durante nuestra lucha. Siento que se me está discriminando por mis actividades de unión, luchando por 14 años en tener un contrato justo con mis compañeros.
I'll be translating for Mr. Navarro. My name is Benjamin Navarro, Navarro. I have worked for Sunset Station as a kitchen worker for almost 26 years. I received my retirement the amount of $2,586.72 minus taxes, a total of just around $2,000 for having worked 26 years. I have fought many years to have a fair and dignified retirement, which my company has not respected our decision. During our fight, I feel that I have been discriminated due to my union activities. I have been fighting for 14 years to have a fair contract for myself and my coworkers. Thank you.
Thank you both. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Good morning, Chief. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. I'm Jim Barbie, Technology Division Chief. That's BARBEE. There's been a lot of discussion recently about innovations and achieving efficiencies in the technology approval process here in Nevada. So in the spirit of transparency, the Technology Division will be publishing statistics related to the technology approvals for the calendar years 2023 and 2024. I expect that industry notice to go out today. The notice will contain information on new gaming devices, new associated equipment, and modifications to each. This information will include the number of approval, the average turnaround times for the approval, as well as relevant field test data in those instances where a field test was required. This should give the public some insight as to the number and turnaround times for each category of gaming technology that we approve. Publishing this information is definitely a first for Nevada, and I'm not aware that any other jurisdiction publishes their approval statistics. This will be the first edition of what I expect to be an annual update. And while this initial edition will contain basic information, I'm looking to include more amplifying information in the future publications. Once this is published, we welcome any comments, questions, or suggestions that the public may have on the notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Barbie, and appreciate that. I know you've been working on that for quite some time, and you know I'm a big fan of transparency and putting these numbers out so that everybody can have all the information they need. So thank you to everybody in your staff as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Hello, board members, any public comment this morning?
Thank you, Chairman. None by me.
None for me either, thank you.
All right, and I just want to take a moment to recognize that Governor Lombardo has declared this week as State Employee Appreciation Week. And so we want to thank all the state employees and especially the 400 agents and employees of the Game Control Board. And what they do so much for the industry, and what they do makes our job look very easy up here. But they work very hard, very diligently. And if any of you know state government salaries, they're not here for the salaries. They're here for the respect and the meaningful work that they do. And on behalf of the governor, fellow board members, we want to thank everybody at the Gaming Control Board and Employee Appreciation Week. With that, I will close public comment. Madam Secretary, let's go to our first item.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for April 2025.
All right, I had the opportunity to review the disposition and didn't have any questions or comments. Unless fellow board members had questions or comments regarding last month's disposition, I would take a motion.
Chair Hendrick, I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of April 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Zendal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us to the non-restricted agenda, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Gauselmann Family and Stiftung for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications of Mercor.com AG and Mercor Gaming US LLC for registration as an intermediary company, and the application of Mercor Gaming US LLC for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. It is also the application of Gaming Arts LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Michael Gauselmann, Jürgen Stumeyer, Manfred Stofers, Gauselmann Family and Stiftung, Lars Felderoff, Mercor.com AG, Jochen Clemens, and Mercor Gaming US LLC for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, sole shareholder, sole member, manager, and or key executive as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the applications of Armin Gauselmann for finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Gutwall.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Dennis Gottwald with the law firm at McDonald Carano. With me is Michael Gauselmann by video. We appreciate you allowing him to appear by that after the interruption in his travel plans. I'll introduce some of the people that are with us today. Jürgen Stumeyer, he's one of the foundation board members. Manfred Stouffer, one of the board members. We have the director of Gaming Arts, Mercur Gaming US, Jochen Clemens. You have the old familiar faces of Rick Trachuk, AG, Burnett, and my associate is back there. Danielle Oberlander is here as well. And we have Lars Felderoff off to my right, CEO of Mercur.com AG. With your permission, I'll talk a little bit about this deal just very briefly, and then have Lars tell you a lot about the company. And then we'll have Mr. Gauselmann tell you about the Gauselmann Foundation, the owner of Mercur.com. And then finally, we'll introduce the individuals, have them talk a little bit about themselves. Is that all right to take that approach?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gutwall. I think that's a great order to go in. We'll take the individuals separately after we talk about the corporation and the transaction.
Great. This is a big deal for Nevada. We have a company that's as large as some of the biggest gaming manufacturers in Nevada entering from Europe by its acquisition of Gaming Arts. This also provides a ton of stability for Gaming Arts and will help stabilize that company and make sure that it continues on in the future. The acquisition is purchased. The acquisition is being financed with a very nominal purchase fee, some for debt forgiveness and a guarantee of a loan. They're coming in, and with that, I'm going to have. There's a little hiccup while we were doing this transaction, creating the purchase agreement. We had New Jersey gaming attorneys preparing it. They didn't consult with us when they prepared the agreement initially. There was a $5,000 amount that was paid to Mercur, $5 million amount that was paid to Gaming Arts. It should have been categorized as a loan. It was categorized as a deposit. As soon as Nevada Gaming Council saw it about a week later, after the agreement had been executed, the steps were taken to amend it. We notified the Gaming Control Board and it was fixed. And with that, I'll have Mr. Felderhoff tell you a little bit about Mercur.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Lars Felderhoff, CFO and CEO of Mercur.com AG. Chairman Hendrik, Member Assad, Member Sandel, dear Madam Secretary. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to present Mercur Group to the Nevada Gaming Control Board today. We have distributed a presentation where we'll not go through in each detail. Please interrupt if you have any question or would like to learn more about a particular topic. I think you have the presentation in front of you, or yeah, okay.
Have it available for the screen. There we are. Go ahead. Thank you.
On slide 2, you can see the man who started it all, Mr. Paul Gauselmann. He's the founder of Mercur Group, also known as Gauselmann Group. He's 90 years of age and did hand over responsibility for the family foundation to his son, Michael Gauselmann, and for the Merkur.com AG to myself in October last year. Paul Gauselmann did found his business in 1957, literally in a garage by operating jukeboxes in bars and restaurants. Later, he went into operating pub gaming machines at a gaming centers and set up a manufacturing arm in the 70s. He grew the corporation to a 15,000 employee and 2.7 billion euro, which translates to approximately 3 billion US revenue business. All his success is based on the motto, enjoy the game. The three gentlemen on page 3 are forming the supervisory board of Merkur.com AG. The board is chaired by Michael Gauselmann, and further members are Jürgen Stümeyer and Stefan Meyer. The supervisory board is tasked by the executive board of the Gauselmann Family Foundation to control the operational management board, the offices of Merkur.com AG. You will hear more about that when Michael Gauselmann is speaking to you later about the Family Foundation. The management board is shown on page 4. The board consists of 6 seasoned officers, all 6 with long industry experience and also long tenure with the group. Myself, CEO and CFO of the group. Manfred Schoffers is vice chairman and responsible for marketing, political affairs, communications, and legal. David Schnabel, responsible for Merkur Casino operations. Dominik Rasch, responsible for all B2B business in the group. Christian Reinhardt, heading the technology and development function. And last but not least, Mike Zenrich, responsible for all operation of adult gaming centers in the group. On page 5, we have a small snapshot of our some financial information. And you can see that the group is financially strong with revenues of 2.7 billion euro and an equity ratio of almost 60%. The family did, over decades, leave a lot of profits in the company so that we were able to grow. And also that we've had, we came out of Corona much better than many other companies. On page 6, our brand values are mentioned. It's enjoyment of gaming, passion, innovation, professionalism, reliability, and sustainability. These are not marketing buzzwords for us. As a family-owned company, we do live these values. We do not act short-term oriented, nor quarter by quarter. We strive for the long-term and sustainable success of the group. As you can see on page 7, Merkur is a global corporation. We do have offices in 32 countries and did generate in 2024 revenues in more than 56 countries worldwide. And tendency is increasing. On page 8, I would highlight, excuse me, I would highlight the reasons for our planned US expansion. The European markets are getting more and more regulated, to some extent over-regulated. This is leading to contracting markets in Europe. The US market is highly regulated, but also very stable. Thank you. In its regulations. The size of the market is attractive, and therefore we would like to have a foot in the market. Even though Merkur is a large player in Europe, we will proceed step by step in our approach to enter the market. Our target is to seek opportunities in a robust niche in the market, and from there we will see where the journey will take us. Proceeding to page 9, we've laid out the reasons why we've chosen gaming arts as a vehicle to enter the land-based market in the US. Instead of setting up a business on our own, we've decided to acquire an existing business which we can grow. We will keep the team of gaming arts and intend to invest more into the team and the company. We will do that with a long-term strategy in mind. By bringing together the strength of gaming arts and Merkur, we will build a strong base for expansion. The localized games portfolio of gaming arts will also help Merkur in other markets of the group outside of the US. Following, I would like to introduce you to the 5 divisions of Mercury Group. The first one on page 10 is Mercury Games. This division is covering all B2B businesses of the group. It is covering the development, production, and distribution of games and gaming machines, but also the development and marketing of online casino solutions and online games. Besides cash and ticketing activities, the range also includes financial services. This division consists of 53 legal entities and is active in 26 countries. The installed base is approximately 100,000 machines. As you can see on page 12, this division is distributing state-of-the-art cabinets. And the Modex, which is the second cabinet here, is currently going through homologation in the US and will be used as one of the new cabinets for gaming arts in the future. Next division is Mercury Operations on page 13. This division combines the operation of adult gaming centers in Germany and abroad, active in 8 countries with more than 800 AGCs in total, the majority of them in Germany, Serbia, and UK. The third business division is the Mercury Casinos division. It includes the operation of 16 casinos in Germany and UK, and 3 casinos on cruise ships. This September, we will expand by another 10 casinos in Germany in the state of Lower Saxony. The Mercury Sports Betting division is presented on pages 18 and 19. It combines all national and international business activities in the sports betting segment. Having our own bookmaker office in Austria, we are operating in 4 regulated jurisdictions, online and land-based in Germany, Austria, Denmark, and Belgium. The iGaming division, which is our smallest division currently, is shown on pages 21 and 22, comprises the B2C online gambling and virtual slots activities of the group. It is still small in size, however, one of the growth areas of the group. It's including also one social casino. On the next page, I have information about the Family Foundation, but Michael Gauselmann will speak about that later in depth. So moving on to page 24, we as Mercury Group take regulatory compliance very serious. As you can see, we do have more than 50 reporting colleagues in this function in the group. Our regulatory compliance committee is chaired by Rick Treasure, who's also present and who I think is well known in the industry. His deputy is Nick Aaron, a regulatory compliance lawyer from the UK, one of our group's biggest markets.
I would add that we've submitted a compliance plan to the Gaming Control Board at this point for their review.
Yeah, thank you. On page 25, some words about responsible gaming at Mercury Group. The core approach of the Mercury Group includes a 100% commitment to responsible and safer gambling. The overall aim is to build a strong, safer gambling culture and to ensure compliance with all licensing objectives. This is achieved by having a central division taking care for the responsible gaming activities in the group. Extensive training and communication is key in order to achieve these goals. Finally, a word about social commitment of the group. Mercury Group, the Gauselmann Family Foundation, and also the Paul and Karen Gauselmann Charitable Foundation are heavily supporting the local community with donations and by supporting local sports clubs and charities. This also concludes my presentation. Chairman Hendrik, Member Assad, Member Sandel, Madam Secretary. I hope this presentation gave you a brief but good overview on the activities of the group. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm happy to take any questions, sorry.
Thank you very much. Very impressive, and always like when applicants submit a public deck for us and the entire audience to see. So Thank you very much. I didn't have any questions regarding the presentation. Members, did you have questions at this point?
I do not. Thank you.
I don't have any questions at this point. We'll be dealing individually
we
with
got-
the
got lots of
applicants,
time.
right? Yeah, I'll
Lots
have
of-
some questions later. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gutwall?
All right, with that description of the company, hopefully Michael Gauselmann can come in. We saw him a few minutes ago and he can tell us about the foundation.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Gauselmann.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I start smiling when I was listening to our CEO. I simply love this company, but it's always nice to hear from somebody else presenting it. First, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much from my heart for your gracious flexibility because of course, by my travel disaster on Monday. I'm not used to it anymore and I make a mistake and couldn't come to you. Sorry for that. But thanks again for giving me the opportunity to take part via video conference. Should I start first with some information about myself or should I go straight to the Family Foundation?
Let's talk first about the foundation and then we'll come back and we'll chat with each of the individuals about their own personal applications.
Okay, I will do. After signing the contract for the sale of my company, Atronic, which I was a major shareholder in December 2004, and the following 3 years, which I called now the closing period, I step by step reduced my activities in the business affairs of Atronic until the closing end of 2007, beginning of 2008. As you may remember, Atronic was licensed in Nevada and in 220 other jurisdictions worldwide, so was I. In this time, my focus shifted from business only, which I did for more than 25 years, to family matters and also to the future of the Gauselmann Group, which is called since 2024 Mercosur Corporation. My 2 targets at that time was to find a solution to protect forever the Gauselmann Group from unhealthy or disruptive influence from members of the family, also from members of the future family. And also to protect the family from negative aspects or influences or whatever from being shareholders in the group. The major negative aspects at that time was the inheritance tax in Germany. That was scary for me because in case I was hit by a bus, my 2 daughters, young at that time, would not have been able to pay this inheritance tax other by selling their shares, which would have not a good idea because we want to stay as a family business. With the help of experts, we, after a couple of months, identified the concept of a German family foundation as the perfect solution for both targets. In the following, we spent many months on the possible structure on the foundation, as well on its articles of incorporation. The main focus was to ensure the future of the Gauselmann Group with limited influence from the family. For this reason, the foundation has 2 board levels. The first is the advisory board, to which each family tree can appoint 1 member as its representative. And second, the management board, which members are appointed by the advisory board. The power of the advisory board is limited to the task to appoint the members of the management board, family members or third parties. The advisory board has to meet, according to the articles of incorporation, 4 times a year to stay informed by the managing board about the business of the Gauselmann Group and to give advice if asked for it. It has no power at all to give orders to the managing board. Its power is limited to the replacement of members of the managing board in case of serious reasons. The managing board itself of the foundation is the executive board, I would call it. But regarding to the Gauselmann Group, its power is limited to the appointment or replacement of members of the supervisory board of the Merco Corporation. The board has the obligation, in addition, to build up funds to enable the foundation to pay inheritance tax every 30 years. This is a major benefit of this foundation, because now the payment of tax, we can plan and we can make provisions for it. Before, if one shareholder dies, then his family who inherit his shares would have been in the situation to try to get funds to pay the inheritance tax, which you can't plan because you don't know when somebody is dying or hit by a bus. Now we are on much safer ground. We know that every 30 years the foundation has to pay this tax, and we can plan for it. It has to be pointed out that a family foundation under German law can't be compared with a trust in the US. Its managing board has much less power and limited influence on the business affairs of the company it owns. It also has to be pointed out that a corporation in Germany is strictly, and I say strictly, regulated by German law. Its supervisory board has much less power than the board of directors of a US corporation. By law, its power is limited to the appointment and replacement of members of the managing board, the so-called Vorstand. It has to control the managing board and can give advice, but no orders. To a certain degree, it has influence on the strategy of a corporation. The power of the supervisory board of Merco Corporation is to distribute profits to the Gauselmann Family Foundation is strictly restricted by the articles of the corporation of Merkur and by the articles of incorporation of the Family Foundation. And a minimum of 50% of the annual profit has to stay in the group and never can be touched. The articles further restrict the distribution of US proceeds to the foundation. The distribution of money to the beneficiaries of the foundation is kept to euro 10 million each year by the articles of incorporation. And this stays as it is because these articles can only be changed for good reasons as long as all founders are still alive. And you have heard that my father already turned 90, and my mother as well this year. Such changes need approval by the authorities which supervise and control German foundation. So we are sticked to the articles. I'm happy about that no one can change it. Under German law, the beneficiaries have no legal right to request any money from the foundation. Any distribution of money to the beneficiaries is a sole decision of the managing board by taking into consideration the articles of incorporation. After the setup of the Gauselmann Family Foundation end of 2015, the Merco Group was managed by its founder, my father, Paul Gauselmann, the same way as before, and nothing was wrong with that. With his retirement end of September 2024, and my appointments as chairman of the supervisory board of Merco Corporation and chairman of the managing board of the Gauselmann Foundation, the group is in a transition period from an owner-managed company to a corporation managed independently by its managing board and controlled and advised by its supervisory board. In 2025 and 2026, we plan a maximum of 10 supervisory board meetings each year, and thereafter a maximum of 6 meetings a year, like public corporations like Mercedes and others are doing. Regarding the protection of the Gauselmann group from unhealthy or disruptive influence from the family members in the future, the Family Foundation works very, very well. Regarding negative influences on the private lives of the beneficiaries, it seems so far that we as founders have failed to a certain degree. The established firewall between the two boards of the foundation are not accepted by certain gaming control boards so far. As long as members of the advisory board of the foundation need to be licensed, I have no chance to convince one of my two daughters to act as a representative of my family tree. My two brothers have the same problem. In addition, so far, we've been not able to motivate third parties to become members of the advisory board for the same reason. Don't get that wrong. I appreciate it. I know that it is a privilege to get licensed, and I was happy to went through all these processes in the 90s and early years of this century. And I was thankful that we, at the end, with hard working and stay focused, got 220 licenses worldwide. Having said this, at this moment, I have no idea how to bring the interests of the company into balance with the interests of the family, which was and will not be involved in the decisions regarding our US activities, but could be strongly affected. Thanks for taking the time to learn more about the background of the Gauselmann Family Foundation and its conflicting needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gauselmann. A very succinct explanation of a somewhat complicated transaction. And what we don't see, as you mentioned, German foundations. We don't see a lot of that. So thank you for going through that in detail for us. We have it obviously in our background materials, but very easy to understand it when you present it that way. So thank you very much. And of course, happy to have you appear via teleconferencing. We understand travel plans happen at the last moment, so no problem at all for that. I did have a couple of questions. Let's start with the U.S. operations, and anybody can answer these. Mr. Gutwald, is there anything public that you can tell us now about plans for the U.S. operations and particularly Nevada operations?
You know, initially it will be a business as usual with a company that's far more financially secure. What you can very much anticipate is Mercure products being brought in through Gaming Arts and being tested by our labs at some point in the near future. As Lars said, they are a future planner rather than a short-term planner. So there'll be incremental steps. They've been looking at this process for a very long time. This acquisition started maybe 2 years ago. So that's what we expect. Nothing huge and dramatic at first, just a very incremental approach to the market and to the US market in general.
And approximately how many employees are worldwide with the company?
Oh, shoot. I used to know that. How many employees? 15,000.
Wonderful. Yeah, very, very large. Congratulations. And we know that you made in your presentation that you plan on keeping all the Nevada employees. Plans for growing the Nevada operations, I presume, as well?
That's correct.
Yeah, wonderful. Great. And I appreciate, Mr. Gutwald, you talking about the issue that happened right when the transaction occurred, and that McDonald Carano got involved and immediately took the appropriate steps on that. So appreciate you addressing that as well. I also wanted to ask about, do you know at this point what the timing is for closing the transaction? I understand there's several other gaming jurisdictions that are pending as well. Do you have any sight into that?
July is the goal, you know, maybe August, but right in that time period.
Great. All right, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I may have a couple other questions about the transaction. Then, of course, we'll get into the individual applications. But very, very impressive by all of you. And as you mentioned, Mr. Gutwald, always welcome large corporations that understand compliance. You mentioned a compliance plan is already under review. And that's exactly for the type of companies we're looking for to come into Nevada, and our gaming jurisdiction is companies that understand compliance, understand building companies. And I'm very impressed with the application. Judge Assad, did you have questions regarding the transaction or anything else that's been presented so far?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just on the 8050 miscue, how did that initially come about? They just didn't
Sure.
have local Nevada counsel?
Yeah, they contacted Nevada Council about a month out from when the agreement was completed. They ran it by us. Things changed at Gaming Arts. There was a quick modification of the contract. And throughout the rest of the country, that 8050 requirement isn't a requirement. And so the New Jersey attorneys weren't aware of it. They made an agreement as soon as we saw it, about a week later after it had been executed. We said, no, this can't be a deposit. And it was converted to the loan with the agreement of both parties. And that fixed the problem.
And what's the interest rate on the note?
I don't know. 6%.
Okay. And as far as, I guess this would go to Mr. Felderoff, the CFO. What protocols do you have in place? I haven't read your compliance plan, but I'm sure it's in there regarding anti-money laundering protections and compliance with our Bank Secrecy Act and so forth. Can you just give us a highlight on that?
Basically, as you just mentioned, AML is a big topic in Europe as well. So we have our external AML responsible person. We do have internal AML positions and processes, protocols, and so we have a quite professional setup there, adhering to all laws, of course, regarding. We do have internal audit in place, regulatory compliance as mentioned. We do have external, for the financial service companies we're having, we do have regulatory external audits. We do have audits by regulatory bodies. So for a corporation like us, we have to have everything in place, because so we cannot allow any weakness somewhere.
Do you have a compliance committee?
We do have a compliance committee. It's chaired by Rick Trashok, and deputy is Nick Aaron. We meet minimum 4 times a year. And it's already in place since, well, for the last 10 to 15 years. It's and since we've had already a Nevada regulated entity in the group, which was Atronic at that time. We are following most of the standards Nevada is requiring. So therefore, the adoption of the Nevada compliance plan will be hopefully not such a big deal for us.
Great, thank you. Who would be the person to speak to? I guess your technology person on cyber protocols and protections against potential cyber attacks? You have your technology person here?
No, technology is not here.
His application is going to be heard later. His application still being considered.
You do have some concerns about that as well, right? Some protections there.
Yeah, it's actually a very big topic for us, cybercrime, and especially we've had an incident earlier this year, which did create quite some issues. It was not within our network, but was at one of our suppliers. Mm-hmm. But it did hit us as well very strongly. Mm-hmm. We do have policies in place. Nevertheless, this incident also did lead to the point that we are reworking all policies we have in the group, implementing additional firewalls and additional protection against cybersecurity.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. That was very helpful. I just wanted to hit on a couple things and kind of echoing what the judge started on with the Reg 8050 issue. How did you get involved in as gaming counsel in Nevada in the beginning?
They started this application process a long time ago, and part of that is we have to have a completed agreement submitted. We don't usually turn in drafts. And so that agreement was being prepared. We viewed it about a month out. It was clean. And then as time went by, the agreement was completed with this issue in it. Again, easy to fix.
And that's when you kind of got involved.
Correct. When they were ready to submit the app, maybe a week after the application was done or the agreement was done, we saw it. We said, oh, no, you can't do that.
Right.
And we started to work on amending it and immediately notified the Gaming Control Board, worked with them to see what would be amenable and fixed it.
Great. Kind of going in order, just based on how I had my notes, going back to the Gauselmann Foundation, I noticed, is it Jonica, one of the daughters, is on the foundation board and then also on the compliance. But how is she, what is her level of involvement? I did notice she's got an application in for licensure, is that correct?
That's correct. She's part of the foundation. But again, the foundation doesn't have a ton of control over her. And she's just one of the people who are keeping an eye on compliance. She's obviously not an independent member, but we've got those.
And then turning to, you mentioned you have 15,000 employees. From what I had noticed in the report, about half of those are domestic and half are international. Is that about right?
That's pretty much right. Yeah.
Okay. You kind of touched on it slightly, but you had some issuances of fines in the UK, is my understanding, but in the Netherlands. But moving forward, those are pretty recent, but have those issues been sort of alleviated and fixed?
I think you're referring to a fine we've received in the UK, approximately £1,000.
Correct.
And this was unfortunately in one of our other gaming centers, a mistake of one of our employees. He didn't follow regulations. We've had all processes and regulations in place, or policies in place. That was also acknowledged by the Gambling Commission. But unfortunately, that was individual failure.
No, I understand. And I, in your presentation that you gave, your affirmative presentation, you mentioned restrictions and trying to grow your business and obviously come more into the US and acquiring gaming arts here. How do you see acquiring gaming arts, obviously kind of expanding the business model, but how do you see that fitting in with your other plans to also expand? You mentioned in Germany, you're opening a lot of casinos as well.
I think the setup Mercure Group is having is a little bit different to the companies you are normally dealing here with. They are either B2C or B2B. We're having both within our group, and we see it really as a diversification, but which is helping each other. We do have the full value chain in-house. We are developing the machines, manufacturing the games as well. We are selling also into our own operations. So the full value chain in-house. Also, example UK, we are having other gaming centers where we have the new machines, and then later we can use these machines as well in our pub operations in the UK. So we have the full value chain over the lifespan of the machines in-house. Having both B2B and B2C is really helpful in our view. And with gaming arts, We are entering the B2B market in the US. We don't have any plans to be active in the B2C area in the US. But what gaming arts is developing, US content, for example, is also very helpful for us in other markets where US style content is required. This could be Latin America. This could be also in Europe, the French market, which is also very much dominated by American content. All in all, we don't see gaming arts isolated. We see it as one piece in our overall group strategy.
That's great. I appreciate the explanation. I noticed just in the litigation, some of the litigation update, there's a Mercure Doshina, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, is suing, has sued Interblock for wrongful termination. Can you tell me a little bit about that lawsuit and where that stands and what you think the future of that is?
It's basically Mercure Doshina, which is our B2B business in Spain. They were distributor of Interblock electronic table games for, I don't know, 20 years. Don't know exactly, but long time. And Interblock, with the new ownership and management, they terminated the distribution agreement, and we think in a wrongful manner. Also using protocols, software pieces from Mercure Doshina, and therefore infringing our
Intellectual
IP.
property.
Thank you.
Right.
IP, and therefore we currently suing Interblock.
Okay. I think I'll pass it on for now. Those are my general questions. There's a lot of material, there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of people for us, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gutwald, if there's nothing else on the transaction, incorporation of the foundation, let's go ahead and move into the individual applications.
Excellent. We'll start with Michael Gauselmann on video. Michael, if you could just tell the board a little bit about yourself, your background.
Happy to do so. But first of all, a little side comment to money laundering, which was addressed by you, Mr. Chairman. When I was 5 or 6 years old, our business was based on operating jukeboxes imported from the US, and the revenue was generated by 10-cent coins. And at that age, I learned that my mother started to set up a big pot of water with some acid into it to boil and clean the coins which were too dirty. So to my knowledge, my mother invented money laundering. Thank you. And another comment, when I did the business with Electronic some 30 or 25 years ago, first I was struggling with all these license requirements, but once I got the licenses, I was so happy as an owner, because from that day on, I could sleep very, very safe and very calm, because I know, or I knew at that time, whenever a manager doesn't apply with the regulations, I have the sole right and immediate right to fire him, which I had to do, unfortunately, in the beginning a few times. So from this point of view, for a family-owned company, you are in a safe bet when you have licenses in the USA. Thank you for that. So sorry, what was the question now?
Tell them a little bit about your background.
You can just briefly tell us. We obviously have a detailed explanation for you, and we understand that your application is currently still going through some review, but tell us briefly about yourself.
Happy to do so. When I finished university early 1982, I joined the company, and in the following years, I went through all major and all important parts of the company group, always in a managing position, either as a CEO, as a CFO, or as a managing director. And the last 10 years, starting in 1993, I was asked by my father, and I happily agreed, to build up the non-existent international business. So I spent more than 10 years of building up not only the electronic company, which was licensed, as I mentioned before, but also acquired a company group in the UK, Bellfruit, and all of them were very successful. Electronic, for example, sold its games to 93 countries worldwide, had a manufacturing and development facility in Scottsdale, Arizona. So we were well presented. Unfortunately, in 2002, I had to learn that my father didn't comply with the agreement we had. He didn't want to retire. He was 70 years old at that time. It took me a year to accept this because it was at the end his company, and also my activities were based on the funds I got from his company. So I accepted that. I wanted to have a happy relationship with my father and decided to sell all the companies I have built up, which took place end of 2004 with a closing end of 2007. And we also sold the English business at that time, and we had no international business left. But I'm happy after 18 years of break that the company catched up again and now is active also outside Germany and creating more than 50% of its revenue in the international markets. And maybe with some of my advice and based on my experience, I can hold them to boost them a bit to grow the company internationally.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I believe you were last licensed by the Gaming Commission. My notes say 2009, and you're aware that since it's been 16 years, our investigations division is doing a full investigation on you. But to this point, we've seen no areas of concern. And obviously, your background and your prior licensing make us very comfortable in moving forward today. But you're probably aware from your counsel that there's a recommendation to do a 2-year limited, not based on anything in your background, just based on giving us a little bit more time to conduct the investigation. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely correct. Yes, and I fully understand.
Great. And I'd say for the record too, that we certainly have enough in our materials today, as well as your background and your prior licensing to move forward with that 2-year. So it's not like we're jumping over something without doing our necessary due diligence. It's just we didn't want to slow down this transaction based on some necessary paperwork. So Mr. Gauselmann,
thank you.
You understand that as well, that that's the recommendation.
Yes, and we're grateful to the Gaming Control Board for working with us on this.
Great. Judge Assad, did you have questions for Mr. Gauselmann?
Just that, well, thank you for that presentation. It was very informative and very interesting. Particularly like your background story with your father and your family. Where is the central headquarters of the company in Germany? Where are you actually located?
The company is located in almost in the north of Germany, in a very small town called Espelkamp. No one knows. So we are really.
I wasn't familiar with Espelkamp. So I've been to Munich.
Yeah.
And I was hoping maybe our investigators would want to take one of us along to Germany for a little tour, maybe expedite this application. But I love Germany. And I love German engineering, and I'm sure your products are top notch. I'm a Mercedes guy. I've been driving Mercedes for quite a while, and I really envy the German engineering. It's top shelf all the way. So want to wish you all the best, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry you had your flight issues arise, but appreciate your affirmative presentation and joining us virtually. I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to support the 2-year limited and look forward to seeing you before 2 years.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you, Mr.
I like to hear maybe sometimes in the future again. I never forget in 1996 or 7 when at that time the chairman said, "Welcome to the industry." The nicest sentence I've ever heard.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Gauselmann. Mr. Gutwald, who do we have next? I have on my list Mr. Stumeyer. Is that?
That's
who you
correct.
have?
We'll have him come up now.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Stumeyer. Please introduce yourself. You can just push that little button there.
Yeah, dear members. I have to push a button. The member of the Nevada Gaming Board Control, thanks for allowing me to introduce myself. My name is Jürgen Stümeyer. Was born 10th of November 1959. I'm married since 41 years, have 2 children, 2 boys. Before I began studying business administration, I completed my education as a wholesale and foreign trade merchant and served 2 years in the German armed force. Normally military lasted that time in 1918, 50 months, but for several reasons I decided to go for 2 years. After that I got my Abitur and began my studies, which I completed with a diploma in January 1987. In April, I started my career as a trainee in the Gauselmann Corporation, which is now Merkur.com AG. I finished this trainee program, which was originally slated for 18 months after 1 year to take a position in the then newly founded company Merkur Freizeitleasing. This company was founded to offer leasing and rental financing for our B2C customers. After 2 years, I was named as a prokurist of the company, a position with special signatory powers regulated under the German Commercial Code. After 5 years with Merkur Freizeitleasing in 1993, I became the assistant to the distribution manager in the ADP company, the corporation's development and production company. In May 1997, I went to Cologne because the managing director at that time was sick, and I became the managing director of the Schneider Automaten company, a part of the Gauselmann, today Merkur Group. Schneider Automaten is a wholesale business with 8 branches in Germany. I stayed there 7.5 years until 2004, when I returned to the corporate headquarters. There I became the chair of the ADP, of the board of the ADP Merkur. In 2007, I was appointed to the board of directors of Merkur Gauselmann AG, now Merkur.com AG. There I was responsible for national and international sales. At the end of last year, I resigned this position for personal reasons. I had turned 65. That's the traditional retirement age in Germany. And my wife had turned her therapy practice to our younger son and his wife during the summer. So we decided to take life easier in our golden years. At the request of the Gauselmann family, I filled a seat in the supervisory board and of Merkur.com AG since January, and on the board of directors for the Gauselmann Foundation. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you with us here today. So you've been with the company now, you mentioned several different roles, but you've been with the company for approximately 18 years, is that correct?
38.
28. Okay.
38. I've been in the company for 38 years. Yeah.
Wow, great. Yeah. That's wonderful to see your progression through the company. And your current role now is not day-to-day, correct? It's more advisory and board level?
Absolutely right, yeah.
And how much time is it taking you per week, per month now?
Should be 2 to 3 days per month.
Okay, good.
That would be good.
So it's, as you said, supposed to be enjoying your golden years, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Very happy to have you here. Your application is stellar. Your work with the company and your growth through the company is very impressive. I did have one question about the VDAI, and if I pronounce that, I'm sure I'll butcher it, the Verband der Deutschen Automatenindustrie. What do you do with them?
Der Verband der deutschen Automatenindustrie. They are what is this?
Association.
All most of the German producers are in these. What's the name of the Verband? Association is the association for the German industry.
Voluntary organization
That's
of
what we are
industry
doing. Yeah,
members.
make some political work, and yeah,
How much time does that take you?
one day every 3 months or 4 months.
Okay, great.
Not so many.
Very good. The judge mentioned he's a Mercedes guy. I saw you're a Ferrari guy. Is that correct?
I also do have a Mercedes.
Both. Congratulations. Very happy to support your application. Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You're only 65 years old. That's not senior years. You're in the prime.
65 is the retirement age in Germany. It's a normal. Today it's later. It's
The
67.
retirement is just a state of mind.
Yeah.
You're in your prime.
Yeah.
You got a long way to go.
But I still
God
have
willing.
something to do. 2 or 3 days a month. That's it.
So, which, do you like the SF90 better or the F488? Which Spider do you prefer? Or do you
Which
like
one?
them both like kids? You like them both the same?
The 488 is more comfortable.
Mhm.
It's more for cruising, and SF90 is very sportive, very fast, not so comfortable.
Do you take 'em
Normally,
out
I'm
on
too
the,
aged for this car.
Do you take them out on the
I'm
Autobahn?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
How fast do you go?
not so fast anymore. To be honest, I could have 335 kilometers, but my age is 260, 270.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. So are you a F1 fan, Formula One?
Not anymore so strong, I have to say.
Excellent, excellent. Well, the report that was submitted from Supervisor Jeff Zinn under the Deputy Chief Matt Doyle's supervision as well, and Eric Hoffman's, but they're very thorough, very comprehensive. I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
I had a 488 as well, and for the record, Judge, I drove it at the speed limit. That's as fast as it would go.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. I had two points I wanted to highlight on, but you mentioned your wife has like a therapeutic practice. So is she still pretty heavily involved with that too, or is she
No,
enjoying her golden years, or what?
She sold the praxis to our younger son and his wife August last year.
Oh,
so-
okay. I just noticed that she was making
Okay.
some income on that, but that this is a little bit, a couple years ago, so. And then one thing I noticed, and I think it's for a couple of the members that are coming before us, you have some sort of a work incentive, like a note that you receive, like $1 million, like a work benefit. Is that like a payment, or can you just explain that a little bit?
No, it's just a loan. It's just a loan from Mr. Gauselmann. So I stay in the company. I'm not going to the competition. That's the only reason for this. And I have to pay it back, and I have to pay interest.
Understood. Okay. I'm happy to support your application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stumeyer. Mr. Gutwald, on my list, I have Mr. Stofers next.
That's exactly correct.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, members Sandel and Madam Secretary. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to talk to you this morning. At first, I have to apologize for my bad, poor English, as I haven't spoken in the last years, only a little bit English. It has got rusty and my vocabulary is a little bit rotten. Apologize, but I do my very best. My name is Manfred Stoffers. I'm 71 years old, the oldest employee of the company. I am at the moment responsible as a member of the operational board of the Merkur.com AG and also member of the managing board of the Gauselmann Family Foundation. Mr. Goodwald told me I have to tell you my whole business life of 50 years within 5 minutes. I try my very best. Hopefully I can hold it as short as is possible. And my academic journey was in the last century, was a little bit old-fashioned, but quite unique. During my studies, I had the privilege to pursue a study called Studium Generale, General Studies. That meant that I could choose several subjects and study it simultaneously. That was a great chance for me. And in this way, I studied from 1972 to 1980. I studied pedagogy, law, psychology, and sociology. I earned academic degrees in pedagogy, similar like the master's degree here, and also a degree in law, equivalent to JD. Over the years, I dedicated myself to scientific research, especially to leisure sociology, media studies, and very important for me, anti-Semitism research, especially there, the theoretical analysis of prejudices. Professionally, my life has been very diverse too. I have served as a managing director of a youth protection organization, led 2 research companies, worked in the watch industry, managed a soccer club, only 2nd league in Germany, for several years. And for decades, I was an advisor. For the past 9 years, I'm member of the managing board of the Merkur.com AG. My first contact to the gaming industry was exactly 40 years ago, when I met Mr. Paul Gauselmann, the famous founder, you heard about him, of the Gauselmann Group. I met him in a parliamentary discussion about gaming regulation. And he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand why gaming was either completely banned or only allowed with very strong and strict conditions. From his perspective, this was against economic sense and was not compatible with the principles of personal freedom. And he asked me, what can I do? And I could only say that what I had learned. I explained to him that the main problem for his company and the entire gaming industry in Germany was, maybe worldwide, were prejudices caused by ignorance, misunderstandings, and false morals that fueled negative perceptions. That is why I developed strategies to break up these prejudice traps and to improve the image of the gaming industry in Germany. My ideas, luckily, seemed not entirely bad because Mr. Gauselmann paid money for that. I was happy. And that marked the beginning of a nearly lifelong business relationship. And what should I say? It's still my business today, now as a member of the board, you know. In my areas of responsibility, and that is public affairs, political affairs, law, marketing, sustainability, and some other things. In all these areas, we focus on dismantling prejudices and to emphasize the regulatory and socio-political mandate of legal gambling services and the free market economy. We inform, we educate, and we build trust towards politics, to media, and the entire society. Now I'm 71 years old. Some might think it's time to say goodbye and wait for the final curtain to fall. but I believe my job isn't done yet. And I think I will continue this journey for a while. And Michael Gauselmann, I see him there above, asked me a few months ago if I want to continue this journey a little bit. And he asked me to stay a few days more, or more than a few days more or so. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, Dr. Alzheimer forgets my address, and then I will work on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you here this morning, and no need to apologize for your English. It's excellent. Much better than my German, I guarantee you. So, a very impressive background.
I say only one thing, HI.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, I was extremely impressed with your background and very interested to hear about your philosophy on gaming and changing the mental structure around what people think about it from the outside and from the inside. And so very impressed by that. I had no questions about your application or concerns about anything in it. Based on your education, your background, your many years with the company, I'm very happy to support your applications today. Thank you. Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So, well, Dankeschön, is that right?
Totally correct.
For
That's
that
great.
presentation. It was very nice. You've been with the company since 2015 or so? Officially?
In the company?
Yeah. As a director?
As a director since 9 years. And the decades before, I was an advisor.
Advisor, okay, very good. And this is your first license in Nevada, but you're licensed in several other jurisdictions.
The first license of my life.
Very good, very good. You have an excellent background, resume. I see you're a car enthusiast.
Yes, sir.
You own about a dozen different cars.
Yeah.
And how's that 1955 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL working out?
Oh, I have to show you a photo. It's because it's nearly as old as I am.
Yeah.
It looks much more better than I look.
That's a classic.
Yeah,
That's,
I know.
That's rare.
Therefore, I bought it around about 10 years or 15 years ago.
Wow. Do you actually drive it, or you just polish it and look at it?
No. I polish myself and drive the car.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, I gotta get over there and check that out. And you've got several Mercedes and the Porsche.
Yeah.
So which one is your favorite to drive?
At my age, the Mercedes. The Porsche is too fast.
Yeah. Is it a stick or automatic?
No, stick.
Stick shift? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And at the younger Mercedes I have, I bought it here in USA as what is Cabrio? Help me.
Convertible.
Convertible, yeah.
Oh,
it's convertible.
Yeah.
And that is an automatic drive.
Nice.
It's good for cruising, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a Porsche convertible. I could only drive it on Sunday afternoons, not June, July, or August, but only in the normal weather months here. I had to give it up though, because I got tired of shifting. The shifting was just too many red lights here, so you got to shift all the time, downshift, and
ignore the red lights.
A pain.
Ignore the red lights.
Yeah, ignore the red lights.
This is a regular.
Not good for a judge to ignore the red lights. So I have no questions or concerns. Your application's been very thoroughly prepared for us. You have an excellent background, excellent CV, great resume all around, and I hope you've got many more years ahead of you. So
hopefully,
happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you for being here in your affirmative presentation. I would just add on the cars. It's funny, when I saw the cars, in my mind, the first thing I thought was, where do you keep them all? How do you take care of them all? It's like,
yeah, it's a small hall of 3,000 square meters.
Okay. Well, good. No,
and in Sunday afternoon, I go into this hall and say hello to them. You know,
they're like your pets.
Because it's so enjoyable to see them. this wonderful quality.
And the only question I had, and thank you for everything, is I just wanted to know more about how much time you're spending. It mentioned in your duties, responsibilities, you're in close communication with, government officials. You're involved in marketing and communications. Can you just tell us a little bit about what your day-to-day or weekly, monthly involvement is currently?
24/7. No. Seriously, I think from 60 to 80 hours a week. But it keeps you young, hopefully.
It sounded like a lot, and that's why I was like, okay, he's got all these cars and he's, busy, and you're very into your education. I thank you for sharing about your background, your education. It's very interesting. But yeah, it sounds like you're very involved, but you like it, you're enjoying it, and you
Yes.
seems
at
like
my
this
face.
is what you're doing. Yes.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed. I don't, would you say you're 51, 61?
Oh,
Yeah. But no, I'm happy to support your application. Thank you
okay,
for
thank
being
you.
here.
Was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gutwall. Let's bring up Mr. Felderhoff. Good morning again.
Morning. Chair Henrik, Member Sat, Member Sendau, Madam Secretary. Lars Feldhoff, CEO and CFO of Mercury.com AG. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself to the board today. Lars Feldhoff, 48 years old, married, 4 children, German citizen. I grew up in northern Germany in the proximity of the headquarters of Mercury Group, so in the middle of nowhere, as Michael Gauselmann just described. I've started my career as a trained banker and did at that time, compulsory military service of 10 months in the German army. I've graduated with a Diplom-Kaufmann title, which is nowadays equivalent to a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration at the Lüneburg University in Germany. Also, I've graduated from the Business Logistics program at Växjö University, which is in Sweden. Already during my studies, I've made internships at Mercury Group. Right after my graduation, I was offered a job in Austria at the casino machine manufacturing division of Mercury Group at that time, and this division was named Atronic. Atronic was, as we heard earlier, headed by Michael Gauselmann and had licenses in more than 200 jurisdictions, and among them also the Nevada license. I've made my career in finance at Atronic and was the director of finance of Atronic International when I left in 2008 to work for Metro AG. Metro AG was at that time a conglomerate of wholesale, supermarkets, electronic media stores, and department stores. Was also on the stock exchange, the DAX at that time. I was head of regional controlling at Metro Cash and Carry and later head of investment controlling at Metro AG. In parallel, I've graduated from Manchester Business School with an MBA for finance managers and financial professionals. Since 2011, I'm back at the Mercury Group. So one time gaming, always gaming. I came back, took over the CFO managing director position at ADP Mercury GmbH, and was responsible for the finance function of Mercury's B2B businesses. In 2018, I was offered the job of Group CFO at Mercury.com AG, and in October 24, I was promoted to be the new chairman, CEO of the management board of Mercury.com AG. My responsibilities in my current role include accounting, taxes, controlling, group purchasing, legal compliance, treasury, M&A, internal audit, real estate, HR, and IT. My position as being the CEO includes internal and external communication to stakeholders and representation of the board. On top of that, the coordination of strategic management is among the tasks. Chairman Henrik, Member Sandel, Madam Secretary, again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Only question I had for you was, with all of your duties, how much of it will actually cross over to the Nevada operations? Will you oversee that? Will you be in Nevada? How much nexus will you have?
Actually, the matters regarding Nevada will be mainly dealt as at the board meetings of Merkur.com AG. Myself, I won't be that much present here in Nevada. I will come to the show, of course, but I won't be personally that often here in Nevada. This will be handled by Dominik Rasch, who did also hand in his application, and also Jochen Clemens, who will introduce himself in a minute. But of course, I will keep one and two eyes on what's happening, because it's one of our future markets, and this gets then also a lot of attention.
Thank you for that. And I'm very impressed with your background. We have a very detailed write-up on your history, and great to have you here in front of us today. Based on all your education and background, your many years in gaming, I'm very happy to support your application. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I too am happy to support your application. There are no blemishes, no concerns. I don't have any questions. I just like to say that the best way to oversee the Nevada operation is to have Mr. A.G. Burnett's number on speed dial.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Member Sindel.
Thank you. I only had one question regarding a business investment that you have.
Yeah.
Immover Waltons. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. It's a real estate company or business investment?
EM Immobilienverwaltungs GmbH?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
that one.
It's basically I have a silent shareholding in a company which is called EM Machines GmbH, a 10% silent shareholding there. And it's a friend of mine. And we set up together a real estate company and building a new production facility for his company. And this real estate company is 50-50. And currently we are in the process of constructing this production facility.
And the reason I just wanted to bring it up was just how much your involvement would be, because as you mentioned, you have a lot of roles and responsibilities already at Merkur.
It's 3 hours per month, because we're meeting once a month and on a Sunday or Saturday morning and
okay.
briefly discussing.
It just caught my eye. So
no, I do not want to have anything to do with construction. So.
Well, thank you for that. And yes, congratulations. It's happy to, enjoyed reading your report and your background and learning more about you. And I wish you the best and happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Gutwall, that brings us to Mr. Clemens. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Sandel, as well as Madam Secretary. So great honor for me to be here this morning and give you a quick introduction about myself here. Yeah, my name is Jochen Clemens. I'm 39 years old. Married, I have 3 children. I'm born in Germany in the city Cologne, but as you see during of my documents, I'm moved during my childhood, given the job of my father, to the eastern part of North Rhine-Westphalia. So that's a location named already here with Espelkamp. I'm nowadays living next to Espelkamp, a little bit smaller than Cologne, but a really nice area, especially if you have young children. It's really pleasant there also to live there with my family. Yes, with regard to my education, after finishing my business college, I have done an education or traineeship as a tax clerk or tax consultant. That was the base for my education. And then in parallel to my work for the Merkur Group or Gauselmann Group former times, I finished my bachelor's degree, also with background in taxation and finance. And then afterwards also my master's degree with the same background with finance and taxation. So that's with regard to the to my education part. With regard to my professional career, I start after the traineeship in the tax department external. I started in June 2007 at the Merkur.com AG in the tax department. So it was a little bit consequent to have this step and dealt there with the tax topics of the group during this time, and got in September 2012 the chance to then get the position as assistant to the management to the CFO at ADP Merkur GmbH. So my supervisor in this position was then Lars Felderhoff. And during this time, I proceeded with management assistant activities, especially also with regard to international expansion of Merkur and the B2B sector. Then in June 2015, that was also part of this development, I took over the newly incorporated position as head of international finance and accounting. As you see, that was also the consequence of the further expansion in international markets to incorporate their an own department out of that. And I was really glad to be able to get the responsibility for that. Further on through the years from 2015 to June 2018, where I got an enrichment to the head of finance and deputy CFO of ADP Merkur. That was also part of the further movements of Merkur in international markets, named today already very prominently with UK, Spain, also Netherlands, Serbia, and then especially also during the time 2012 to 2016, it was Latin America with Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Argentina. Therefore, this enrichment of the job. And then later in September 2021, I got the managing director of ADP Merkur in this function. I'm still in. That's my main role for the B2B part of the group. And since 1st January this year, 2025, I'm also in my CFO role as a task to oversee all B2B activities for the group here. So that, from my side, a quick introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure having you with us here this morning as well, and enjoyed reading about your background and your education and your time with the company. I didn't have any questions other than asking you about your time in the U.S. How much time are you spending now? Understanding that you've taken on the role of interim CEO, has that increased in the last week or two?
So I think with regard to the transaction, it was really also dependent on the transaction on interaction with gaming arts and all activities around. So for example, I think the peak was in 2023 when I were approximately seven times a year here also in Nevada. So because for us, as also was described earlier today, as a family-owned business, we are very interested, and it's our main motivation to have here an excellent team of very acknowledged local team members, and therefore really to take care. And that is one of the biggest tasks also for us as Merkur Group to secure that we have a very motivated and very diligent team. That was in 2023, and then later on, I think once a quarter at least, I'm here in Las Vegas. I did that also through 2024, and also this year I've been 3 times here. And we are planning also to do that forward. And then in parallel, I'm dealing with the current executive team of Gaming Arts and the executive Mike Dreitzer also on a weekly basis in a digital way, like Zoom meetings. So that is, that is from my point of view also the route further down the road. And with regard to the interim CEO role, that is, as you can see, and you heard us from my point of view, a lot of structure structure for Mercure and the interest to have really a stable organization and a guarantee to fulfill all obligations. Therefore, we are already in research of a new permanent CEO here in US, which is very important for us, that we have really a very loyal and acknowledged person here on the ground in Las Vegas. So therefore, from my point of view, this engagement is from my current perspective the right way.
And that was the other question I was going to ask you, is the search for a new CEO is ongoing, correct?
It's already ongoing. We had already interviews yesterday, so we are very engaged in it.
Great. Thank you. Very happy to support your applications. Thank you
very
for
much,
being here.
Andrew.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Excellent resume. I have no qualms with any of the qualifications. Your background is great. Educational background is excellent as well. Good resume. I'm happy to support your application.
So, thank you very much, Member Assad.
Member Sindall?
Yes, just to add on to, it does seem like you have a lot of duties and responsibilities, a lot of subs that you're over as well and managing, and now you're in the interim role. How do you kind of manage your time, and how much time do you spend traveling?
Yeah, I think at the moment I'm traveling every second week, so to oversee the international activities from a finance point of view, but then really backed up with a great team behind me, not only in Germany, but also what we said, or what I said here with regard to US, especially here. I have very high trust here in the local acting execs, especially here named also Marcel Schüssler as his local CFO here of Gaming Arts. We have the Chief Product Officer, Greg Colella, he's doing a great job, and the VP Senior Operations, Jason Weller. I think in a constant communication, that is a very good way to do it in a digital way as well. But as I said, so if it is dependent, I'm here. I have no limitations to travel. And yeah, also with regard to Germany, we have a very stable finance team around me, and together, from my point of view, we're very good or very able to serve the role and responsibilities.
Well, thank you. And yes, you have a very impressive background, very qualified, all your certificates and education and masters. And thank you for being here. I'm happy to support your application, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Member Sandel.
All right, Mr. Gutwald, you understand there's several conditions that are being recommended. Have you reviewed and agreed with all of those?
I have reviewed and agree with all of them.
Okay, and you're aware that we have some requests for withdrawal, and we'll be taking those separately. Anything you need to add on those?
No, we do not. And
All
just
right.
thanks to the agents, they've made this process sublime, as they usually do. Very expert.
Great. And I'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate Mr. Colvin and Eric Colvin on the company that they've created here in Nevada. Anytime somebody puts their life and their money on the line to grow a company in our great state, I always want to congratulate them on that. And I don't believe Mr. Colvin is here today, but he should be commended for the jobs he's created. We talked a little bit about retaining the employees. Obviously, Mr. Colvin, Eric Colvin aren't staying. And we mentioned Mr. Dreitzer. He's decided to be a public servant in the near future, so he wouldn't be staying. But to all the employees who are, and to Mr. Colvin for creating those opportunities, congratulations and thank you to him.
Yeah, thanks to him. He was very committed to keeping those employees in place and protecting them.
That's great. Anything else, Mr. Gutwald, you'd like to add?
Nope.
Mr. Trachog, Mr. Burnett, anything you'd like to add? Wonderful. Pleasure having both of you here. Members, is there any other questions or comments you have before we call for a vote?
None by me. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, none for me. Thank you.
All right, then we have some requests for withdrawal. I think we should take those as a separate motion. Does a member want to make a motion on the request to withdraw?
Yes, Chair Hendrick, I move to grant the 2 withdrawal requests of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, and that these withdrawals be without prejudice.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Now we take a motion on the other applications on the agenda for non-restricted number 1.
Thank you. Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The approvals regarding Michael Gauselmann are limited to expire at midnight. of the May 2027 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard. As to Gauselmann Famling Steintung, the approvals, Gauselmann Famling Steintung shall not make any distributions of gaming revenue derived from Nevada licensed operations to any unlicensed beneficiaries until the beneficiary has been found suitable as a beneficiary of Gauselmann Family Steintung by the Nevada Gaming Commission. As to Mercure AG shall within 90 days following the date of the May 2025 Commission meeting establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by Mercure.com AG and its subsidiaries and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Board Act as amended, the Commission's regulations as amended, and the laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which Mercure.com AG, its subsidiaries, and any affiliated entities operate. The plan, any amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee, the plan, any amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee, one such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the act and regulations shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Mercure.com AG shall amend the plan or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be requested or assigned by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee relating to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of Mercure.com AG under the provisions of the Act and regulations. Mercure.com AG shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Mercure.com AG and its subsidiaries and any affiliated entities. Last, as to Mercure Gaming US LLC, any amounts payable to the Colvin Family Gaming Trust under the terms of the earn-out consideration of the Second Amendment to the sale and purchase agreement between the Colvin Family Gaming Trust and the Mercure Family US LLC, and that are derived from the earnings or profits from slot machines in Nevada, shall be held in escrow until the Colvin Family Gaming Trust has been approved by the Nevada Gaming Commission to share in the gaming revenue of Gaming Arts LLC.
Great job, Member Sindall. Mr. Gutwald, again, for the record, on behalf of your clients, you agree with all those conditions?
Yes, we agree. Mercure agrees with those conditions.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations to all of you, and Mr. Gauselmann, welcome back to the industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Madam Secretary, do we need a moment for the court reporter, or can we jump right into number 2?
I'm sure a moment would be appreciated.
Okay, let's take just a quick break. How about 5 minutes? 5-minute break and we'll come back. Start with number 2. Thank you. We'll be in recess.
Na, kann ich verlassen, das Video? Ja, danke. Ciao.
All right, let's go back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority for an amendment to order and the application of Peter Arceo for finding of suitability as a controlling person. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary. We do. I would like to disclose that I have a couple of condominiums that I own at Palms Place, and pursuant to NRS 281A, I believe that it's not mandatory, but that I disclose this, but I'm going to do it out of an abundance of caution to avoid any appearance of impropriety. I do not believe that the independent judgment of a person in my situation would be materially affected by this situation. And I truly believe that I can exercise objectivity and be fair and impartial during deliberations without any bias or prejudice one way or the other. And therefore, I will be participating in this application.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendal, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority, or SMGHA, as well as the applicant before you, Peter Arceo. Before I turn it over to him, I would like to speak with you briefly about SMGHA. We are before you in connection with an application to amend its order. This is largely to reflect a few cleanup changes, including entity name changes as well as individual name changes. We are also incorporating a prior approval the company received to share in gaming revenue with William Hill for its race and sportsbook on site. And then this also will incorporate into the order as a controlling person, Mr. Arceo. We have reviewed draft number 1 dated March 7th. We believe that is in proper form and did not have any comments. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that. Otherwise, I can turn it to Mr. Arceo, who will speak with you about his background and his duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. If we have questions about the order, we'll do that before we call for a motion, but let's go ahead and speak with Mr. Arceo. Pleasure having you here this morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Sendal. Thank you for having me today. It's my pleasure to give you a little bit about me. I'm 51. I have a wife and son. Was born in Guam, moved to the mainland US when I was 6, grew up in Southern California. In 1993, I transferred from Cal State Northridge to UNLV to continue my studies. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but when UNLV won the championship a couple of years before I graduated from high school, it was sort of top of mind. And my mom said, "Hey, how about Las Vegas?" I said, "Sure." We took a trip out and saw that there was a hotel school that sounded interesting to me. So that's how I ended up in Nevada. So from there, I graduated from UNLV with a bachelor's in hotel administration. While I was attending school, I became a 21 dealer shortly after my 21st birthday. Again, it sounded interesting and a great job to have while you're in college. Little did I know that it would turn into a 30-year career that would lead to me sitting in front of you today. But you know, it was supposed to be a couple of years long until graduation and ended up being a lifetime. I've also graduated from the University of Southern California with an MBA, and most recently from UCLA School of Law with a master's in legal studies. As I mentioned, began my career in 1995 when I joined Boyd Gaming as a 21 dealer. I worked at their El Dorado Casino in Henderson, which was a wonderful experience where I got to learn not only about table games, but also it was really where I got the first introduction to the total gaming experience. And Boyd was really great at training people to do that. So that was early in my career. I did a stint with the Las Vegas Hilton for a period of time, the original Las Vegas Hilton. Before I headed into working for Tribal Gaming, which I did in 2011. I worked for Tribe for a short period of time in Scottsdale, Arizona, before joining San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino in 2015, where I joined as the Chief Marketing Officer, and since then has been promoted to COO, General Manager, and now I'm currently serving as the Chief Gaming Officer for Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. So there have been some name changes to the property over time, and that's That's the same property, but just a different name. In 2023, I became a member of the Management Committee of the San Manuel Gaming and Hospitality Authority. As member of the Management Committee, I provide guidance to the GHA Board on enhancements to existing gaming facilities and hospitality assets, as well as opportunities to acquire other gaming and hospitality assets to complement current investments. My efforts at the Palms are currently focused on working with the new GM, providing support on cross-property promotions and branding concepts, evaluating potential partnerships and enhanced retail and food and beverage operations, supporting the GM and leadership on capital improvements, as well as strategizing on expense management opportunities. As far as reporting, I report directly to the CEO, Lawrence Vosloo. He's also a member of the GHA board. I have one direct report as it relates to the Palms, and that's the general manager. On a personal level, I'm passionate about developing the future generation of industry leaders, and I volunteer time at schools and at universities to speak to students whenever the situation arises. I've also served on the board of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society in Arizona during my time there, and I also support various charities throughout the year. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have about my background, or I could talk a little bit about how we're doing at the Palms.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you here, and enjoyed reading through your background and your investigation, and very impressed by the fact that you've continued your higher education while you've been working full time. I know that's not easy, and you've done it on multiple occasions. The last I saw was a Master of Legal Studies at UCLA, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and why did you decide to get that degree?
Well, interestingly enough, 25 years ago, I said, maybe I want to become an attorney, right? So, but at the time, there weren't really very many opportunities to do that in Las Vegas 25 years ago. So it kind of got parked, and but it never left me. And as time went on and I got elevated to more senior level roles, I really felt uncomfortable being the person in the room when legal matters would come up. Everyone would talk, and then you just look at the attorney, and whatever the attorney said, you kind of went with what they recommended. So when I moved to California in 2015, I actually explored doing a nighttime JD program. There were only 2 schools that afforded that program at the time, Loyola Marymount and then University of San Diego. Those were a little bit of a far drive for me to do, so I couldn't fit it in my work schedule. Then a few years ago, UCLA reached out and said, have you ever considered studying law? And I said, I have. Well, but I'm too busy. And they said, well, we have the program for you. And it was newly created, just a couple of years old, Masters of Legal Studies, designed for working executives. So I figured if I could do it. Now I went to the wife, because of course she had to sign off on it. And she said, I know you've been wanting to do this for a long time. Are you sure? I mean, you don't need the degree. And I said, no, I want to do it. It's a personal thing. So she supported it. The tribe supported it. My boss supported it. So I was like, I got to do it. And I did it and was very pleased with the experience.
That's wonderful. As I said, very commendable to do, and not easy to do when you work full time, and to continue your education starting when you're at university and being dealer school. That's hard enough, right? But to take on a higher education degree when you're working full time is very commendable, and I congratulate you for that. I had no concerns at all about your application, your background, your many years in the industry as you walk through. Very happy to support your application today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yeah, congratulations on that history. Very, very impressive. Agent Alcantara, along with Deputy Chief Allen and Supervisor Bradford, did a very comprehensive report for us. Your application is very, very impressive. Your background is stellar. I have no concerns, no questions per se. The only question I might have is as Chief Gaming Officer, is that the same? When I was in the casino industry, we called it casino manager. You're not a casino manager.
I am not, no.
So tell me, what is a chief gaming officer and how's that different from, say, a casino manager?
So it's more aligned with a COO title.
COO, I
Yeah,
see.
so
Okay.
the general manager of the Yamava actually operates the property. He
Right.
reports to me. So I'm more strategic and looking at future, how do we grow?
Yeah,
What's the
I got
future? Yeah.
Got it. And then when I was dealing blackjack and then craps, which was table for table on the tips, I was making more money back in 78, 79 than the lawyers. So I kept putting off law school. So it's a good thing you never went on the strip. Maybe you never would have moved on with your career, because at that time, the dealers on the crap table at least were four ways, and they were making more money than a lot of the lawyers that I knew. So good for you for staying with Boyd downtown, or where was it, on the
Henderson.
Henderson, yeah. And so things work out fortuitously sometimes when you don't even realize it.
Yes, that's true. And believe it or not, I did learn dice after I started at the El Dorado with the hopes of one day going to the strip. I think the Riviera was still table for table at the time,
Right,
Tropicana.
Yeah.
And that was my hope. But as luck would have it, they required 20+ years of experience and I was only 2 years in. So I went a different direction.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here in your affirmative presentation. To add on the law, I'm so glad you did pursue and get permission from your wife to go and study. Did you ever think about, or did you check to sit for the bar exam or ever take the bar?
So it doesn't qualify,
Okay.
the program doesn't qualify for the bar, so it'd have to do the JD program all over again. I have a great appreciation of attorneys now and the level of work that it takes to prepare for the bar. So there were a lot of my classmates that were talking after the first year, should we, get the MLS and then go for the JD? And I was like, I don't know if I can do that. Like, if you do that, that's great, but it's intense.
Did you, thanks, because I was curious about that. I've never seen that program before, and I appreciate the explanation and background on it. Did you find it was helpful then now in your role, or when you back at work, as you said, now do you kind of pick up on the lingo when the lawyers are talking?
Yeah, and now when I ask a question, the attorneys say, "Oh, we'll get back to you." Right? Because they know that's a deeper question than just giving me a one sentence answer is not going to cut it. I want to know what led you to that recommendation and what were the
Oh, good.
alternatives. So
That's
yeah,
great.
thank you.
And so you've never been licensed in Nevada, but you do have a kind of a thorough licensing history in California, Arizona, Mississippi, Louisiana. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the other thing that I noticed in your background, you had your own consulting company for a while, I think, as you moved. Can you tell me a little bit about that? And
Yeah, so that's a period of time where I learned that I'm not a good salesperson for myself, right? Because little did I know all the work that it took. I thought you just put your name out on the street and people would hire you. That's not the case. You actually have to go out there and find work. So that didn't work out. So after about 9 to 10 months of that, I said, I got to get back into the workforce.
and that's when you went over to Talking Stick?
That is correct.
And then how did that lead to your current engagement with the Palms and whatnot, and that group?
Yeah, so I was working out for the tribe in Scottsdale. It was about 4.5 years into it. And San Manuel Indian Bingo was recruiting for a chief marketing officer. They reached out. I was somewhat familiar with the property, but I'd come out, met some folks over there, thought it was a great opportunity. As a chief marketing officer, how could you say no to a position in that role in the #2 media market in the country, right? It's a big challenge, and you go, can I be successful in a market like that? And so it was very appealing to me to give it a shot, which I did. And then through the tribe's successes, they, were able to form the GHA and come to Vegas and kind of bring me back to where I started my career.
Yeah, no, your association with the tribe and moving up is, that's great. It was, congratulations. As my fellow colleague stated, you have a great background. I have no problem supporting your application. I did have a question about what does your wife sell on Etsy? Because I kept looking for it in here because it kept getting brought up. And I'm like, what does she sell? What is it?
So she, I like to, I call it her superpower. So her superpower is she can see things that others can't. So she'll go into consignment shops and she'll find something that looks like a piece of plastic, but it's in fact from the 1940s or 50s, a piece of costume jewelry that's actually worth a lot. So she finds costume jewelry or, you know, Southwestern jewelry that others think is worthless, which in fact is some value to some people, but it's a very niche kind of skill that she has. And it's kind of her thing is to go around and find those things.
So she finds them and then she goes and she sells them on Etsy?
Well, she'll wear them. And
Okay.
then when she's tired of wearing them, she'll,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I was just curious. That was the only kind of random, we always get little tidbits in your background and sure you enjoyed going through the licensing process. It's obviously you've been through it multiple times. But no, happy to support your application. Sounds like you're a busy man, it sounds like, and you're split with a lot of responsibilities between the Palms and your role on the board and the asset management company. So happy to support your application and wish you nothing but success.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arceo, and Ms. Okerberg. You already walked us through the revisions to the revised order. And board members, did you have any questions or comments on the revised order draft number 1 dated March 7, 2025?
I do not. Thank you.
I do not. Thank you.
All right, then, Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to add to the record that we thank Agent Roger Alcantara for all of his hard work. He was great to work with.
Great. Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 2.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read in the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the revised order of registration dated March 7th, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted number 3, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Chad Conrad for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, manager, and or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Morning, Mr. Gutwall.
Hello, Dennis Gutwall with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me today is Chad Conrad. In December, he appeared before you and gave you a good background regarding his investigation. He had a limited license at that time just to give the board agents time to finish up their investigations. So we don't have an affirmative presentation here and Chad can answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conrad. Pleasure having you before us here again. As Mr. Gutwall said, it was only a few months ago, we did a 2-year limited in order to speed up that process. But of course, we were able to get to it a lot faster. We didn't have to wait to the 2 years. I didn't have any questions about it, but feel free if there's something you want to add and also tell us how the property's doing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sandal, and Madam Secretary. There's been good progress at the property. It's been relatively short period of time, but I mean, I think in this, the short period of time since I last talked to you, I mean, there's been some pretty big threshold type of items that we've been able to check off the list. Ending the strike was the first one. It was very important to us to make sure that we successfully negotiated that with culinary, made sure everyone, as we had mentioned in the prior meeting, jobs are intact, employees are at the property, and we're able to move forward with the business from there. And then we're at the final stages with other union agreements on the property as well. So don't anticipate any issues with that. And then obviously the casino, again, successfely took control of the casino. Transaction closed March 1st as planned, and then we've rolled out the process of transitioning systems. Brand transition from Mohegan, and then I think it was March 20th we we launched our own ground up built homegrown charity rewards program to the gaming industry, and we're really excited about the prospects moving forward.
That's great. Glad to hear the transition is going well. And I've seen some of your marketing about the rewards program. So congratulations on that as well. Tell me how the dual roles that you have on the property side and the casino side, how's that working out?
I would say it's been very heavy casino so far, just with the transaction and you know, I personally put a good deal of work into just getting to know the gaming business at the property again, and transitioning, you know, Mohegan's very robust, but you know, really reviewing and transitioning over compliance and you know, getting involved in the compliance committee at the property. I'm chair of that compliance committee, similar role that I had when I was involved with gaming previously, reviewing our Title 31 reporting and AML and BSA policies and procedures, and just making sure all of those things are in line. You know, when we engaged a third-party firm, Reuben Brown, to handle all of our internal audit functions for the casino operation, for Title 31, for cybersecurity, and you know, really get all those pieces locked down. I think moving forward, I'll probably transition more to a pretty even balance between the casino operation and the non-gaming operation at the property. But it's for right now, and for the near future, it's heavy casino.
And thank you for addressing that. And when we chatted briefly at the end of last year, you knew it was going to be a heavy lift to do both roles, and glad to see that's been working out for you. And you addressed compliance. That was going to be one of my questions. And it's with your background, nice to know that you're keeping it top of mind, because it's always important to us, obviously, AML, all compliance. So happy that you addressed that, and glad that you're back before us 5 months rather than 2 years down the road. And the limited license served exactly the purpose it was intended to do, gave us a little bit more time to finish the investigative process, and without slowing down the transaction. So very happy to support your application today. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yeah, I echo the chairman's comments. Your application was thoroughly reviewed last time, and we have an update here. You're more than eminently qualified for this position. I'm happy to support your application as well. They used to have a day club there when it was the Hard Rock. It was packed on Saturday and Sunday. Are you doing anything with the day club, or?
We're running a pool operation that's not quite the same as the rehab pool of the old days.
Rehab, that was the name.
Yeah, and I was firsthand you know, view of that. It's probably not the business we want to be in exactly anymore at this point. That in this industry, that part of the industry has advanced to the point where it's probably not a profitable opportunity for us. But we do run our pools with we have a 21 and older pool and a full resort pool that I think our customers are really happy with, but not quite rehab.
Not quite rehab. I got you. How about the sports book? Who's running your sports book now?
We are now. We've Mohegan actually took over the sports book operation from Betfred in December. So we've taken that as part of the casino operation. We're running it through IGT services.
Okay, great. And then the compliance, you mentioned you're kind of overseeing all the compliance matters and Title 31 and so forth.
That's right. I stepped into that role, but to be honest, Mohegan had a really robust structure in place. I absolutely wanted to understand it, review it, but we have some long time, you know, key people at the property, compliance manager, and Cajun Credit people that have been, that I worked with previously, that I've known at the property for 25 plus years, that are very solid, and we want to continue to maintain that solid structure at the property, but it's very important to us.
That's good to hear, because I'm sure you've read the papers lately and been aware of the other properties who've had some issues with AML compliance, so.
I did see that, and we took that again very, very seriously in our last committee meeting. We addressed just to expand our requirement for disclosure and reporting from our casino hosts, and some things that we thought we could do to just add on to the level of security that we have. Excellent.
Excellent. If you have any questions or concerns, we have our compliance person back there, Ms. Candice Nishizawa. Candice, you want to raise your hand? You ought to have her on speed dial. She's the expert for us, all things dealing with compliance and compliance plans. So we hope that we don't have any issues moving forward, because I don't think we've probably seen the last of this yet. There's always people out there trying to use Las Vegas for their own purposes, and sometimes they're nefarious. So hope to keep that in mind.
Understood. Thank you.
I have no problems at all supporting your application. You're eminently qualified.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. And thank you for being here, Mr. Conrad. I wasn't here in December, but from what I understand, it was a very long, thorough meeting and background. Kind of only just two questions I had is, one, how did you first get involved in the gaming industry and with Hard Rock with your finance background? And then two, how did you get involved with the second vice chair of the Clark County Bond Oversight Committee? Those are my two kind of general questions, if you could answer them.
So my gaming career started with, I think it was more the fact that I went to college in Minnesota. I grew up in Wisconsin originally, and worked for a couple years out of college doing some accounting work in Minnesota, and I could not take the weather anymore. So it was a little bit of a flip of a coin of throw the stuff in the moving truck and drive out to either Phoenix or Las Vegas or Vegas was where I ended up, that I really wanted to be. And to be honest with you, this business is one of the probably more exciting ways to do accounting work, rather than some of the other options. So when I came out to Las Vegas, I was 22, I think, and saw a job opening for a staff accountant position at the Hard Rock. It seemed like it checked the boxes, and it's just been a great opportunity to advance. I did spend some time in those years. I left Open the Palms and spent about a year at the Palms, and then came back to what was the Hard Rock at the time. And then I've been able to just take advantage of opportunities that I've had. Very thankful for the opportunities I've had at the property to continue my career.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm always interested on how people, especially I saw your background where you went to school and how you end up in Las Vegas in the gaming industry. And then I noticed your wife was a teacher, as a retired teacher. And then thank you for your service on the Bond Oversight Committee and serving in that role. But I guess, did your wife get you to do that, or how did that come about?
I think you read that exactly right. My wife is very involved in education. She had to retire from teaching just based on her health. She was diagnosed with MS some years back, and had to leave full-time teaching, but it never left her blood. I think teachers, they have a love for that, that is something greater than the paycheck or the punch in the clock. So she's continued her work with education advocacy and tutoring students and things like that. And she introduced me to people in the Clark County School District and thought that role would be something that would fit.
Yeah, well, thank you. I saw you've served on that since 2018. So appreciate that. And I'm happy to support your application. You're very well qualified, and Thank you for your time and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutwald, anything else we need to know?
Nothing to add.
All right, very good. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 3.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Sandal,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted number 4, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of John Connolly IV for finding of suitability as a manager at Mesquite Gaming LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Gutwald.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Hopefully with me is John Connolly on video. I know he was standing by, so.
He's connected. We just need him to speak probably.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Connolly. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Thank you.
Mr. Gutwald.
With your permission, I'll have Mr. Connolly tell you a little bit about his background. He's been before you before. He can update you on what he's been doing in his role at Mesquite Gaming, and if that's all right with you.
That's great, Mr. Gutwald. And yes, Mr. Connolly, a pleasure to have you with us here. Didn't need to have you be in person because you have been before the board and commission so many times in the past. But I just wanted to have you briefly update us on the application we've had since the last time you were here and tell us anything else we should know about.
Well, thank you, Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary, especially for allowing me to do this from Macau. The Asian Gaming Show is currently going on. And being a member of the AGA board, I felt obligated to be here to support the conference over here and appreciate the opportunity to do this remotely. So thank you. So quick overview of myself. I won't take too long. Been in gaming over 30 years. Currently hold positions as the CEO of Interblock, a gaming company licensed in Nevada, a global business. The common entity between Interblock, Mesquite. I'm also on the board of J&J, a licensed entity in Nevada as well. Recently bought Golden Gaming's route business. Is Oak Tree Capital. I'm partners with Oak Tree Capital, a senior advisor on gaming worldwide. So as we invest within Oak Tree Capital, I tend to be on the boards of those investments while maintaining my position as CEO of Interblock. So currently on the board of Mesquite, which is what we're here to discuss today, was involved in the acquisition of Mesquite, Casablanca, and Virgin River, and doing the due diligence, identifying the opportunity. Was very encouraged by the opportunity there. And since the acquisition, the properties, we've invested tens of millions of dollars, intend to invest as much or more in the coming year. Properties have grown tremendously in both revenue and profitability. If you haven't been to Casablanca recently, I have fond memories 20 some odd years ago going up there and doing staycations with my family. And the property had somewhat been run down the past couple decades, and we've reinvested the casino you won't recognize and have big plans on redoing not only the food amenities, but the pool area and the hotel rooms here in the next year. So I'm very excited about Mesquite, and I'll share something that's not openly public since we're a private company, but our vision for that, and I'm very passionate about this, is that Mesquite being so close to the national parks, some of the most beautiful national parks in the country, it's an incredible opportunity to create a staycation. So we own well over 30 acres around those properties off the highway. And the vision is to build a district, somewhat like Green Valley Ranch, where we would have a district area outside of Casablanca where people can come do a staycation, visit the national parks, leaving Vegas or coming down to Vegas with their families at an affordable rate and have that national outdoor amenities while staying at a resort type location. So we're heading in that direction. It's still several years away, but that's our vision. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly, and appreciate the update and appreciate you joining us, I assume, very late in your evening over there, and hope G2E Macau is going well for you. As I said, I didn't have any questions about your application. You've been before the board and commission multiple times, the last time just being in November. So pleasure having the update from you and very happy to support your application today. Judge?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Henry. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Conley, for appearing on video with us. Your prior licenses in other jurisdictions could fill a telephone book. And so I'm not going to go through any of those. You're more than eminently qualified for this position. I wish you all the luck in the world in your endeavors, and I'm glad to support your application.
Thank you. Although I'm a little hurt, Judge, because you didn't ask about my Porsche. I have a 20-year-old Carrera convertible, and I thought for sure I'd get a comment, but anyway, we'll talk about that another time.
Member Sendall.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the update and being here virtually with us from Macau. And thank you for your role. I noticed on some of your outside directorships that you've been on the AGA for a while now, since 2017. Thank you. And my understanding is you don't get compensation for that or for Gigi's Playhouse, which I was also curious and noticed you're on that board. And then you're also on a board in Israel. Is that correct?
So we invested in a online live streaming gaming company that just went live in New Jersey with FanDuel, and we're about to go live with Caesars. It's a Tel Aviv-based company, so yeah, also involved in that business. Very excited. And I have to mention, whenever you mention Gigi's, I have to give a plug for Gigi's just because we started the charity a year ago for Down syndrome children. Believe it or not, Nevada did not have a dedicated charity to Down syndrome children up until a year ago. So we opened Gigi's, and the gaming industry has been tremendously supportive. It was the fastest Gigi's Playhouse from a revenue and expansion standpoint in the history of the foundation. So Nevada really got behind it and very proud of that.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that and putting that on the record too. I was curious what it was, so thank you for sharing. Obviously, as my fellow colleagues mentioned, you're very well experienced in the gaming field. You have a very long list of licenses in various jurisdictions, which I got to review through. I have no problem supporting your application, and I wish you all the luck as you move forward, and hopefully continued success to Gigi's and AGA and Agawar. Is that how you say that? Agaware Inc.
Yeah. It's a way they say a wager. It's a wager.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was making it too fancy. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Gutwall, anything else we need to know?
Nothing to add.
All right, then I'd entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwall. Bring us to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the request to withdraw the applications of Stephen Neely for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Vermees. How are you?
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here this morning on behalf of the company Affinity Interactive.
This matter was just sent back from the commission, I believe. Was it last month or the month before?
I believe it was last month.
Last month. Okay, good. So we had made a recommendation for approval to the commission, and now there's a request to withdraw that application. Is that correct, Mr. Neely?
That's correct. I am no longer with Affinity Gaming, as I'm sure the record indicates.
Okay, very good. Then in order to do this, we need to take a motion to actually rescind the Gaming Control Board's prior recommendation for approval. Do board members have questions or comments before we entertain that motion?
I don't have any questions. I concur that we do need to have a motion to rescind.
Yeah, no questions. I'm prepared to make that motion.
Okay, let's make that motion so we can consider the item.
Chair Hendrick, I move to rescind the prior Nevada Gaming Control Board's recommended approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as fully read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert and voted upon by the board on March 12th, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
I would just like to clarify for the record that it was non-restricted number 8 on the March agenda, though it is non-restricted number 5 today.
Correct.
Great. Okay. Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. So now we have before us today, non-restricted item number 5, which is the request to withdraw the application. I understand, as you said, Mr. Neely, you're no longer with the company, so no need to have the application move forward or keep it on file. I don't have any problem with supporting the request to withdraw today. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments?
I do not.
Member Sindall.
I do not have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on the request to withdraw the application.
Chair Hendrick, I move to grant the withdrawal request of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert without prejudice.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here, Mr. Neely and Ms. Vermees. Thank you. Bringing us to, what are we on? Non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Daniel Ruiz for licensure as a key executive at Venetian Las Vegas Gaming LLC.
Good morning, Ms. Vermees. Good morning, Mr. Ruiz. Pleasure to have you here.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Daniel Ruiz. I did prepare an overview of his background, but I understand that he has an affirmative presentation, and I'm sure you'd much rather hear from him, and then you can ask questions directly.
Wonderful. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge Assad, Member Sendal, Madam Secretary. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. My name is Daniel Ruiz, married to Amandine Ruiz, proud parents of 3 young children, Adrian, Cecilia, and Julian. First off, I just want to thank Senior Agent Lundeen for all of her help during this process, thorough process, and her patience gathering all the information, which I feel I have well documented now for the future. I also want to thank all the leaders throughout my career that have helped me get to this point. Very honored to be here. So I moved to Las Vegas in 2006 when I graduated from Cornell University with Harrah's, Caesars, starting in financial planning and analysis. Fell in love with the city, fell in love with this industry. I studied applied economics and management, so was new to the gaming industry. Soon after, because of my language skills with Spanish and my finance background, I had the opportunity to move to Uruguay, South America, with Caesars to work at the Conrad Punta del Este as manager of planning and analysis. Soon after, in the day-to-day, there wasn't much to do in that small town, small country, but got involved in lots of parts of the business and was quickly promoted to casino manager, which gave me a great opportunity to learn all of the operations. And then being that it's a small property, was really able to see all facets of the business. In 2011, got an opportunity to go to my hometown in Miami to open a branch office for Caesars as Vice President of Latin American Operations. I was there for 18 months, at which point the company decided to sell the property in Punta del Este, Uruguay. And during that transaction, really got to know the international team that was based in London. So had the opportunity to move to London in 2013 with Caesars UK, overseeing the VIP and casino marketing for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Another great experience with properties all over the UK, also in South Africa, and several properties in Egypt. During that time in the UK, also had my PML, professional management license, while operating in the country. Yeah, I got a call in 2015 from the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, which was recently acquired by Blackstone to oversee international marketing here in Las Vegas, and a great opportunity for me to move back to Las Vegas, as I mentioned, which a city that I love. And I was with the company for 7 years, was promoted to senior vice president of casino marketing, and was fortunate enough to be there during the sale in 2022 to MGM, at which point I decided to leave the company and explore other opportunities. But it was a great opportunity for me because I had a 1-year garden leave while exploring, which I had welcomed another child, my baby Cecilia, and then was able to consult as well for gaming companies in London and in Canada, and also found time to give back to the community since I had a lot of time in my hands here in Las Vegas. And with my young children, seeing all of the public education here in the city and in the state, being one of the worst states in the country was a bit alarming to me, which led me to Communities in Schools, at which point I joined the board of Communities in School now for a little bit over 18 months. So coming into my new role in July 2023, I started at Venetian Las Vegas as Chief Gaming Officer. In that role, I oversee all of gaming operations and casino marketing. Lucky to have about 1,700 amazing team members in table games, in slot operations, in loyalty, as well as casino marketing. And I'm just very lucky and happy to have an amazing job. As my wife, says every morning, you go to work and have fun. And I really do believe so, and really want to have a lot of respect for this industry and want to continue all of that positive momentum. So thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Pleasure having you here. Tell us a little bit more about your role and responsibilities as Chief Gaming Officer, and tell me how it crosses over with your compliance functions and duties.
Yeah, so in my current role, I oversee, again, the operations. So everything involving casino operations, from the table games, where we do have a vice president of table games, as well as slot operations. I have a vice president of slot operations. So that will report up to me. And then we also have our casino marketing functions, everything from player development, international marketing, which includes all of our Asian marketing, Latin, Europe, and Middle East, as well as our loyalty program. So I am on the compliance committee, which is, I take very seriously, but it is headed by our head of compliance, Norman Richardson, who is a former agent, and he does a phenomenal job. And that is separate from me. Even though I'm on the compliance committee, that reports up through our chief legal counsel.
And you mentioned the Cosmopolitan. Were you involved in the compliance committee there?
No, I was not on the committee, but I was an attendee. So okay. I would take part in the committee sessions.
But now you're actually a member of the compliance committee at this property?
Correct.
Okay, good. And how is AML training done at the Venetian?
We do a very in-depth AML training, especially in light with everything that's going on. I feel that we have, been always ahead of the game, I would say, because, the Venetian, before we were there, had its history in 2013, just about. So we've really have a very strong and rigorous AML program within all of the management that have to go through an annual in-person training that's, very in-depth with all of the new AML findings, right, that we see. And we set all the examples of what's happening in our industry, not only here in Nevada, but across the country, world. So we train all of the casino marketing. Every single casino marketing executive has to go through this, as well as on the operations, all of the managers and above go through this training.
And what level gets the in-person training versus a teleconference or a video training?
So everyone in casino marketing has to do an in-person training. We have Norman Richardson. We also have Jason, a few others from the team that lead that. I mean, we have obviously multiple sessions, but everyone on casino marketing has to do that in person.
Good. Glad to hear that. As far as your application, very impressive. Your time in gaming industry around the world is extremely impressive as well. So based on your background and your education and all of your time involved in gaming, I'm very happy to support your application. Thank you for being here. Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for being here. You have a very impressive resume. This is your first license here in Nevada though, right?
Yes,
And you've been licensed in other jurisdictions?
it's a different license, but professional management license, which is not nearly as thorough or have to go in front.
That was my next question. How would you compare the experiences?
Night and day.
Can you elaborate?
Well, over there, it was more of almost like a course
Mm.
that I have to take with at the time, the compliance heads there, and that we go through all of the different regulation, and it's not a background check and coming in front of the commission and the control board.
Got it. Got it. Very good. So do you report directly to Patrick Nichols?
I report directly to the CEO, Patron.
Okay. And you've got, as you mentioned, several people report directly to you. Would you say hello to J.R. Rahi for me
Yes, I will.
when you see him?
Yes.
I haven't seen him in years, but please say hello to him for me. And Cornell University,
Yes.
how did you like that experience?
I loved
Being
it.
up there in Ithaca, New
Yeah, in
York?
Ithaca, New York, coming from Miami, it's the frozen tundra. so
Yeah.
It was a bit cold my first winter there, but it was great. And also had the opportunity to go back last year in the winter as I did a certificate program as a general manager's program in the hotel school.
Well, very good. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves, for your affirmative presentation and your background. And I did have a question about, I saw in the files you have like you mentioned you did some consulting on the side when you're, I think, waiting when you could get back into the industry. You still have Imperia Hospitality and Imperia Casino. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, I have two LLCs. So one is the Imperia Hospitality, which is active, Imperia Gaming, which is not active, but it is active. It's just not functioning. So Imperia, I started with Caesars Entertainment. Imperia is Empire in Italian. And I have my parents-in-law that actually live in that part of Italy, which is wonderful place to visit. So that came up with the name, and Imperia Hospitality. I used it for the consulting, but also for passive investments.
Understood. And so currently then you still have them, but how involved or engaged are you with that in your current role? And
I just collect the K1s and send them to the account.
got it. I was curious on that. Thank you. You mentioned the communities and schools. Thank you for serving the community in that role. How do you see the future of the Venetian and how things are going right now and going forward? Anything you can share with us on that regard?
Yeah, it's exciting. I think you've seen a little bit in the news of the multi-year transformation that we're doing. We're in the process of doing, investing over $1.5 billion into the resort. Luckily, the numbers have been great. We've been very successful in the last couple of years with the Apollo ownership, and also Q1 of this year. Of course, as you see what's happening in the world, we're just cautious for the summer, but we're really excited for the years ahead and lots of great restaurant openings and brand new suites that are coming online.
Great. No, yeah, we have a great background, and I was interested that you transferred to Cornell. So what precipitated that transfer? Did you know you wanted to end up there, or how did that?
Yes, I did. When I graduated from high school, I had a scholarship at Loyola, and I thought it was a great opportunity to go and really, it was a business administration undergrad, and wanted to make sure that's what I wanted. And then when the time came, I had, Dean's List 2 out of the 3 semesters. So I applied to the business program, Applied Economics and Management at Cornell. And it was a great opportunity to get in. It was pretty exciting when I got the acceptance letter. So there was no doubt that I went. My father didn't like it so much because of the scholarship going away, but it was well worth it.
And then last, how did you first get engaged in working with the kind of Caesars group and getting into gaming in that regard?
Well, so it was actually someone that was before you in March, I believe. Eric Hession was from Cornell, and he was recruiting. So they recruited at Cornell. It was a fun session for finance majors. And I had some friends in the hotel school that said, come over to this, you'll love it. And I went, and they were actually there he was there in person, and interviewed with him. Then they flew me out to Las Vegas. I convinced them to give me 2 nights instead of 1, since I was coming from Ithaca. Stayed at the Flamingo, and the rest was history. They gave me the opportunity to start in Atlantic City or here in Las Vegas. And I said, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna start in Las Vegas.
Good for you. I was curious how that started, but good. You have a very thorough background investigation and very qualified. Happy to support your application and wish you all the best and continued success.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything else we need to know?
No, I'll echo his comments, thanking Senior Agent Missy Lundeen. She's always super friendly and professional and great to work with.
Great. Thank you both for being here. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 6.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Good luck. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 7, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Paige Fertitta for finding of suitability as an officer and director at Fertitta Entertainment, Inc.
Good morning, still Ms. Vermees.
Good morning, still Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Paige Fertitta. To her right is Steve Scheinthal. He is he's a director, senior vice president and secretary of Fertitta Entertainment. By way of background, Ms. Fertitta's application was originally a preliminary suitability application under Regulation 4100. At the end of April, Tillman Fertitta, the sole director, president, owner of Fertitta Entertainment, was appointed by President Trump to be the ambassador in Italy and San Marino. As a result of that appointment and due to government requirements, he had to step down from his roles with Fertitta Entertainment. So Ms. Fertitta was appointed as a director and president. We are super grateful to Senior Agent Jamie Tan for working quickly with us to amend the pending application so that the preliminary suitability application could be converted to a permanent application and licensure. There were no areas of interest or concern with her investigation. She does not have an affirmative this morning, but she's certainly happy to answer any questions that you have or provide any background that you might like to have. Before we get into that, though, I do understand that the board was interested in knowing the employee count for the employees that work under the Fertitta group of companies. As you know, there's 3 casinos here in Nevada, the original Golden Nugget Laughlin, and then the most recently acquired Golden Nugget in Lake Tahoe. For those 3 properties, there are 2,300 full-time equivalent employees. The Fertitta brand also owns several restaurants, and of the various restaurants that are here in Nevada, there are 500 full-time equivalent employees. And with that, I will open it up to Ms. Fertitta.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time with me this morning. I'm not used to this, so bear with me. I would like to have picked up some of the charm from the gentleman from Germany, but I'll do my best. I did learn that at 66, I am in my golden years and I should be retiring. And here we are.
If you were in Germany.
Therefore, I'm staying right where I am.
Understood. Well, pleasure having you here with us this morning. And Ms. Vermees went through all the employees that your companies provide opportunities for here in our state. So we appreciate that. Thank you for that. We have a very detailed write-up on your application, and questions I had relate to what your involvement is going to be, and just want to do some of that for the purposes of the record. It's my understanding that you're not going to have any involvement in the day-to-day operations, correct?
Correct.
And of course, that would go for any Nevada gaming properties as well.
That's correct.
Okay. And so what are your duties or your roles with Fertitta Entertainment? What do you do for the company?
So what I'll do is I'll be in board meetings. I'll be available for meetings. I'll be available for questions, I'll visit the properties. I will rely on those who have been operating the businesses as it's pretty much status quo. They do an incredible job. While Tillman may be otherwise occupied, don't think his eye is off the ball. And I will refer to him for anything I'm concerned about or not sure about in that role.
Thank you for that. And of course, congratulations to Mr. Fertitta on his new opportunity to be over there and represent our nation in Italy. So congratulations to him. And then Mr. Scheinthal, I understand that with you and Mr. Leem and Ms. Fertitta, between the three of you, you will be overseeing, not doing the day-to-day operations at all the properties. And primarily, I'm talking about the gaming properties here in Nevada, but it'd be your oversight role. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me how that works between the three of you in terms of strategy and approvals. Is this a monthly type meeting, a weekly type meeting? How is the structure of your triumvirate board making decisions?
So excellent question. And this is new to us as a result of Tillman's appointment as ambassador. I've been with the company for over 32 years. I've been licensed in Nevada for north of 20 years, licensed in another 6 gaming jurisdictions. I've been general counsel for over 32 years. Rick Leem's been the chief financial officer for over 21 years. We office right next door to Tillman. I see Rick on a daily basis. So in terms of strategy, et cetera, Rick and I are talking essentially every day. Jerry Del Pret, who on the gaming side offices with us as well. And so, daily we talk about things, we get reports, and we have discussions. And the new component is that we used to office next door to Tillman. And so with him not being there, when things come up, typically day to day, the property heads will make all the decisions. If there's an issue in terms of capital expenditure, et cetera, they'll let us know. We'll create a list. We'll call Paige. We'll talk to her. If it needs to be on a daily basis for certain things, great. If not, probably weekly or monthly. We will be talking to Tillman. He told us his day ends at 6 a.m., which is 6 p.m., which is 10 a.m. our time. And so he's available for discussion. So as Paige said, I don't think, even though Tillman will be ambassador, he's still the equity owner along with Paige. And so he will still have some say in the direction and expenditures of the business. But day to day, we'll be making decisions. Like you're going to see potentially a reality TV show involving the Golden Nuggets. So something.
They already had one.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was with Tim and Tom, but this is a new one that we met recently, and in the next 6 months you might see about it on A&E.
Great. Well, pleasure having you back in front of us again. As you said, you've been licensed by the Gaming Commission on several occasions. And Ms. Fertitta, my understanding is you've been found suitable by other gaming jurisdictions. We have all that information in our investigative report as well. So only other question I had for you is, tell us a little bit about your foundation and what causes that support.
That supports a number of things, education, children, what all does it support? I mean, we're pretty open for healthcare for children, and again, education, and those who come before us requesting help in other ways.
That's wonderful. Well, congratulations on that as well. I didn't have any other questions. I'm very happy to support your application, and based on your role that'll be with the company, very comfortable with supporting all your applications today, and look forward to great things from you and the company as it moves forward. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for being here, Ms. Fertitta. I appreciate you being here in person. It's always easier for us to communicate that way.
Well, the weather was beautiful. The best I've ever seen here.
Very nice, very nice. So you're still based primarily in Houston?
Yes, in
Oh,
Houston.
very good. And I was just curious about the, do you know anything about the wind shares that Tillman is purchasing?
Yes,
What's the plan there? Can you shed any light on that?
plan is to stay steady. Do
So
great things.
let me say this, currently, the Fertitta Entertainment, Tillman, page, they are G filers, which means that we're a passive investor. And so long as we believe that management is engaged in the right steps to provide value to the shareholders, I think we're okay with that. And we'll see what happens. You know, right now.
I heard
Tillman's-
through the grapevine, Tillman was not happy with the direction of the board and some of the things that are going on there. So can you make some news here today, maybe?
No, no, no.
I tried.
We're
I tried.
We're a G filer, and Tillman's in Italy. And
Okay.
he is our U.S. ambassador to Italy,
Where exactly is he based? Where's the consulate there?
Rome.
That's right in Rome. Okay, great. And is he going to help select a new pope in any way? or-
We'd like to.
So are you involved with the Houston Rockets at all? or-
Yes.
You are?
Well, I go to the games.
Okay, all right.
Day-to-day operations, no. Our son Patrick is very involved with
Uh-huh.
them.
Well, I'm sorry they just got bounced out
That
of
was
the
rough.
playoffs, but
That was rough with Golden State, but we
Yeah.
made it to 7 games and held them. So that's a lot to be said for a young team. I look forward to being out here in July for Summer League.
I'm a big fan of the Rockets. And,
Thank you.
I watched all 7 games. And tell your son they need an outside shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got to open up the floor. Sengun is a good rim protector,
Right.
but they need someone to, besides Dylan, he's not getting it done. And Green he had single digits in 3 games. That's not going to cut it.
No.
So you need somebody to
Make
get that
points.
outside shot and open up the floor a little bit.
I'll let him know. He would love to sit and visit with you about that.
I'd be more than happy to.
I'll let him know.
Paige is more involved than what she's letting on, you know, uniform selection, colors, promotions, maybe not in terms of basketball operations.
Drafting.
But no,
No?
but
Okay.
business, you know, appealing to the customer.
Right.
Types of things.
Well, and the
is-
Rockets, the community involvement with the Rockets also.
The Rockets have their own foundation as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's very nice. And I thank you and appreciate your philanthropic endeavors as well. And Tillman does a lot of that and through the Rockets and other ways. So we do respect and appreciate that. The other thing I was curious about was the, what is it? He's a husky mix, the dog?
Yes, so I have dogs and they are just dogs. They're domestic dogs. They're not guard dogs, although they are very protective.
Sure.
They do love me very much.
Of course.
We have our house is gated. We have security there at the front gate 24/7.
Right.
Everybody knows we have dogs. And to check in before you come in case they're out. And the problem is there's one little Chihuahua type that sounds the alarm and the big ones.
They get excited.
Yes, and there was an unfortunate situation where the sweetest one of them all jumped on somebody that came in unannounced, and it was unfortunate. It was an accident.
It's not the dog's fault. It's the guard's fault that's supposed to be
Yeah,
watching
there
the
you go.
dogs.
Yes. So I think everybody's okay, but we do everything we can to not let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're just doing what dogs do and territorial, you know, and
Yes.
protective. And so it's incumbent upon the guard there to kind of keep an eye on
Yeah,
who's on the property and where is the dog.
There you go.
So, you know.
I'll let him know you said that.
Yeah, I mean, well, my concern is that I don't want animal control to come in there and
I
say
don't
after
either. And
3
that's-
bites, we
I
need to
don't
put the
either.
dog down, you know,
No, I agree.
that would be terrible.
Do you have dogs?
Always, my whole life, yeah.
Yeah, so you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm a dog whisperer.
Mm.
So if you need some help with
I need
that,
you to come whisper to that little one.
I'd be more than happy to. So that's all I have. This application was thoroughly prepared by Agent Tan and under the supervision of Nathan Allen and David Bradford. So I don't have any concerns or any questions other than that. It's a very clean application. I'm honored to support your application.
Member Sindall.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and sharing with us and your background. I did want to add, it was stated you haven't been licensed in Nevada before, but you have been found suitable in Colorado, Louisiana, Illinois, Mississippi, and New Jersey. Does that sound correct? Yeah. And my understanding is you mentioned your ex-husband is in Italy, but is your intention when he finishes the ambassadorship that he will return to his duties? It sounds like I don't know if we really touched on that. I just wanted to make that clear.
We'll see how comfortable I've gotten.
Let me say this, there's no official agreement, but he's the equity owner. And so if he ultimately decides to vote his equity in favor of that, it'll happen.
Gotcha. And that was the other thing. My understanding, you had a divorce, but still the kind of financial decisions that are made over your guys' investments generally are held by Mr. Tillman Fertitta.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I trust him, and he does, you know, we will discuss some things, and a lot of things don't need to be discussed.
Gotcha. And then my understanding is you do a lot of special projects, whether that be at the various companies or businesses that you own. Does that include then, have you done some renovations or special projects, beautification work at any of the Golden Casino, the Golden Nuggets?
At the Golden Nuggets, I see it. I'm not like as involved as the day-to-day, you know, the design meetings. I do love that part of it, and I am involved in it in some of the other properties, hotels and things we have. I know we're doing a few things right now at the Golden Nugget here, but there are some rooms, suites.
Gotcha. Well, appreciate you being here, and you're very qualified and background is very licensed. I'm happy to support your application and happy to have you be more involved in the casino business in Nevada, and wish you nothing but continued success. And I hope your dogs are able to live peacefully in your neighborhood
Me
down
too.
in
Well,
Texas, and there are
thank
no
you.
more future incidents.
Thank you. I agree. We're working on it.
Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Great, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you. Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Maurice Wooden for licensure as a key executive at Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeser.
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, members of SOD, Sendall, Madam Secretary. I'm Dan Reeser with Fenimore, and I'm appearing today with Maurice Wooden on his application for licensing as the president of Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC, doing business as the Fontainebleau Las Vegas. And I am pleased to be here and introduce him to the board. He is here with me at the dais, and we appreciate the board's professionalism and diligence in processing the application. And particularly, we want to call out Chief Rippey, Deputy Chief Matt Doyle, Supervisor Eric Kaufman, and a very special shout out for Senior Agent Burke, who was very patient with an accountant and working with us on the application. And with your leave, Chair, we do have an affirmative presentation.
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Before the board and the commission is Mr. Wooden's individual application filed April 18th, 2024. His application was filed pursuant to NRS 463-5735 subsection 3, following his appointment as the company's president on January 31st, 2024, and subject to extensions that were granted by Applicant Services Coordinator. Mr. Wooden was born at the Hamilton Air Force Base in Nevada, California, while his father was serving in the United States Air Force. He is the second of 3 siblings. After retirement, his father was employed in computer sales, and his mother was a volunteer, a hospitality employee, and a homemaker. Mr. Wooden graduated from Bloom Trail High School in Chicago Heights, Illinois. He completed 3 years of his business degree program at the University of Oakland. But the neon lights of Las Vegas beckoned, and instead he pursued a career in the gaming and hospitality industry that has spanned more than 30 years. Mr. Wooden joined Bally's Hotel and Casino in 1987 as a food and beverage cost analyst. Within 6 months, he was recruited to the same position at the Golden Nugget, Las Vegas, where he was employed for over a decade in various positions. Those included Vice President of Food and Beverage, Vice President of Hotel Operations. In 1999, Mr. Wooden was selected to be the Executive Vice President of Operations for the recently opened Beau Rivage Hotel and Casino in Biloxi, Mississippi. A year later, he returned to Las Vegas as the Vice President of Casino Marketing for the Mirage Hotel and Casino, a position he held for a whopping 90 days when he was appointed as the President of the Golden Nugget, Las Vegas, where he served for 6 months, shy of 5 years. Shortly after its debut, Mr. Wooden joined the executive team at the Wynn Las Vegas, serving from October 2005 to January 2007 as the Executive Vice President of Food and Beverage. He was advanced to Chief Operating Officer for the Wynn, a position he held between January 2007 and February 2013. That month, he was promoted to President of the Wynn Las Vegas, where he had responsibility to supervise the resort hotel operations of both the Wynn Las Vegas and the Encore Las Vegas, a position for which he was licensed and found suitable by the Nevada Gaming Commission. In February of 2018, he was appointed a non-executive director of Wynn Macau Limited. On December 21st, 2018, Mr. Wooden voluntarily resigned as the president of the Las Vegas Wynn. He had a contract severance, which was subject to a 1-year non-competition agreement. Given his non-competition obligations, he spent the next 30 months in, quote, retirement, end quote, and riding out the pandemic. Although he was engaged in the management of family business investments, including, as your summary probably indicates, Pono Partners, which is involved in residential real estate development in Maui. Mr. Wooden became the president of MR Management in May of 2021, which ultimately acquired Original Fit Factory USA, a fitness lifestyle company, in March 2022. In May of 2023, Mr. Wooden was appointed the president of Luxury Development Landries, a Tillman Fertitta company, where he was evaluating development opportunities for the Post Oak hospitality brand. In January of 2024, Bowtie recruited Mr. Wooden to become president of the company. I'd like to also recognize that General Counsel Stacy Michaels and Ms. Suba, who is the Director of Gaming Regulatory Affairs, is present with us if there are some corporate questions, but I'll now cede the floor to Mr. Wooden, who wants to share some observations on his role with the company, report on the operations of the resort team, and recent marketing initiatives.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wooden. Pleasure to have you.
Chair Hendrick, members Assad, member Sandal. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you a little bit about what we're doing at Fontainebleau Hospitality. Proud to see where we are today and share with you that, we are continuing to grow and ascend into much better occupancies, much better contribution from customer visitation in our restaurants, all throughout our resort. Our convention and group business is continuing to grow. We are a much different property than we were in 2024. I was fortunate to join the team in late 2024. The narrative and the conversation about the property wasn't very positive at the time. And there was a lot of changeover in leadership. And I think there really was an identity to Fontainebleau Las Vegas. I think a lot of people from back east know a lot about the Miami property, but certainly in Las Vegas, it's different. When you open a property in Las Vegas, the competitive set is everybody has great product and great experiences. And so one of the key initiatives that we had early on when I first started was we have to let people know that Fontainebleau is here and what Fontainebleau is all about and what the experiences are here. And let's tell the story and let's people feel an emotional connection to this property, whether that's through different advertising, which did not exist early on, through social. And, many people now know today that people of all ages are looking on TikTok and Instagram, and, they're looking at presentations through media that really connect them to what they want to do, whether that's shopping or going to a vacation or certainly coming to Las Vegas. So that was important to us because I thought we would have an opportunity to start to share with people that this property is something very unique and it is very special, and the design and the decor and the development was beautifully executed. And so as we ramped up through 2024, one of the other things that we also identified is it's different being a little bit further down on the north end. And, the foot traffic isn't like being center strip. And so the invitation to get customers in the building, we had to have an entertainment policy. And so there was really no entertainment, although we had a beautiful entertainment venue. We have one. It seats between anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000 people, depends on the seating arrangement and style of entertainment we have in the theater. So we started an entertainment policy, and for the first 4 months, we had maybe one act. And for the last 6 months, we had 54 entertainment acts in the Blue Live Theater. And really 90% of the people that come to those shows aren't staying with you on your property. They're coming from somewhere else. A lot of time people coming to the show, it was their first time in a property, and being able to see something different, something unique, and really challenge the customer coming in the door to say, why am I staying somewhere else? Why shouldn't I stay here? And then we really emphasize service, because I think Las Vegas forever was built on service. And it was always about being able to recognize somebody in the property when you returned from the last time you were there. And it's one thing about the beautiful decor and the beautiful design. It's unbelievable. But the magic ingredient is the employees and the 6,300 people that make the place come to life every day. And so if we can lean into that with this beautiful new property, and we combine those two efforts, we can shift share. We can win customers. And so we've continued to see that. And I felt that especially in September of last year, you could start to see the momentum change. And so as we've leaned into the end of last year and then beginning this year, we've had 60% growth in our room occupancy, 60 to 70% growth in our food and beverage. Again, our convention and sales group has just been extraordinary in filling those. We have 550,000 square feet of convention space on property, but it's the team. It's the team of people. And that's the most important asset that we have. And I'm proud to be here to represent that team as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooden. And that was my primary question for you, was going to be how's business at Fontainebleau doing? So I appreciate the update. You've been involved in gaming and hospitality and entertainment pretty much your whole career, a very long time. How's your management style evolved over the past few decades?
You know, mine has always been different maybe from others, and I think we all find our own successful path. Mine has always been about recognizing the strength of people, and you have to understand what the weaknesses are of the people around you. And so you work with that, and you try and coach up and develop. I grew up playing sports, so I love being a team player, being involved in helping coach, but also love being just a part of the team. When we have leaders that are taking initiatives and they're taking point on whatever the responsibility is, I could be in the room and I sit and marvel and smile sometimes, and I'm an active participant and not necessarily having to be the coach. But that is really my style, is to want to get around the property, not always sit in the office, want to go out and talk to the people in valet, want to talk to the folks at the front desk, see people and let them know that they're appreciated. Love doing our town hall meetings that we have with all our leadership. There's over 400 people in our town halls. We do them every quarter, talk to them about what's going on in our business so everybody understands where we are. Let them have questions and answer session where we can talk and about, what they don't know or what they might want to know about. So it's important for me that everybody feels involved and everybody feels connected.
I appreciate that. And first of all, thank you for all the jobs being created. That's extremely important to us. As you talked about getting around and meeting with all those employees and seeing what they do, I know how difficult that is. There's only 400 employees at the Game Control Board, but it's important for me to try to get out, and I can't make it as much as I'd like to, just based on phone calls and emails and everything else. So I commend you on that. And one of the reasons it's important is not just employee relations, it's employee compliance relations. You've probably heard this body and the commission talk about being available so that the employees know that they're part of compliance. How do you see your role and what is your function in compliance committees, those type of things, so that everybody's staying on top of gaming regulation and other laws?
Absolutely. And for us, especially being a new property, we wanted to open with the highest standards, with the strongest compliance, understanding that, we would be under scrutiny and we would have a lot of regulatory, looks and evaluations. And even if that wasn't going to happen, we had to have the highest standards. And so what I love, my office to my left is the Chief Compliance Officer for our property, or Senior Vice President of Compliance. And to my right is our Chief Administrative Officer, and she's actually our General Counsel. And so she's actually the Chief Compliance Officer. So I'm right in the middle, and we talk compliance all the time. And the person that's in charge of marketing and gaming constantly in the office of our compliance officer, making sure, and she's right down the hall. And so we are actively participating in conversations about compliance all the time. In fact, we take an approach where we will self-report more often than not, or we'll at least, through our compliance officer, let the board or let the investigations team, enforcement team know if we have any kind of issues. And they will come down, or they'll say, thank you for letting us know, and we appreciate that. So we take every initiative possible to make sure that we're staying compliant.
Good. That's obviously important for us to hear, right? Because at the end of the day, we want to have these conversations on the front end, not on the back end. And so do appreciate you making that top of mind. And Ms. Michaels, appreciate you being here and keeping that as not just a burden on the company, but something that understands that compliance is what makes this industry function so well. So very important to this body. As far as your application, you've been through the licensing in Nevada before. It was great to have it updated and learn a little bit more about you and your recent history. And I'm certainly very comfortable supporting your application and appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Chairman stole all my thunder. Pretty much covered everything I wanted to cover. So I just maybe hit a couple of highlights. Your knowledge, your experience in gaming is long and stellar. Agent Burke did an excellent job preparing us with her report. I just want to comment and appreciate your innovation. You were one of the first properties on the strip that allowed locals to park free for 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is. And I think that I get a lot of complaints on that from people and friends that why they don't like to go on the strip and have dinner because they don't want to pay $20, $30 to go have a meal. And I think other properties could learn from your example and maybe make an exception for locals who want to just go out and maybe catch a show or have dinner without having to pay $20, $30 just to park the car. I mean, I can understand doing it, you know, for out of town folks, but I don't think locals should be penalized for wanting to enjoy a beautiful property like the Fountain Blue. It's got some fabulous restaurants, Mother Wolf, Don's Prime. You don't get any better than that. So more locals would probably really enjoy going in there and partaking of that experience. Agent Burks showed no areas of concern, no derogatory information. You're competing very well. We see the numbers. It is difficult being on the north end of the strip, but I think eventually that part of the strip is going to get built up, and you know, it's going to do very well, just like Center Strip will eventually. So you're so right about what you said with regard to the employees are central to any success that any property might have. Most of the strip properties offer pretty much the same amenities, you know, great entertainment, great food, great accommodations, but it is the people and that can make the difference. I remember when I was a waiter, the owner of the restaurant once told me that no matter how great of a chef you have and how wonderful the food is that you're serving, if the waiter screws up and doesn't do a good job, those folks aren't coming back. And again, it comes back to what you said, that really is about the people that you train and employ and counsel and mentor. So I appreciate those comments. I'm in full support of the application, and I thank you for being here in person.
Thank you.
Member Sendall.
Thank you, Mr. Wooden, for being here and providing us your affirmative background, your presentation on your background. I kind of want to go back a little bit and talk about, you attended the University of Oklahoma. You were studying business. What happened there? And then how'd you end up in Vegas and involved in food and beverage? Can you give us a little bit of background?
I ended up coming out to Vegas on a summer vacation after 3 years and just never left, and found Las Vegas to be very fascinating and had never really been out west. And always heard my roommates in college, you know, fraternity friends that, you know, they were far more wealthy than I was, and parents had taken them on vacation out to a place called Las Vegas. And they always would come back and, you know, couldn't wait to tell the stories about their Vegas vacations and what they got to do. And so I'm like, I got to go see this place myself. So ended up coming out and found it fascinating and heard about a lot of growth that was on the horizon, and you know, just never left. And I can't imagine really having a career anywhere else than Las Vegas. It's such a very different and unique city, and being at the sort of the birth of or the rebirth of the city, when, you know, you see in 1989 the Mirage go up and change the landscape of the growth and development for Las Vegas forever. And to know that neighborhoods that never even were thought of in that day and time are developed and far beyond those neighborhoods now. And so there was no Summerlin, there was no Red Rock, there was no, I mean, there was a little hint of Green Valley, but, you know, to be honest with you, there wasn't much. And, you know, to be here and see the evolution of this city and know that this city also has more growth on the horizon, seeing, you know, the entertainment just explode and, you know, the sports and, you know, hockey. I missed that by a mile. Never thought hockey would work out here in Las Vegas. And boy, was I wrong. And I had another miss, which was a sphere, which I thought was sort of not a great idea. But to be quite honest with you, it belongs in Las Vegas, and it's such an essential, I think, iconic now, you know, unique item and unique experience to go to in Las Vegas. So I just love the evolution of the city, and I can't wait to see what else is next.
No, I appreciate that. And as Mr. Reeser, you know, pointed out when he was speaking about your background as well, as you sort of retired, but then decided, nope, that wasn't for you. You had more work to do, or did you get headhunted, or what happened?
So I did, well, interesting enough, you know, I'd always had a house and home in Maui for the better part of 10, 12 years, and would go down there when I had free time. My wife would spend 3 months of the summer down there when it's really hot here. And so we ended up having a relationship with Pono Partners, which is a good friend of mine's contractor. So I was really just an investor in that. But in 2021, there was a group that was putting together, you know, funding for an NBA team. And they actually had all the investors lined up. And one of the investors was a friend of mine. And she wanted me to really be her proxy as far as sitting at the table, understanding the business decision, and potentially being involved in the ownership or management on her behalf, as if in fact we end up getting this NBA team. We were very close, and that team ended up getting sold to Mark Lohr and Alex Rodriguez. We thought we had the deal done. And so, but the group I was working with is actually, the head of that was MR Management. And so he said, listen, I love working with you on that project. Can you come and be president of MR Management? And so I did that for a little while. He actually is the founder of True Fusion Studios, which are all the gym facilities, and he actually invested in some other companies. And so I was there for a while. But when you do this and you're in this industry, anything else, your day just does not go quick enough. You just feel a little bit bored, because there's just not enough activity, and there's not enough sometimes chaos. And so when the opportunity had come about, the Fertitta Group had reached out to me about working on their new project here on Las Vegas Boulevard. Beautiful development. One day I hope it does happen to materialize. But I understand right now it's just on hold. And I was very fortunate to go work for Tillman, which was my second time around with working for Tillman. But then the opportunity had come with Fontainebleau to come back and operate.
And that's been a pretty recent, right? Opening. Fontainebleau's been open.
So they opened in December 2023. And I started January 28, 2024.
And my understanding is you have like a almost 6-year employment agreement. So this is kind of a long-term.
It is. The reason of the term is there's an equity agreement that I have tied with that contract. And so because the equity probably wouldn't even trigger until 6 years, to have a 3-year employment really didn't make a lot of sense. And so it's like, probably should sunset my term of my agreement should sunset when my equity agreement was actually sunset. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have an equity agreement.
Got it. No, I appreciate that background. And you said you brought some people from Fontainebleau with you, your compliance individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything they wanted to affirmatively present on or address, or are they just here to support you?
They certainly can. I have our chief administrative officer.
They're nodding their head no, so I'll let them.
They're nodding their head no. Okay.
So.
They're the cheerleading term.
Got it.
There we go.
The chairman asked you a little bit about it, but my understanding is during the course of the investigation, you highlighted to the agent there are some real differences that you've learned since your time at the Wynn and that you're bringing now here to Fontainebleau. Could you elaborate a little bit? I think you kind of mentioned you're on the floor more. Is that kind of what I heard?
Yes. You know, and that is a big difference. You know, I think, you know, at the Wynn, there are, for me, you know, it's, you know, you look at the amount of just when I would say just area and responsibility. And so when you look at the complexity of like having to go from place to place, I would never have gone into the spa or salon. And those are areas I just never traversed through. I never had a service at the spa or salon. But I realized my responsibility is to every employee in the company. And so if I have to go through the spa or salon, I've got to go and say hello to folks, not necessarily get a service, but I have to be everywhere. And I have to make sure that, you know, for me, people know that for whatever reason, if they need an outlet or I can read somebody's body language to see something's not right. I know that person well enough by saying hello to them or sometimes seeing them so frequently, you know, when somebody is different. And so just maybe having their manager say to check on them. And if their manager doesn't check on them, have their director. If not that, then the VP, or if not that, our chief people officer. But it really is about getting around the building and making sure that I'm aware of all surroundings and all people. And tough to do in 9 million square feet, but I make it part of my routine to get around daily. And some days I don't get a chance to do that, but it is a big part of what I believe is my obligation.
No, and I appreciate that. And I think that's a great point and highlight. And thank you for putting that on the record. And I'm happy to support your application. And it was a pleasure reading your investigative file and all the great work you've done in the gaming industry, and kind of just hearing your thoughts too on your management style. It's very interesting. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Mr. Reeser, anything else you'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we submit that Mr. Wooden has satisfied the requirements of NRS 463-170, and we'd request your unanimous recommendation of approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 8.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Wooden.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, we've gone for a couple of hours. How is our court reporter doing?
She requested a 5-minute break after the next item.
Okay, let's do that. And then we've got 2 more after that.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and call non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Excel Entertainment, Inc. for a continuous or delayed public offering, and the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering.
Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Excel Entertainment. Here with me today, we have the CFO, Matt Ellis, and the Chief Compliance Officer, Derek Harmer. We're before you in connection with the approval for Excel's application for a shelf. They previously received a shelf in May 2022, which makes this their second application for a shelf. They have not previously used it, and they do not have any immediate plans to do so in the future. Of course, they want to have it on hand for general corporate purposes. I would note for the record that they meet the requirements of Regulation 16.115. They have a class of securities on the New York Stock Exchange with shareholder equity exceeding $10 million, and they have filed all required reports. We have reviewed draft number 1 of the order dated April 1, and we believe that is in proper form. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the shelf. Otherwise, what I'd like to do is turn it to Mr. Ellis, who will give you an update on the company.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. You absolutely went through everything I had on my checklist here for the purposes of the record. So thank you for that. And yes, good afternoon, Mr. Ellis. Pleasure having you here.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sindall. Thank you for having me here. I'm Matt Ellis, and I wanted to provide a brief update on the company. We recently published our Q1 results, highlighting another quarter of record revenue. We are also proud to have one of the strongest balance sheets in the industry with one of the lowest leverage ratios of debt to EBITDA. On top of that, the company continues to execute on its operational plans, highlighted by both growth in our routes and the opening in Illinois of the first Racino at Fairmount Park. With that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that update as well. Mr. Harmer, anything you'd like to add for the record?
Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Judge, and Member Sandell. Nice to meet you. I would just like to update that since we were here before you a year ago, our compliance systems are working very well. We just recently had our in-person compliance meeting in Burr Ridge, Illinois, where Chairman Nylander came out of his cozy house in Lake Tahoe and made the trip to meet us in Burr Ridge, and Member Fuchs came as well. And so the compliance systems are operating at a very high level. We're very pleased with the changes that we've made and we've demonstrated to you over the years. And the company's in really good shape. And I will say that we are disappointed to see Mr. Ellis moving on to another opportunity, but understand that it's a great opportunity for him and his family, and wish him well in his future endeavors.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Harmer, and always happy to hear good news. So thank you for that, and congratulations to you, Mr. Ellis, and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you.
Ms. Okerberg, as I said, you went through the elements and requirements of NGC Regulation 16.115, so we have that for the record. You've acknowledged that the order dated 4/1/25, draft number 1, is acceptable to you and your client, so I'm fine with that for the record. Judge, did you have questions or comments?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just thank you for being here, gentlemen. Always good to see you in person. I don't have any questions. Very straightforward shelf request. Special shout out to Senior Agent Candace Nishizawa. She did a very, very good job of preparing us with her report. I have no questions or concerns.
Member Sendall.
Thank you. Yes, it was a very thorough report, and as stated by Ms. Okerberg under Reg 16.115, you meet the requirements for the request today. I don't have any specific questions. I appreciate you being here and reviewing the report that was provided by the agents. Thank you.
Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
Chair Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the shelf order dated April 1st, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandell?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience for the last 3.5 hours.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good luck to you, Mr. Ellis. Okay, Madam Secretary, court reporter needs a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do non-restricted items number 10 and 11. And for those who are interested in our restricted calendar, we are going to, that can't start before 1 o'clock, but chances are it's going to be closer to 1:45. So if anybody needs to grab lunch between now and then, don't be concerned. We will not start at all unrestricted at least until 1:30. Probably a few minutes later. So we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. All right, let's go back on the record. And Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Genting Berhad for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of Peak Avenue Limited for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Genting USA Limited. You also have the applications of Genting USA Limited for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Genting Assets, Inc. It is also the application of Genting Assets, Inc. for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. And lastly, you have the application of Kong Tan for finding of suitability as a director at Genting USA Limited.
Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Genting Berhad and its subsidiaries. Here with me today, I have Kohan Tan. I also have Carlos Castro. And present in the audience, we have the Chief Compliance Officer, Jennifer Roberts. We're before you on this item in connection with a proposed reorganization. There are a couple of different steps involved. I have provided for the board members a before and after structure to show that what will occur for the transaction. If you look on the chart, you will see Peak Avenue Limited. Peak Avenue Limited will transfer 100% of its interest in Genting Assets, Inc. to a newly created entity, which is called Genting USA Limited, or GUSA for short. And then what will happen in the after structure is you will have Peak Avenue Limited, which will own 100% of GUSA, which will in turn own 100% of Genting Assets, Inc. The purpose of this transaction is to add that entity into the structure in case if it's needed in the future for a potential financing, equity transaction, or the like. And of course, if that were to come to fruition, we would be in contact with the board at that time. We also are before you in connection with the application for Mr. Tan as a director of that entity. He has previously been reviewed and approved by the board and commission, and also will be back before you in connection with his application as a director of Resorts World Las Vegas LLC's board. We have reviewed draft number 1 dated April 3rd of the revised order of registration. We believe that is in proper form. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the transaction. Otherwise, what we'd like to do is I will have Mr. Tan provide an overview for you of Genting Berhad, and then you will receive an update from Mr. Castro about Resorts World.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pleasure having you here.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Sendall. I'm Kong Han Tan. As you know, the Genting Group, which basically comprises Genting Berhad as the ultimate parent company, and its subsidiaries, is a diversified group. It's very different from most of the companies operating in Nevada and Las Vegas especially. We operate in 9 countries, and our businesses are primarily organized under 4 key divisions. The first and most foremost division is the Leisure and Hospitality division. Then we have Plantation and Property. We have Energy, which comprises oil and gas, as well as power generation, and we have Life Sciences. The Genting Group this very year, is celebrating its 60th anniversary. And as we enter into this new decade, we are very, very grateful to have come so far in 60 years. And in the next decade, we look forward to strengthening our operations and obviously consolidating our resources to ensure that we will have enduring successes for future generations as well. Resorts World Las Vegas will always remain a key component of Genting Berhad Group. And by way of an update of the Genting Berhad's performances in the last 2 years, from financial year 2022 to financial year 2024, the Genting Group showed a gradual recovery in revenue, rising from about $5.1 billion in financial year 2022 to $6.3 billion in financial year 2024. This basically reflected a steady rebound in global travel and leisure demand that obviously took place after the very sad COVID pandemic. For financial year 2023, the Genting Group saw stronger earnings momentum with our adjusted EBITDA reaching $2 billion. Although this declined marginally in financial year 2024, due primarily to rising operational costs, salaries and all that had to catch up because of COVID and so on and so forth. Profit before tax peaked at about $810 million in financial year 2023, but eased to about, again, due to cost, eased to about $750 million in financial year 2024. Across the 3 years, growth was primarily driven by recovery of business in our core segment, which is the leisure and hospitality segment. Since we last appeared before this board, there has been several significant milestones for the Genting Group that I would like to share. Notably, Resorts World Sentosa in Singapore, which opened in 2010, is currently undergoing a significant transformation program under what is called Resorts World 2.0. This will involve a total investment of about $5 billion. New attractions are being added. That would include a new waterfront lifestyle development featuring 2 new luxury hotels, additional retail and dining areas, and attractions which are targeted to be open by 2030. An oceanarium has been added. Minion Land, that cartoon series at Universal Studios Singapore, opened earlier this year. The group license to operate Resorts World Sentosa has also been renewed by the Singapore regulators in February 2025. Resorts World Genting in Malaysia, our original and home country resort, opened its 26 acres Genting Skyworlds theme park in 2022. This theme park features 26 rides, all in collaboration with the 20th Century Studios. In 2024, visitor arrivals at Resorts World Genting was just over 28 million. This is sort of close to the 2019 pandemic levels. We also have Resorts World Hudson Valley that operates 1,200 slot machines and electronic table games. And this is located 60 miles north of Manhattan, and they opened in December 2022. Earlier this year, just about 2 months ago, the group also opened our very first maiden Jakarta premium outlets. We currently operate 2 outlets, premium outlets in Malaysia. This is a joint venture between our group's property development with the US Simon Property Group that runs things like Newbury and so on and so forth. There's also been a lot of development in our oil and gas sector. We are currently building what will become the world's 9th floating LNG facility. This facility will then be producing gas from our gas fields in Indonesia. The FLNG keel was laid in February and is now 50% completed. We hope to tow the FLNG facility in 2026, late 26, and start producing gas in 2027. That itself is a 1.2 billion ship, and the total project for cost for that development in Indonesia is about 2.4 billion. We're also in the process of constructing a stem cell facility in Bali, in Indonesia. This is a collaboration with a US NASDAQ listed investments that we have named Cellularity. We are also very happy to say that we noted that recently, I think about a couple of weeks back, the state of Florida has just issued new legislation to allow the use of placenta-derived stem cells for treatment, orthopedics treatment, wound care, as well as and other tendons and repairs and so on and so forth. We are exploring the possibility of putting such a facility within Resorts World Las Vegas as well. And that will be a very pioneering move in terms of what hospitality means. It encompasses health and wellness and so on and so forth. With that very short, brief update, I'm obviously open for questions you may have on Genting Berhad. Carlos will be happy to take questions on Resorts World Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. Appreciate that update. Mr. Castro, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sindal, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you to talk a little bit about Resorts World and the state of our operation. So, as you well know, we remained compliance as our top priority, and that is represented in our bringing on Ms. Jennifer Roberts as our Chief Compliance Officer and creating that culture of compliance across the campus, starting with every one of our team members, reinvigorating our training programs, reinvigorate our message around see something, say something, and providing the ethics hotline as an avenue to report activity anonymously and efficiently and quickly so that I can get right to Jennifer's team for obviously review and investigation. Quite frankly, our casino business is in a recovery mode. We have taken a hit over the last 3 quarters, and we are looking to rebuild that business, focusing primarily on our slot business, which has dropped dramatically as well, bringing in a new Senior Vice President of Slot Operations, and he will be starting on June 1st. But we do see recovery coming in 12 to 18 months as that business ramps up, as we become more diligent in our marketing efforts and our sales efforts. So we're comfortable and confident that that business will return. In terms of our non-gaming business, hotel occupancy to hotel average rate, market segmentation is very strong. Our convention business is doing fantastic. We have just shy of 200,000 square feet of convention space. The catering business that's derived from that business is doing fantastic. It's very profitable. We have a wonderful sales team, a very hardworking group in that area as well. Food and beverage is doing well, but we have a lot of opportunity in food and beverage. It's one of the reasons we made a leadership change. We've brought in Joseph Wagner as our Senior Vice President of Food and Beverage. He is a long-time Las Vegas veteran, luxury exposure. Joseph and I worked together at Aria for a period of time. And so we hoped working with him and the team to really kind of turn around and elevate our food and beverage experiences. And we are having a complete overhaul of our retail operations. So I have brought in Leticia Espinoza, who is a wonderful and talented retail executive. And so she will be working to turn around and looking for opportunities on leases and our own retail outlets. And she, again, is a phenomenal individual. We tasked the team, as you can imagine, when your revenue drops precipitously, we tasked the team to look for cost efficiencies and cost savings. And so the team has really done an excellent job in going after those areas of inefficient opportunities. And so, again, just a yeoman effort by the team members. In terms of salary labor, we have made strategic adjustments to the cost structure and the organizational structure as a result of the drop in revenue. And so our goal is to, as that revenue increases, those positions that were let go, we intend to bring those back. We've reinvested into those positions that will be driving revenue and supporting revenue generation. So it's just a shift in the business model for the time being as we ramp up and return to profitability. In terms of security, the safety of our team members, the safety of our customers, we will never cut in those areas. We will never drop in those areas. In fact, we increased the security wages in Q2 to be more competitive with the market, to make sure we keep our team members in that area and reduce our turnover. So if I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Congratulations to you on your new position with the company. This board knows a lot about Resorts World, its structure, and very happy to hear that compliance is a top priority for your company. We know that now going forward. There were some leadership changes. Glad to hear that the employee situation is resolving itself, and you'll be bringing back employees, as you said, in the right areas. Employment is very important to this body. Compliance is extremely important. Congratulations to you, Ms. Roberts, on your new position. We know that you will keep it a priority for the company. As I mentioned on a prior application, compliance shouldn't be a burden. Compliance should be an understanding that that's what's necessary to make this engine and make this industry possible and so profitable. And we appreciate when companies understand that and make that part of their culture, as Mr. Tan mentioned as well. So thank you both for being here. I didn't have questions about the applications, the order, and Ms. Okerberg went through all of those. And so I'm very happy to support these applications. Mr. Tan will address you in a moment regarding your particular application, but you've also been in front of us. So I think that'll go very quickly as well. Judge, did you have questions regarding the applications other than Mr. Tan's application?
No, no specific questions. I just wanted to thank you all for being here in person. I appreciate that very much. And I have every confidence in the world that you've assembled a really good team and a new team. And I think you're moving in the right direction. And I don't have any doubts that you will be successful in my, 35, 40 years in the casino industry related in various capacities involved in it, outside of it, not regulating it. I've been here 50 years. Yeah, it's just the way cycles go. You know, the economy goes up and down, the casino business does well, and then they have dips for one reason or another. So I have no worries, no concerns that you're not going to bounce back. It's just going to take a little bit of time. You've got the right management team in place, and with the right marketing strategy in place, I think it's a fabulous property. It's gorgeous. And you've got the Fontainebleau, you know, kind of across the street. And there may be some other future endeavors to the north end of the strip as well. So just hang in there. I'm sure the property is going to do very, very well. You mentioned Joe Wagner, Senior VP of Food and Beverage.
Joseph Wagner. Yes, sir.
Tell me, I think I might know him, but that's a common name. Is he coming? Was he in Florida? Is this the guy?
Well, he's been in Vegas for a while. He was.
Is this Senior Joe Wagner or Junior Joe?
I believe junior. So he's a little younger than myself, I would say.
Okay.
He was at
at
the Wynn organization.
Venetian for a while?
Yes, he was at the Venetian for a while
Oh, yeah,
before he
that
was at
is-
Aria.
I know him. I
And
know
then
him.
was recently the last 5 years, he was leading the food and beverage operations at Bellagio.
Okay. Was he in Florida at any particular time?
Not in the last, I would say 15 years. Because
His father was a big executive at the Hilton, the one I'm thinking of.
Possibly.
Yeah, Joseph Wagner. All right. So, but anyway, I don't have any particular questions. I want to congratulate you too on your new position.
Thank you, sir.
And for Miss Roberts back there, congratulations as well. Don't be afraid to overrule those marketing people. You know, when they try to tell you that this particular player is okay and you see otherwise, just tell them I'm the boss. He's out of here. All right.
Judge, I think I can tell you that Miss Roberts is certainly well within her authority to do that and absolutely will if necessary. But I know she's got a great team behind her with a lot of great training, so I don't have any doubt that will be an issue. That will not be an issue.
That's music to my ears. Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. And thank you for both of your, all three of your affirmative presentations and background. I appreciate that and that being on the record. And the only thing I would just add to that, it sounds from what I heard that Genting fully supports Resorts World Las Vegas. And I appreciate your candid, commentary on the current status and the financial situation and all the efforts that Resorts World's making to move forward. As the judge sort of mentioned, these times, economic times occur, and obviously moving forward in a positive light. You've made some changes in leadership, and congratulations to everyone on all their new roles. And I'm happy to support from that perspective. I don't have any questions, and I appreciate everything that you've said here this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Ton, regarding your application, as Ms. Okerberg said, you've been in front of the board on several occasions. Most recently was March of 2022 for the new property. Didn't have any concerns about your application, but just did want to know, how's your role with Resorts World changed in the last, say, 3 years since you were before us last time?
The most important change, I suppose, is we created a board at Resorts World Las Vegas due to the last issues that we had. I'm now a member of that board, along with Chairman Jim Murren and people like A.G. Burnett and so on and so forth. I think we work very closely. I had some issues whether I will be barred from entering the country at the next time I come in, because border control will be wondering why am I coming into the United States at least once a month. So I need to resolve that. But otherwise, I think as a member of that board, we've worked very closely with a Zoom call almost every fortnight, and on a need-to basis as well. I think we've dealt with all the compliance issues. We undertook to find one of the best candidates for the CCO position. We've done that. We have all due to be trained further. We've all signed up for that as well. I believe Ms. Erica will testify that all the compliance remedial action that we've undertaken it on time. And I think Carlos mentioned that we will continue to live up to the standards where required of us. As a board member, I think the key thing that I do different from the other board member is to be a bridge between the board and the Genting Berhad board. In fact, they report back into the Genting Berhad board every quarter. Chairman Murren will actually address the Genting Berhad board live during a Zoom call. In fact, the last one, he actually traveled to Kuala Lumpur to attend in person, to meet all the board members and to basically give a very good update of what's happening here, what he wants to do, what he wants new management to do and so on and so forth. So I think this time around, we are basically on top of it. We will continue to stay on top of everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan. And yes, this body is very happy to see the new board of directors and everyone that's put their own personal reputation to be involved in it. So very happy to see that. Very happy to see that you're serving on that body as well. And I want to tell you, for me, we're happy to have companies like Genting Burhead here in Nevada, and building companies and beautiful resorts like Resorts World Las Vegas. That's important to us. And I want you to be sure that your leadership over in the home base understands that we're expecting growth here. We welcome growth here. We welcome good companies here. And we just expect everybody to play by the same rules. And that's good for those who are following the rules, and those who don't. All we expect them is to get back in line, and your company has done that. And you've proven that not only with who you've brought on, but you've spent a lot of money to make that happen, to build the right team and to go forward, and to have Mr. Castro here and the others. I welcome that, and I congratulate you on that, and certainly have no problem again supporting your latest application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge.
Mr. Tan, your resume is unbelievable. I mean, you're a director with dozens and dozens of different companies and boards. You started out back in '85 with a Bachelor of Masters of Law from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, St. John's College.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's like the Stanford of the West out here, right? I would say Harvard of the West, but Commissioner Krolicki would correct me. He's a Stanford guy, so I'm going to use the Stanford analogy. And then you Holborn College, London, UK, barrister of law. So your credentials are impeccable. Your guidance and leadership for this company is going to be held in good stead. I have no issues at all. I have all the confidence in the world that this company is going to be successful, and I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Member Sindall.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. And yes, I agree. Your background, you were licensed, I think, in multiple aspects in 2016 before the Gaming Commission was approved. And as the judge mentioned, you have multiple directorships and outside roles. Are any of those tied with your role with Genting, or is that all just separate?
Predominantly, they are all due to my position in Genting, but I do have some external roles. For instance, I'm the administrator of a charitable trust. I sort of created this trust 13 years ago. What I did was I leveraged on my experience in investment banking. There was then an opportunity to acquire a lottery company. So what I did was I raised bank borrowings to about tune of about 1.5 billion. I had a lot of friends from my investment banking days. They all loaned this setup that I created, another 500 million. And then we bought out a lottery company, and we endowed the entire lottery company to a charitable trust. To date, this particular charitable trust utilizes all the profits from the lottery company to build schools, to repair all the infrastructures in schools and all that. There's about 1,200 Chinese schools. We have built about nearly half of that. We've repaired almost half of that as well. We fund missionary schools. I'm from a missionary school, St. Francis. I was Jesuit school, as obviously. We do a lot of work on the Jesuit schools as well. So we're very proud of what we've done in Malaysia. The Ministry of Education themselves have actually recognized us. They actually get our support to actually pay the salaries of some of the teachers directly. And we do that on a monthly basis. Apart from that, I'm also the vice chairman of another trust, which is a temple, a religious body. We're now in the midst of building a Buddhist hall for meditations. And we do from time to time contributions to basically the aged and elderly and people with basically no hope of life, continued life. So those take up a lot of my time. We also set up this Center for Dementia Care. Because one of our key endeavor in the life science is pursuit of treatment of Alzheimer's. So we set up this Center for Dementia Care. We provide the pink ribbon training for caregivers. on a voluntary basis as well. So all those are also funded as a charity. So that also take up a bit of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's incredible work. Thank you for all your time that you spend doing that, along with all the amazing work you're doing with Genting and Resorts World. The only, and you're very well qualified and happy to support your application, is I wanted to also acknowledge, I read that you're the first non-family member to hold the role of CEO for Genting. Man, what do you attribute to that? I mean, you just mentioned all this wonderful charitable work you do, but I just want to say that's what an honor and congratulations. And what do you attribute to that?
Well, I suppose I've always, people always say that, will you be promoted? I've been with the company for like 18 years and never had a promotion. And the reason for that is obvious. If I get promoted, then I take over from my boss. So I'm due to retire a day before the commission hearing. I think I'm due on my 60th birthday on the 21st of May. And I think the commission hearing is on 22nd. So my boss probably took the view that if he doesn't promote me now after 18 years, I would retire. So probably he thought that a good thing to ask me to continue to stay because we still have a lot of unfinished work to do. I think today's registration of the GUSA marks the beginning of a very important journey for us as well.
Right. And I did read that in the materials, and I know we have another item and we're talking about both, but as far as your suitability for now, I'm more than happy to support your application and congratulations on all your success.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
I would just like to add a shout out to the agent, Agent Tori Park. She was wonderful to work with, very thorough, hardworking, and we really appreciate all of her efforts.
Great. Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 10.
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the second revised order of registration dated April 3rd, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Bring us to our last non-restricted item number 11, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Genting Berhad for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon again, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Genting Berhad. This application is related to the request for a shelf approval. This is Genting's third application. They have not previously used the shelf. They would like to have this on hand for general corporate purposes. I would like to incorporate by reference the financial updates that were given in the prior item for reference. And I would like to note that Genting meets the requirements of Regulation 16.115 for a shelf. They have a class of securities on the Bursa Malaysia Stock Exchange exceeding 10 million US dollars, and they have filed all required reports. And I would note we have reviewed draft number 1 of the order, which is dated April 3rd, and we believe it is in proper form.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. You checked all of the boxes, primarily the requirements for NGC Regulation 16.115, and acknowledge on behalf of your clients that you are agreeable to draft number 1. So thank you for handling all of that. Is there questions from board members regarding this item? Judge?
Thank you, Chairman. No questions.
Sendall.
I think you already said it in your affirmative presentation that potentially this, you're looking to expand and you've restructured the organization. Is that right?
That is right, yes.
Okay. No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Castro, Mr. Tan, anything else you'd like to add on this item?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Appreciate you gentlemen being here. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 11.
Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the shelf delayed public offering order dated April 3rd, 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, that concludes our non-restricted agenda. Our restricted agenda is supposed to start no earlier than 1 o'clock, but as I mentioned about an hour ago, board and staff and the court reporter need time to eat something for the purposes of blood sugar reasons. So we're going to be in recess until 2 o'clock, and we will come back and handle the restricted agenda. We are in recess. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record for our restricted agenda. And thank you for indulging us for a quick lunch break there. Madam Secretary, let's start with restricted. Actually, we have some consent items, don't we? Let me see here. We have several items on our restricted consent agenda today. For all of these items, the board's investigative agents have worked up detailed files that all the board members have been provided with. Those have been involving no areas of interest, no areas of concern were discovered during those investigations. And because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items on our consent agenda, the appearances of those respective applicants have been waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, would you please go ahead and read in the items on our restricted consent agenda?
Restricted number 5 is the application of Golden Gate Petroleum of Nevada LLC doing business as Golden Gate Ely for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations doing business at Sasquatch Tavern and Grill for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming doing business at Terribles number 454 for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Board members, are there any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda items? No. Any questions on those, Judge?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you.
All right, then I take a motion.
Yes, Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 5, 8, and 9 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert with the following condition for restricted agenda item number 5 only. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us now to restricted 1. But Madam Secretary, if you don't mind, let's read in both restricted item number 1 and restricted item number 2, and we'll take those together.
Restricted number 1 is the application of JP Papa Inc. doing business as Amore Taste of Chicago for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Joseph Papa for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted number 2 is the application of Chai Stadium LLC doing business as Amore Taste of Chicago for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Joseph Papa for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaynor. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Welcome back from lunch. Good afternoon. For the record, Jennifer Gaynor here with my client, Joseph Papa. He is the sole owner and operator of 2 restaurants, one in Henderson, one in Las Vegas, both entitled, as you heard, Amore Taste of Chicago, which, as you can imagine, features Chicago-style Italian food. He is here to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Papa. Nice to have you here. Tell us a little bit about both of these businesses. Push that button.
They're Chicago-style pizza places with Italian food as well.
Yeah, and how long have you owned them?
The one location, 20 years, and the other location, about 5 years, the one in Henderson.
And never applied for gaming before at either of these locations?
I never had bars. So I expanded the one on Durango and added a bar. And the one in Sunset, on Sunset, was a TGI Friday. So that had a bar.
Right.
So people were
The one on Durango was just a restaurant?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And you said you've had that for 20 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had any other licensed gaming establishments?
No.
And tell me about, we have something in our materials about an incident that happened at the Mirage quite a number of years ago, but tell me what your personal gambling habits are these days.
None at all.
None? Since when?
2007, 2008.
And why'd you stop?
Just had to focus on the pizza business for the most part. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so you don't gamble at all?
Maybe the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe the Kentucky Derby.
Kentucky Derby. All right. This incident I'm talking about at the Mirage, you don't have to go too far into the details, but tell me why you think it got to the level it got to before you got a hold of property and figured out a way to make arrangements for payment.
Just bad decisions. Got too much credit from the casino. And I made a payment arrangement with them and made it whole.
Did they contact you about making those payment arrangements before you heard from somebody else in the court system?
No.
Yeah.
And I became friendly with Bill Macbeth, who was the president at the time. And we, like I said, we made a payment arrangement. And
you paid it off in a short amount of time.
Yeah. He made it pretty easy on me.
Okay.
Actually. But I did pay it in full.
I understood that. Yeah, from the record. Again, this was 20 some odd years ago, so I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
When you were thinking about applying for this gaming license, did you consider a space lease arrangement with a slot route operator?
No.
Any particular reason?
I'm not too familiar with it. Nobody really approached me about that.
Okay. And have you already constructed or designed the bars that would accommodate these bar top machines?
One is the one that I built on Durango is, and the one on Sunset, we have to build it out.
The one in Durango, is it built in the property, or is it built off site? Or have you already cut the holes in the existing bar?
Right, the holes, the cabinets underneath, not the countertop yet, though.
Right. Yes. Correct.
We're ready to go.
How far away is that from being ready to put the countertop and the machines in from a construction standpoint?
I'm not familiar with the process, so, but the bar is ready to go.
Okay.
The cabinets are built underneath,
and I understand Rebel Slots is the company you're planning on contracting with?
Correct.
Okay. How many employees do you have at each of these two locations?
25 to 30. Part-time and full-time and part-time.
Understood.
Yeah.
Have you personally worked around gaming devices? I understand that you haven't been licensed, but in your previous jobs, have you worked in gaming establishments? How about your employees or your managers, your assistant managers? Do you know if they've worked at bar locations that had gaming?
Only a few have mentioned that they have.
Okay. And you attended our restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar last month, I believe, right?
Yes.
I assume you learned from that how highly regulated and I won't say complex, but I will say being involved in the gaming industry is.
Yes.
Okay, so that opened your eyes a little bit at that seminar?
Yes.
Okay, good. I may have a couple other questions, but I want to turn it over to my colleagues. Judge, did you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. No, I think you've addressed all the concerns I had as well, and I'm fine. Agent Marta Rosen did a good job. No major issues or concerns, so I'm good at this time.
Member Sindall?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Papa, for being here. You mentioned you've got the two locations, they're about 15 miles apart. Is that
I guess, yeah, 10 to 15.
okay? And do you intend then to visit both locations daily, weekly, or?
I do now, so I'll continue.
Okay. And then were you also, the chairman mentioned that you took the compliance seminar class last month. And then were you also made aware of the bankroll requirement?
Yes, in fact, I've spoken to Rebel about that as well.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're all set to make sure. Okay. And then you have a third business, I think an LLC. I think from what I understand the materials, it's more of like a restaurant management services, or do you have a separate LLC that I saw that you?
For the record, he had another LLC that he had created, but he has since closed it. He was going to open a third location, but decided not to.
Okay, thank you. I saw that. I just wasn't sure the purpose. And I think those were just generally all my questions, and good luck. I'm
Thank you
happy
so
to
much.
support your application, and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, regarding the incident to happen with the Mirage, again, I understand this was 20, 21 years ago. I have to tell you that causes me some pause. It's the time is important to me. If you were sitting here a year or two after that, I'd have some real concern. 20, 21 years later, I have less of a concern. Your background, obviously running the businesses, you've proven you can do that. You're hiring people, you're opening businesses in our community. Commend you for all of that. Biggest problem for me is when somebody doesn't become completely truthful to law enforcement, especially gaming control board agents. We don't have that situation here. The next situation to me is being involved in debts, particularly gaming debts. Yeah, but like I said, if this was a couple years ago, I'd be very concerned. Many years ago, I'm less concerned. And the fact that you are saying that you're not a gambler anymore doesn't sound like that's going to happen again. I can tell you where my comfort level is because you've been running these businesses, one of them for 20 years and the other one now for several years. I'm very comfortable in your ability to run a business. I would like to see you voluntarily have your assistant managers and managers attend our gaming compliance seminar. And easy to do, right? Easy to sign up for, easy to do, takes a couple hours out of your day. I don't think that's necessary as a condition, but if you told us that your managers and assistant managers would go through that, that would make me more comfortable knowing that they understand everything you now know, having gone through that restricted seminar. I'll tell you where I'm also at, and this is my own personal feeling, and I certainly want to hear from my colleagues. I'm leaning toward a limited license, which gives us the opportunity. It's not in any way a punishment. What it is, by using the word limited, we usually mean time limitation. And I'd be interested in a 2-year limited license. That gives you an opportunity to be involved in gaming, see how involved it is, work with Rebel Slots, work with the conditions of being a owner of a gaming establishment, which is something new to you, as you said. And so that's where I'm leaning. And Judge or Member Sendall, certainly happy to hear what your thoughts are.
I'm okay with that as well.
Member Sendall.
Hi, yes, I'm happy to provide that. I think Mr. Papa has shown some good change over the time, but I certainly am more than happy to provide that condition. Or is that something you're agreeable to and
Sure.
you would be willing to do? Do you understand what that means?
Not exactly, but
So the idea is if the Gaming Commission approves this at their meeting in 2 weeks, that your license would last for 2 years. So approximately a year from now, you would reapply to have it renewed, and perhaps at that time to take the limitation off so that it doesn't have a yearly requirement or a bi-yearly requirement that involves a little bit of cost for you to reapply. But it's an opportunity for you to come back in front of the board and commission in 2 years and say, here's what I've been able to do. Here's how the business is doing. Here's how my employees are doing. Here's how we followed all the gaming laws and regulations pertaining to being a restricted licensee.
okay.
And I would tell you too that there are a couple of former district attorneys on the Gaming Commission that may ask you questions about that incident that occurred 21 years ago. So the extent that you and your attorney want to go back and refresh your recollection, those two district attorneys would know very well how the process works on how matters get to the district attorney's office. And so to the extent you have records from 21 years ago, they may or may not ask you questions, but I would want you to be sure that you're fully up to date on what happened back in that year.
Okay.
Great. With that, unless anybody has questions or comments or other questions about conditioning, which I don't believe is necessary, as I mentioned for the record, I would entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, can I get clarification? We are not explicitly adding a 2-year limitation?
The
to this?
limitation.
Oh, with the 2-year, okay. Yes, Chairman Hendrick, I'd be happy to make that proposed motion. My understanding is we need to take both of these motions separately, so I will state the motions twice. Okay, separately. Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, subject to a 2-year limitation due to expire at midnight on the day of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in May 2027.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes as bringing to restricted item number 2.
Thank you. Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, subject to a 2-year limitation due to expire at midnight on the day of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in May 2027.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Both of those motion passes. Good luck to you, and I'm sure you'll be in front of the commission in a couple of weeks if they have questions.
Okay, thank you so
Great.
much.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring us, Madam Secretary, to restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Raiders Way LLC doing business as Carmine's Pizza Kitchen for a restricted gaming license and the application of Carmine Vento for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Light.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Womble Bond Dickinson, formerly known as Lewis Roker. I am at the podium by the applicant Carmine Vento. To begin, we would like to thank Senior Agent Joseph Lombardo for his work during the investigation. He is a credit to the board. By way of background, Mr. Vento is the sole managing member of Raiders Way LLC, doing business as Carmine's Pizza Kitchen, which desires to operate 15 gaming devices at its tavern. As your records will show, Mr. Vento has spent the last 50 years owning, operating, and branding restaurants in Las Vegas, and he has been licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission on multiple occasions. A random fact that I learned at lunch, Mr. Vento was the first person to sell pizza by the slice in Las Vegas. So with your permission, Mr. Vento would like to make a brief affirmative presentation on his background. And I also have a presentation on the square footage of the establishment. So I defer to you which one you would like to hear first.
Let's go to Mr. Vento. Pleasure to have you here, sir. Push that button next to you, the little red button.
Turn it on. You good? Yeah, you're good.
Good afternoon.
Hard of hearing.
That's okay. Good afternoon.
Said good afternoon. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Carmine Vento. I am the sole managing member of Carmine's Pizza Kitchen, which is located at 1395 Raiders Way in Henderson. By way of background, I have been involved in the restaurant business in Las Vegas for over 50 years. During this time, I have developed several brands, including Carmine's Pizza Kitchen, Carmine's Italian Kitchen, Villa Pizza, Instant Replay. Today, there are 4 Carmine's Pizza Kitchen in operation. 2 are owned by my sons. 1 is a licensee, and I own and operate the Raiders Way location. I opened the Raiders Way location in April of 2020 as a restaurant with beer and wine license. Since then, I have worked with the city of Henderson to add a bar and convert the establishment into a tavern license. If you approve my gaming application, I expect to open the bar with gaming at the end of the month. The hours operation will be from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Food service available for the entire duration. Children are not welcome, but are allowed in the bar area. I'm sorry.
I think that should say
Children
children
are
are
welcome, but not allowed in the bar area. The bartender will be trained to prevent underage gambling. I am responsible for overseeing all operations of the Raiders Way location. This includes managing staff, payroll, inventory. I am generally on the premises during peak times, such as lunch and dinner, most days of the week. As the location has been open for a few years, the staff are well-trained and know their duties and responsibilities. For gaming, I will use the services of Century Gaming, with whom I have had long-standing relationship to help manage the slot machines at the property. Besides my role at Carmine's Pizza Kitchen, I am a minority owner of Ventano's Italian restaurant, which is also operated in Henderson. I am not involved in the day-to-day management of this business, so it does not distract me from my role at Carmine's Pizza Kitchen.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure having you here with us today.
Thank you.
And as Mr. Light said, you've been found suitable or licensed many times by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Congratulations on your 50 years of being involved in our industry here and all the jobs that you've created. I commend you for that. I have no concerns at all about your personal involvement, being involved with a gaming establishment. You've done that for many years. Have no problem at all with your background, your probity. You've proven yourself to be a wonderful businessman in our community. My only concern is regarding the square footage. So Mr. Light, it's up to you now. Put your
Absolutely.
lawyer hat on and explain this to me.
And so I did print off a couple of photos that illustrate my points as I make them. So I'm happy to provide them to
Are
you.
these new photos or the
No,
ones
you
we
probably
already
have them in your.
We have them. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
So Carmine's Pizza Kitchen boasts a modern indoor-outdoor design that has a seamless flow between the interior of the building and the exterior cordoned-off patio. So of note, the interior of the tavern has 76 dining seats and a permanent physical bar where the gaming devices will be located. And the patio has around 60 dining seats. So the patio is key to the business's pleasant and attractive alfresco environment. And as such, significant capital has been invested into the patio with heaters, screening, lighting, umbrella awnings, and so forth. So accordingly, the patio is very much part of the overall business. Now, importantly, the interior has about 1,825 square feet available for patron use, and the patio has about 2,375 square feet available for patron use. So as a total, the establishment has over 4,000 square feet available for patron use. Now, for the following reasons I'm going to set forth, we assert that the tavern satisfies NRS 463-161 subsection 2A, which states, in a county whose population is 100,000 or more, a license to operate 15 or fewer slot machines at an establishment which is licensed to sell alcoholic beverages at retail by the drink to the general public may only be granted if the establishment occupies an area comprised of at least 2,500 square feet, which is open and available for use by the patrons. So first, Carmine's Pizza Kitchen satisfies the plain language of the Gaming Control Act and the Nevada Gaming Commission regulations, and let me explain. So as I noted, NRS 463-161 says the establishment must occupy an area comprised of 2,500 square feet. The term establishment is defined in the Gaming Control Act as any premises wherein or whereon gaming is done. And similarly, the regulations defined establishment as any premises where business is conducted and includes all buildings, improvements, equipment and facilities used or maintained in connection with the business. The term premises is defined in the regulations as land, together with all buildings, improvements, and personal property located thereon. Accordingly, under the plain language of the statute and regulations, an establishment is not limited to the interior of a building. Rather, it captures the land and its improvements. And in this particular instance, the patio is most certainly an improvement on the land, given the significant investments that Mr. Vento has made onto the patio. Second, we have reviewed the legislative history of NRS 4631612A, which was enacted in 2013, and we found nothing that contradicts the analysis that I just provided to you. That is, there was no mention of the square footage being limited to the interior of a building. Rather, the purpose of the legislative amendment in 2013 was to tackle the emergence of slot arcades and ensure that gaming took place in actual bars, taverns, and saloons. So the amendment underscored that gaming should be incidental to the primary underlying business. And Assemblyman William Horn noted at an Assembly Committee hearing, we have had establishments with restricted gaming licenses behaving like and directly competing with non-restricted gaming establishments. There are some establishments operating with a restricted gaming license as simply slot parlors. They have no bar, they have no food service, and often only one employee per shift. Gaming is not incidental to their primary business. So in the present instance, Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is a legitimate tavern. It has a physical bar, it has a robust menu of food, and it has an abundance of dining room seating. So this is precisely the type of establishment that the legislature would want gaming to have. Third, the city of Henderson considered the patio as part of the overall establishment when considering the design review, its compliance with the city code and the master plan, and its eligibility for a tavern license. In particular, the tavern was required to have a minimum of 100 dining seats. At a hearing in March of 2024, all 5 council members agreed that the layout that you have before you was permissible for a tavern license, and thus the seating in the patio could be included in the calculation of the 100 seat requirement. The tavern license was subsequently approved by the city at the end of 2024. Now, of note, the tavern is subject to certain City of Henderson conditions that further underscore that the patio is very much part of the overall establishment. And I'm going to list 3 of those conditions. Number 1, the tenant must provide a minimum of 76 indoor dining seats and 60 outdoor dining seats at all time the tavern is operational. Number 2, the outdoor dining seating must remain available at all times the tavern is open for business. Any changes to the outdoor seating must be reviewed and approved by the Community Development and Services. Any unapproved changes may result in the revocation of the tavern use. And number 3, all exterior climate control devices, such as heaters, umbrellas, misters, shall be provided and kept in operational status at all times the tavern is open for business. And fourth and lastly, in our discussions with board staff, it is my understanding there is precedent that supports our analysis. Specifically, I understand that other restricted locations have been deemed to satisfy NRS 4631612A based on the size of their patios and or rooftops. In particular, I understand a restricted location in the city of Las Vegas was approved in November 2021. However, that application was on the consent agenda of both the board and the commission, so I was unable to draw upon that for today's hearing. So to conclude, this is not an attempt to skirt the rules. The patio is integral to the overall business. Its al fresco identity and style. Significant capital has been invested into the patio and is very much part of the overall establishment. As a result, the square footage of the patio should be included in the Gaming Control Board's calculations. Moreover, for the reasons set forth above, This is consistent with the plain language of the law, the legislative history, the approvals granted by the city of Henderson, and we believe it is supported by gaming control board precedent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Light. Excellent presentation. Well, let me ask you, based on your reasoning, could this Carmine's Pizza have an entry door and then a bar with 15 slot top machines and then everything else outside? So about 150 square feet once you walk inside the door, where all you got room is to sit at the bar and play 15 machines. But if you want to do anything else, you got 2,400 feet outside.
No. I didn't do the Henderson licensing, but as I recall, just from the Henderson code alone, you have to have 76 dining room tables inside.
Understood, but you're talking about a zoning requirement. Let's talk about, you explained to us NRS 463.161 sub 2 sub A, and then you define that with the definition of premises under 463.0148. And you said the establishment includes everything, and then the premises includes even more than that possibly.
Yes. Yeah.
So under your theory, if somebody didn't have the Henderson zoning requirements, so take that off the table, your understanding would be that the establishment and the premises would be the entry door, 15 bar slots, and then 2,400 square feet outside.
Well, the NRS also requires a certain amount of table seating as well as a kitchen.
But you're going to tell me that can be outside.
The kitchen
doesn't count for
Sure.
public access.
I'd have to think about that hypothetical, but if it falls within what is permitted under both the Nevada statutes and the local ordinances, I'm sure.
Yeah, and
I see how it could be prohibited.
As I said, for the record, Mr. Vento and his business acumen and building this and building a new operation, absolutely no concern. I'm concerned about unintended consequences.
Sure.
Based on your reading of the word establishment and the word premises in 463, I just am very concerned about how slippery that slope is. If you get a municipality to say, okay, 2,300 square feet of patio is okay. Or what if we just cordon off part of the parking lot? That's okay. And Mr. Vento's business is beautiful. And what I've seen from the photos, beautiful. I have no concern about that. But the next lawyer who's going to come up here is going to say, well, Mr. Light explained to you very well in May of 2025 that you don't have to have anything inside the business. And I have not been able to go back and do all the legislative history, but the Attorney General's office did look into it. As you said, there's no bright line definition in the legislative history, but I've got to believe, from my understanding, they were talking about a business. They were talking about being inside the business. You went into the fact of having employees. Mr. Vento has employees. You talked about having food. He has that. So those don't concern me. But the square footage, as I said, you could get into a very slippery slope if it becomes, well, this patio counts or that patio counts, or what about using, as I said, part of the parking lot, part of the sidewalk. I don't believe that was the legislative intent. I wasn't elected, so I don't get to make that decision. But I was appointed to be sure that we uphold what their intent was. And I'm uncomfortable at this stage, not because of anything to do with the business, but just the data points I have in front of me. You mentioned precedent of the board. By the way, I don't think any of that's precedent setting. It's an example setting to point me to what the board did years ago, but it's not precedent setting. And I'm sure you're fully aware of that.
So here would be my thoughts. I mean, the board has a discretion to review on a case-by-case basis the applications that come before them. I think, as you've said, Mr. Vento has done a wonderful job here. The patio, he's put a lot of money into the patio. This is by no means a way to skirt any kind of requirements. I think this is more than satisfactory under the letter of the law. Yep. However, there may be others which are just trying to skirt, and I think you have the discretion to review that. I'm also willing to consider a potential condition that could say something similar to the city of Henderson, where, hey, if the patio isn't operational, there's no gaming. And then that would prevent people from doing a ruse, because they couldn't add a patio to get gaming and then not have the patios being operational.
I appreciate that. And let me be very clear for the record. I don't think there's any nefarious intent at all here. I think that what Mr. Vento said for the record is extremely clear and truthful. He had opened this business and he was trying to move it over into a tavern setting. I have absolutely no problem with that. I'm not imposing any any will that would be other than just truthful and him trying to expand his business. Have no problem with that. You mentioned, though, that if that patio isn't available, we had hail here yesterday in this part of the city. Doesn't happen very often, but it was decent size hail. What happened to Mr. Vento's customers yesterday when it was hailing outside?
I didn't know.
When it rained yesterday, was the patio still open?
Yes.
So
Show me the picture. I can better
yeah.
see the,
So
it's covered.
under the requirements of the Henderson, in order to operate his business, patio has to be open every minute that the business is operating.
Understand that, but you're saying it had to be open.
Mhm.
There was nobody standing out there while it was hailing. They might have been under the umbrellas ducking, but this was decent size hail and a lot of rain. My guess is they either went inside or they went home or they hid somewhere. Are you telling me that people stayed out in a hailstorm?
I don't know, but they have the option to do that.
They had the
if
option
they
to
want
do it, but according to just the Henderson rules, if it's hailing outside, do they have to stop serving alcohol?
No.
No,
If
because the patio is
people have
available.
if a customer wants to go to the patio, they can do so.
All right, I appreciate that. And thank you for indulging me, Mr. Light. Judge, do you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I think you've covered it all. The issue is kind of a close call. I was wondering, does the AG have any thoughts on this? By way of some condition or something that might alleviate our concerns?
Yeah, depending on the direction that the board wants to go, I can help you craft a condition along the lines of what Mr. Light suggested, or anything else that you are considering.
And I could also add that the commission and board have the authority and ability to enact new regulations that would prevent people possibly abusing the intent and, the rules going forward. So that could always be something for a regulatory workshop.
You mentioned something about the legislative history. Sounds like this had something to do with the Dottie's issue years ago.
That was my reading of it, yes.
And they wanted to come up with this 2,500-foot requirement to deal with the Dottie's issue.
So based on my recollection, before the legislation went into effect, there was a 2,000 square foot requirement in the regulations. Then when the NRS was passed, it was increased to 2,500. I couldn't really see any discussion as to why it was increased.
But from what Representative Horn's comments
Yes,
are,
it was
he
to
was
stop-
referring to Dottie's.
Yeah, it was to stop slop.
I mean, that's pretty clear. So, I mean, that seems like they originally had 2,000 square feet, but when Dottie's tried to get into the business, they wanted to make it 2,500 to try to reach some kind of compromise between the restricted licensees and non-restricted establishments like Dottie's. So, I mean, I don't know, 2,000, 2,500, it's not a big deal to me. I think I'm kind of in favor of coming up with some kind of condition that'll alleviate our concerns and get around the technical language of 2,500-foot requirement. As long as the patio stays open, I think that's a factor that persuades me as well.
And we'd be happy to work with the AG's office to prepare a condition or.
That's it. Thank you. Member Sendall.
Hi, thank you. And I appreciate the affirmative presentation and background and your analysis of the statute and the regulation. I understand your analysis of, the definition of an establishment as any premises wherein or whereon any gaming is done. And then you relying on the regulation 1.145, which defines premises as, quote, the land together with all buildings and improvements and personal property located thereon. And I am sort of focused on that word of improvement on the land, and looking at the pictures and the description of the outdoor area. It is clear to me that that is, not just a roped off outdoor area with a table, in the dirt. It is a very nice and sophisticated outdoor eating area with, up lighting. And the one question, it's hard to tell from the photos, and I have not visited this location personally, but these umbrellas look pretty large, where I would assume even if it's raining, you could potentially still even eat or dine outdoors. Could you shed on a little light on that? Have you?
The umbrellas.
Yeah.
They're large.
Yeah.
You could eat outside
Yeah.
or drink outside when it is adverse weather.
Yes, you could show me the umbrella.
She has a bit, you're correct, yes.
I believe they're about 14 feet wide.
Okay. And on the photos that I have, I think there's either 2, maybe 3, but at least definitely 2 large 14 by 14 kind of coverings.
How many umbrellas?
Sorry,
How many umbrellas?
I believe there's 6 right now.
Oh, 6.
And generally from my review of what you've provided on the record, I would be amenable to an order in this particular instance, with the acknowledgement that should somebody else come in front of this board seeking similar requests, that, it would need to be on a case-by-case basis, right? You would need to see the improvements to the land, the integration of the outdoor area as part of the establishment where people can actually use, and that it falls under the definition of, the establishment, a place where a patron can, reside or eat, available for use by the patrons under the statutory language. One thought on that too is, and I don't know if it's just as you were speaking and conversing with the chairman, is, are there any restricted locations or, locations where there's actually outdoor improvements done, where there's actually gaming devices outdoors on an area like that, in a patio area that you're aware of?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of anything. I mean, if it's fixed up so much and you almost have an outdoor bar and you could have some, some machines on there, I could see potentially where it's the right construction done, that it could potentially even be approved that way. And I don't know if there is a history of anything like that outside, something that I've seen at like a resort or something, but anyways, aside from that, and I don't mean to digress, as a potential condition, if I were to propose that we were to have something that the outdoor terrace consisting of 7,500 square feet of space must remain open and available for use by patrons at all times. Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is open for business. Would that be something that would be amenable to your client as a potential condition and limitation on a potential approval or recommendation for approval of a restricted license?
So yes, to me, but if we had a condition on the license that said the outdoor patio, which comprises of X amount of square feet, has to remain open in order for there to be gaming or even a business, would that be okay with you? Maybe instead of specifying the exact square footage, just in case they wanted to put some kind of a feature in there which reduces it minimally, we could finesse that language so we're not held to an exact square foot in the patio, but still recognizing that the square footage would absolutely have to exceed the 2,500. That would be my initial off-the-cuff comment.
Give me 1 second. What if we changed it to some sort of language that said the outdoor terrace must remain open and available for use by patrons at all times. Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is open for business, ensuring at least 2,500 square feet is open and available for use by patrons during the operation of the business.
Yes, if
There's like 1,800 feet inside, so.
if the 2,500 was tied to the entire establishment, yes, that's
Or
absolutely.
something like that.
Mhm.
So then it's not to your, I get what you mean. That's very specific. And should some sort of area get cut or something, I don't know, maybe you use outdoor area for employee back of house purposes, then you wouldn't meet that specific requirement. I would be open to something like that. I'll pass it on to my colleagues and see if they have more discussion on this and how they want to move forward.
So I'm not comfortable. I just feel, as I said, this is a slippery slope and I'm not willing to slide down that slope. I wished I had more time here. I wish this had been brought to the board's attention earlier. I understand that there was a lot of time spent with the city of Henderson to get the tavern license. But without me having more time to dig deeper into the legislative history, to know more about what was intended, the idea that the patio is open, as I said, it was open yesterday, but when it's hailing, I don't think that counts. People are going to either be inside or they're going to leave. And I believe the intention, and I wasn't a deputy attorney general or on this board back during the legislative change, but as you saw, it went from 2,000 to 2,500. So when it was a commission deciding the space, they said 2,000. The legislature said 2,500. We're going the opposite direction. And so I'm just not comfortable. Not to say that we couldn't come to some arrangement if I had more time, but today I'm just not in support of this because of what the unintended consequences will be. Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. I respect that. But I agree with Member Sendall that I think the condition would take care of my concerns as well. I believe you said that the patio has to stay open anyways through the Henderson requirements, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. As long as they keep the terrace open, that's fine. I can support it.
All right, then, does one of the members want to make a motion?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Second, the outdoor terrace must remain open and available for use by patrons at all times. Carmine's Pizza Kitchen is open for business, ensuring at least 2,500 square feet is open and available for use by patrons during hours of operation.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make sure it's clear that by shutting down the gaming, that does not satisfy the condition? In other words, the entire establishment must remain open, correct?
That's my understanding.
Are you concerned about the wording of the condition?
Just based on the discussion that has occurred, that shutting down gaming may satisfy the requirements of the statute.
Explain that to me again.
Well, in other words, if it's raining outside, with that condition, they can't just shut down the gaming machines. They have to shut down the business.
Well, that goes back to the Henderson zoning requirement, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Does that make sense, Mr. Light?
Yeah, effectively our hands are tied by the Henderson condition. It says, if you can't open the patio, you have to close the business, the entire business. So we could shut off gaming, but we'd have to shut the entire business. So
you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for the record, I am not comfortable based on this and particularly the condition having the patio area being opened. I think we're just opening up this game control board to saying what you mentioned earlier, Mr. Light, about the roof area being opened, the back door being open, the patio being opened. There's too many things that, to me, 2,500 square feet meant 2,500 square feet of the business. So I'm going to be voting no. But Mr. Vento, I want to be very clear for the record, has nothing to do about you, your business. It just purely has to do about whether or not gaming should be allowed in a establishment of this size. So, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
And I'm voting no. The motion passes 2-1. Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Light.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vento. Bring this, Madam Secretary, to number 4, correct?
Correct. Restricted number 4 is the application of Creatus Ventures 5 LLC doing business as Summit Tavern for a restricted gaming license and the application of Daniel Creatus for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick. Good afternoon, Member Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Victoria Noam with the law firm Greenberg Traurig. Here with me today is the applicant, Daniel Creatus, and my co-counsel, Erica Okerberg. We represent Creatus Ventures 5 LLC doing business as Summit Tavern. With your permission, Chair Hendrick, I would like to provide a brief affirmative presentation and then turn it over to Mr. Creatus to provide a brief overview of his background.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to first start off with the location and corporate structure. Mr. Creatus is the sole manager and member of Creatus Ventures 5 LLC. The location is approximately 5,000 square feet and will have 15 gaming devices embedded in the bar top. If the commission approves these applications, the team will work with the City of North Las Vegas to issue the local licenses following safety inspections. Mr. Creatus plans to open the tavern on July 1st of this year. The company has entered into a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations to be the slot route operator for the location. As to the individual application, Mr. Creatus has previously been licensed multiple times in Nevada. He has appeared before both the board and commission. Given that his last appearance was in 2019, I'd like to turn it over to Dan Creatus to provide a brief overview of his background and current duties and responsibilities.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members, Madam Secretary. My name is Daniel Creatus. Just a few things about me. So I've been working in the gaming business for 20 years this year, August 2005. So made it there. Had my second location in 2006 and then opened, went for licensing in 2019 for two more locations. One I opened in 2020, one I opened in 2021. Since then, I've actually sold those 4 locations in 2023. Before I did, I was in negotiations already with the developer for this property here, knowing that I was going to continue to stay in the business. For this role here, I'll be working full-time, probably about 36 hours a week once I get settled in. Obviously, the first couple of months, probably closer to 70, 75 hours a week. I know how this works. And from that, I'll remain as a key employee on this location with the intent of hopefully, if I get recommended for approval, to continue to grow the business.
Great. Pleasure to have you here, Mr. Creatus. And you answered my first question about how much time you thought it would take at the beginning and then after things start operating. So I appreciate that and understand that you're willing to make that time investment at this point. How many employees are you expecting to have?
Once we get settled in, about 12, probably have 4 full-time and then 8 part-time.
And who'll run it when you're not there? 1 hour a day, you're not there.
Yeah, so my district manager, Tisha Salvio, she'll be stepping in when I'm not there. She lives half a mile away, so she'll be handling all those. She was my general manager of my other locations, so she knows what she's doing. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Pretty straightforward application. No concerns were noted. No derogatory comments, no issues. So I don't see any problem. I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you, sir.
Member Sindall.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today and your affirmative presentation. There's a little bit of a note that you are going to be working, you have like an office kind of away from the location, but you're going to spend your time in both?
Correct. I mean, I just have an office, since I sold my company 2 years ago, I didn't want to stay at the house all the time. So I figured I have an office that I just work day-to-day stuff. Right now, everything's for the construction, for all the inventory, everything. That's what we're working on. It's just myself in that office. And then, as I said, once we get open, I'll be spending the majority of my time up there at the location. I don't operate any other businesses out of the other office.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
It's just a place for you to
just a place
do
for me to
work,
go.
but
Yeah, to do all
if you
this
need to
kind of
be
stuff.
there, you'll be there and work from
Exactly.
there. It looks like, from what I saw from the diagram, there's plenty of space there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like a very nice location. Getting back into it after selling a bunch of your other.
Yeah, I love the business.
Yeah.
I've been in this restaurant business for a long time, so something I really enjoy.
And are you still on, I might have missed it, but are you still planning to open in June?
July 1.
July 1,
Yeah.
okay. And when's the last time you've taken the restricted compliance seminar? Or have you taken that before with us? Or
I have not taken that before,
Okay.
but I'm actually happy to do so.
Okay.
At the next upcoming one.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw it on closing conference. I guess then, yes, please do. And it's offered every other month is my understanding. So I think the next one will be in June.
Absolutely.
We just had one in April. And then you're aware there's a bankroll requirement as well.
Of course.
Okay. Happy to support your application and
thank you, ma'am.
Best of luck on your new, getting back into the old business
Yeah.
and continuing your ventures. I'm happy to support your application and
Ms. Nome, anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hendrick. Just to conclude, we thank you all for your time and consideration. We would really love your positive recommendation on this application. We also want to thank Agent Mallory Rappold, Special Agent Brandon Peters, and Senior Agent Katie Jones. They were all incredibly thorough, professional, and wonderful to work with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on restricted item number 4.
thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 4 as read in the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Good luck to you. Number 5 was on our consent agenda, so it brings us to number 6, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Humbug LLC doing business as the Occidental for a restricted gaming license and the application of James Marsh for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leslie. Good afternoon, Mr. Marsh.
Good afternoon, Bill.
Good afternoon. Mr. Leslie.
Chairman Hendrick, Your Honor, Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary Bruce Leslie representing Humbug and Mr. Marsh. We don't have a formal presentation today. I guess right away I'll thank Agent Raybold. She was amazing to work with, very helpful, very cooperative. I think there's an issue outstanding about the bankroll, which we tried to resolve this morning, and I think it's deserves an answer. You'll probably ask a question on that, and I think I've got answers for you. I will point out that Mr. Marsh was first licensed, he told me at lunch today, in the mid-70s. He had some slot machines and a car dealership. He was the first car dealer to actually have slot machines in the car dealership. I could go on, but maybe, Jim, do you have anything you want to say that would be pertinent or helpful or entertaining?
I got here in 1971 and a little kind of a novice in gaming, but I went to a antique sale and I bought a couple antique slot machines and I didn't know any better, so I just put an application for it. And I didn't know you had to have a liquor license and so forth. So anyway, I went in front of the county commission and they said, "You want what, where?" I said, "Like a gaming license for my dealership." And they said, "We've never done that before." And anyway, they had a little discussion. Anyway, they gave me a gaming license with the condition that it had to be antique machines. So we operated that until I moved over to the new location in 2001. But that was my first in the gaming. I've had actually, this would be the 10th gaming license I've had in Nevada if we get it approved today. So kind of a little interesting things about it. The Santa Fe Saloon, I don't know if you're familiar with that in Goldfield. It was one of the oldest saloons in Nevada. And it was owned by a fellow by the name of Jim Grogan. And I knew Jim and that there was a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. Grogan always made sure it was the wrong way. And anyway, quite a character. He had a big handlebar mustache and a pot belly on him. And he was one of the most memorable people he ever loved. He called me one day. He said, "Hey, Marsh." And I said, "Yeah, Grogan, what do you want?" He said, "I want you to buy my bar." And I said, "Well, Grogan, why do you want me to buy your bar?" He says, "Well, the sheriff just came over and pulled the liquor license off the wall." I said, "Well, Grogan, what were you doing?" "Oh, nothing very much." They were sitting on the front porch shooting the insulators off the telephone poles. Said the sheriff took offense with that. And I said, well, but he said, "I'll get it back." So anyway, I bought the bar from him, and then he wanted it back. And anyway, he sued me to get it back. And we ended up in court on it, and in Goldfield. That's an experience in itself. And anyway, he didn't get it back, but he in spite of the fact that he and I were kind of adversaries, I always had a lot of fun with the guy. He was one of Michael Callahan was one of his best customers there. And but that was I bought that in 1976. I've had it over 50 years. And it was still been as one of the oldest bars in Nevada. And we added motel rooms onto it and so forth. And it's done pretty well over the years. So that's a little bit of history. Then I had the Oach. A friend of mine, Jerry Sears, had the Alamo Club up there, and he passed away. And his wife took over, and she did not like operating it. And she kind of used me as a confidant. And she came in one day and she said, "I can't find you to buy this bar." And I said, "Well," I said, "I'll make you a lowball figure." I said, "I'll give you $100,000 for it." Boy, I tell you, I didn't words didn't get in my mouth, and she had the pen there and she signed it. So I ended up with the Alamo Bar, and I changed the name of the bank club. But I had that for probably 10 or 12 years, and I had 3 different ladies that operated from me, and all 3 of them embezzled. They all had one thing in common. They all had a drinking problem, a gambling problem, and a husband problem. And I finally got a lady in there. They ran every nickel was accounted for, and I thought, God, that's great. And she called me one time. She says, "Jimmy," she says, "my husband just passed away." She says, I'm going to have to move on." She said, I got to get out of POH. And I thought about it for a minute. I said, "Let me call you back." So I called her back and I said, "Would you like to buy the bar?" And she says, "Mr. Marsh said, I don't have any money." At one time, it had been a Wells Fargo bank office back in the early days, and the vault back there where they used to have the silver and the bullion. That's what we made into our liquor storage room. But it had a lot of history. It was a 2-story. They had an apartment upstairs. And anyway, I called her back and I said, "Would $1 be too much?" She said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I'm going to give you the bar if you want it." And she's had it now. It's probably 10, 12 years. She's done a great job with it. Has taken a lot of pride in it. Has bought the building next door. She's opened up a restaurant there. The place is spick and span. I was up there on my annual bus trip a week ago, and she's done a great job, and I'm proud of it. So I think we did something good for the community. So, but the bus trip, this getting a little side. We were having lunch there at the Silver, and we had about 40 people on this bus when we came out. The oil was dripping out of this bus. Anyway, to make a long story, they got an engine leak and they had to call the bus companies to come set another bus up. So we were supposed to get back at 5:30 that night. We ended up getting back at 11:30. But I tell you, this group I had this year, and I had about 40 people on it. Most of them were older folks. Some of them had canes, wheelchairs. I tell you, they were the best operated. We had a few glitches along the way. Nobody complained. They had a ball. They had 2 things they wanted. The primary wasn't so much the old courthouses and the jailhouses and the whorehouses and so forth. It was where's the next restaurant and where's the restroom. So those were the two priorities that we had. But anyway, that's a little background of, like I say, this will be the 10th license and probably the last. But yeah, that's a little background. But I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Always pleasure having you here, Mr. Marsh. Pleasure seeing you. You are a fabulous historian of Nevada history and folklore, and so always great to hear the stories. I don't believe I've been in the Santa Fe for probably 25, maybe 30 years. Used to be a sign on the wall, right, that shows who was shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first operator was Max Gunwald. He was killed in a gunfight.
That's right.
And it's yeah, it's quite a history place there. It's when Chick Heck was running for office, and he came by and he's campaigning up there, and he says, Marsh, he says, if I get elected, I have a cow skull hanging on the wall there. And he says, if I get elected, could I put that in my office in Washington, D.C.? And I said, well, Chick, I'd be glad to have you there. So he got elected, and I sent him the skull. And it hung in his office for 6 years in Washington, D.C. And when he got defeated, he sent me the skull that's hanging back there. We got a plaque that describes it as hanging his office in Washington, D.C. for 6 years.
That's great. I didn't have a lot of questions. I understand, as you said, you mentioned that hiring and retaining qualified gaming employees out in some of these rural counties is, I'd say, a challenge, right?
The rural counties are really challenged, and I'm not the only one that has those problems. Every owner that I know has got similar problems. The little counties, little towns, including Tonopah, is drug-infested town, guys. And trying to get good employees is very difficult, and every business has the same problem. And that's no excuse for what my faults have been, but like I say, it's a problem. I've had a lot of sleepless nights this year about some things that happened that I'd be glad to elaborate on if you wanted to ask me on. But it's been very difficult, and the qualified employees either go to work for the mines at $30, $35 an hour, or they're hired by the county or the city at twice what we can pay them. And we get kind of the dregs of the community. And like I say, a lot of drug activity in those small towns. I hate to say, did not used to be that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but do appreciate the fact that how many businesses you've started out in these rural communities or kept alive, and the employees that you've been able to provide a substances for. So commend you on that, and do understand the challenges, and also understand that your bus trips are legendary. So hope you keep those up. The only question I had for you, Mr. Leslie, is why wasn't the license activated within the 6-month time period? Was there a reason?
Yeah, so I mean, that's a great question. One of the issues was getting the construction completed. And I think the construction was completed about mid-June of 2024. And Mr. Marsh turned over to someone he thought was reputable the responsibility for opening the property. I think there were a number of issues, including the non-filing of 3 gaming.
Bruce, let me interrupt you for just a minute here on this. The lady that I had in Tonopah for years, Tina Pace, and she'd been with me for 16 years and had been a very good employee up to the last 6 months. She had a lot of personal problems, heart problems. Her mother passed away. Her grandson, who she was custodian for, got run over by a bus and had about $600,000 worth of medical. And I give her a lot of credit. She did a great job. The last 6 months, she just disintegrated. And unbeknownst to myself, we had a gaming audit. We had 28 violations, probably a state record, I would guess, or close to it anyway. I never got the notice of that. They were sending it to Tonopah, and she was not forwarded to myself. So I said, we've got to make a change here. And I hired a fellow named Andrew Flood, who was an Englishman and came highly recommended. And he was to be the manager of Tonopah and the Occidental. And we had 6 months from the day we got licensed until we got, he missed it by 1 day. And then things start all over again, as you know, and of course the expenses and everything. So needless to say, he doesn't work for me anymore. But that's the reason why we're doing the second application. And like I say, it's he doesn't work for me anymore, to say the least.
Understood. Appreciate that. Again, back to the employee situation we chatted about. And Mr. Leslie, we'll talk about the conditions.
The Occidental, let me to give you a little background on that. I named it the Occidental years ago, and in the history books, a lot of the Western towns had Occidental hotels, casinos. My niece lives in Buffalo, Wyoming, and I was up there visiting. There's an Occidental hotel up there, and walking into it, it's like walking into a history book with all the old oak trees, the woodwork, and so forth. Beautiful. And I thought, God, so when I decided this property, it's a beautiful property. 10, 12 years ago, a lady by the name of Ruth Anderson came into Tonopah. She was a dynamite constructor. She had deep pockets, and she was buying everything in Goldfield she could. She bought the old Northern Bar, and she added a restaurant on behind it, a brand new restaurant. Seats 50, 60 people. The bar itself, she had it imported from Italy. She put about $800,000 in this building, and with the addition of the restaurant and the bar. And anyway, she was spending money like a drunken sailor. She all of a sudden left, and the building was closed. It's been closed for probably 10, 12 years. But the building is beautiful. The bar is beautiful. You think you're walking something, it looks like something out of San Francisco, actually. And I thought, it's just a shame to let that thing sit there. So I made him an offer on the bar, and it's a beautiful thing. And hopefully there's always talk about the mining company going to open up around there. And as you know, they rerouted the highway. They spent $30 million rerouting the highway north of town to make room for this huge open pit mine that's supposed to come in. However, as most mining things, there's always a lot of talk and not always a lot of action. So it hasn't happened yet, but hopefully it will. And kind of in anticipation of the big mining company opening up, and Goldfield, Esmeralda County may be booming again. So that was my intention. 3 bars in a little town of Goldfield is too many. I admit that. No doubt about that.
Gotcha. Understood.
But anyway, hopefully if the mining is, it's going to serve the community and the tourists very well. It's just a half a block off from the Municipal Hotel. And like I say, we've done a lot of nice work on it. I think you'll be proud of it.
Appreciate that. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Ms. Marsh, always good to see you. Mr. Leslie, always good to see you as well. Do you still have those antique slot machines that you had in your car dealership?
No, when I moved, Judge, over to Centennial, I didn't want to press my luck, so I just dropped the license. But yeah, I still have a few antique machines around, that's for sure.
Nice. Very good. Well, I'm in support of your application, so good luck,
Judge.
Member Sendall, do you have questions?
Thank you. No, I appreciate the background and the history, and you addressed my concerns through the questions the chairman asked you. I wish you success and good employees and your work out in the rurals. I think that's really important for the state, and I hope that that mining opportunity will bring some more business in here, and I wish you all the best. I'm
Thank you
happy
very
to support
much.
your application.
Mr. Leslie, you saw the conditions. They're very standard under the circumstances. Do you agree with those conditions?
Actually, I did not see. the
Okay,
conditions.
well, then let's back up. We have some conditions.
All right.
It's Chief Rippey will give them to you. Key employee application being on file and approval of the surveillance system, very standard. It's my understanding as well that Mr. Kaiser has submitted a key employee application. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'm told that the surveillance system was working today. It's been inspected by the company. There's a Wi-Fi connection issue that is supposed to be resolved, but in any case, we wouldn't be able to open until we got the licensure from Esmeralda County. The district attorney has not been able to give us a time other than he said he's trying to get it on calendar as quickly as possible.
Okay, great. And enforcement will get out there and take a look at it whenever you're ready, and that's the purpose of the condition.
Awesome.
Okay, great. Anything else, Mr. Leslie, you'd like to add?
No, I think Jim's done a good job.
Always does. Mr. Sendo, Ms. Sendo.
That's okay. Did you have it? I know there was a question about hours of operation, or is that still kind of just depends?
Yes, I think it's going to be driven by demand. The Santa Fe is just down the street, and so they'll probably be off and on depending upon, you know, the demand of the market. I mean, we originally talked about trying to do something like in Jarbidge, where they actually close down for a period of time and whenever their season is off, because I understand they have a hunting season and they probably have a fishing season and things like that. But staff wasn't very keen on that. And so we just said, fine, you know, we'll be open all year round. We'll just select hours at the time that it seems to work out. And if you want me to address the issue of the bankroll, I can give you a.
Go ahead
something on-
briefly.
Sure.
I think we understand as well, but for the record.
So we understood, Agent Raybold tried to reach out to me at 12:30 yesterday. With regard to the rump session, I was on a plane at the time. I called Fred right away when I got in and said, hey, you know, what's our bankroll so we can answer these questions. I got him in the parking lot of a Walmart. There was some confusion. The number $2,500 came up, which seemed to make sense. But then, you know, she pointed out in the morning at 7:30 that, you know, that doesn't make sense. I totally agree with her. It doesn't make any sense. We've got 8 slots that are stand-ups and we've got 4 bar tops. The maximum payout on the stand-ups are $8,000 and on the bar tops, it's $4,000. So what we'd be proposing is a $30,000 bankroll. We can't share the bankroll with the Santa Fe because we don't want somebody walking back and forth between 2 bars with $30,000 in a purse at the middle of night in the town that has 197 people. Just not safe. So we'll keep the record separate and keep the bankroll separate. The town doesn't have a bank. The closest bank is 30 miles away in Tonopah. And you just work around those issues. So I hope that answers your questions. I'm welcome to answer anything I've missed.
It does, and I appreciate you having that conversation and just stay in touch with tax and license, and they'll work through that with you. We certainly don't want to help Willie Sutton know where the money's at, right?
Let me throw a couple names here, and I mentioned them when they first got the antique machines. We went for the county commission, and Louis Weiner was the attorney. And if you guys knew, which I'm sure you did, Louis Weiner was one of a kind. And anyway, nobody wanted to turn Louis Weiner down. He's such a great kid, the guy. But he was, and then the other one was Ralph Denton, who was a good friend of mine. And they represent me in the court at Goldfield. So those are 2 attorneys who are good friends of mine that I wish we had around today.
Absolutely. Great folklore in the bar community for sure. A lot of stories. All right, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, conditioned as follows. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Second, the surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to number 7, correct?
Correct. Restricted number 7 is the application of Silver Crossing LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Silver Crossing Gas Station. It is also the applications of Nachetar Singh and Jaswinder Kaur for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here. First of all, I'd like to extend appreciation for allowing Mrs. Carr and Mr. Singh to appear from Carson City. They should be there. and should be
They
able to
are,
hear
we
us.
can see them now. Thank you.
Okay. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide just a brief background of this application, give the applicants an opportunity to provide some information about themselves, and then we'd be here to answer any questions you may have.
Absolutely. At this hour, keep it brief as you can.
Will do. This location is an existing convenience store known as Silver Crossing Gas Station, located at 2900 Nevada Avenue in Silver Springs, Nevada. In 2017, the applicants acquired the business and took over the operations of the store that has 7 slot machines. Since the SRO Sartini Gaming held and continues to hold the gaming license, the gaming has been operating under a space lease agreement since the time the applicants have taken over the operations. If this application is approved, the space lease will convert to a share in revenue, and the applicants will commence participating in the gaming revenue under the SRO's gaming license. The applicants work approximately 50 to 60 hours a week at the location between the two of them. And then with that, I'll have the applicants provide some information about themselves.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh and Ms. Kaur. Please introduce yourself
afternoon.
for the record.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Go ahead and spell your last names for the record.
Kaur.
Singh.
Great. Pleasure having you with us here today. I
Thank you.
understand that both of you attended our restricted licensee compliance seminar last month. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes, sir.
And so you learned a lot about the gaming industry, and the gaming business has a lot of rules and regulations that we expect licensees to follow, correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm very happy to support your application today, and I wish you the best of luck, and always happy to see that people moving forward and investing your time and your money into business in all of our state is always a great thing. So thank you for that. And again, happy to support your application. Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick, and thank you for appearing with us on video. Nice to see you folks up there.
Nice to see you too.
This is a very straightforward application. The agent did a great job, and there's no concerns on my part, no issues. Agent Partee did a fabulous job. I'm in support of your application.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you, and thank you for being up in Carson City today to be here with us. I did want to just ask you, it seems you also have other businesses in Texas and Alaska. And if you could just tell us briefly, did you personally live there and start those businesses? And how do you manage your time and all the various businesses that you own? And it seems that you live in Reno right now.
Yes, we do live in Reno, but we do not go there. We have a good managers. They take care of the business. We only go like maybe
Once in a year.
once a year, maybe a week or 2 weeks to go check on it when they open, because there was a seasonal hotels.
Understood. And this is your first time being licensed in Nevada, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, I also noticed that you served Mr. Singh on the Northern Nevada Sikh Society since 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. I am in the treasure in there in the Sikh temple. So we do service there. So no pay. I mean, we'll like 3 year already.
Well, thank you for your, volunteer in the community, and your
Yes.
service.
Yes.
And I want to, happy to support your application, and very impressive your work as business owners, as family business owners. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion on restricted item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'd
Thank
like to
you.
thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Donato. And number 8 and number 9 were on our consent agenda. So that brings us to number 10. And 10, 11, and 12 are all kind of related. So Madam Secretary, why don't you read in 10, 11, and 12?
Restricted number 10 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 463 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 464 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 465 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here. With me today is Ms. Yana Haas, which is the VP of Regulatory Compliance for Jet Gaming. We do not have an affirmative presentation. We'd be glad to answer any questions you have. This is pretty straightforward application, 3 existing locations that are converting to Terrible Herbst. The closing date of the transaction is scheduled for May 13th. We have lined up everything with the city of Las Vegas to better get those licenses as of the day if this application is approved by the commission. So everything is in line to take care of this by the end of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Donato, and good afternoon, Ms. Haas. Pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon.
I think you answered the question, Mr. Donato, but walk us through the current slot route operator and then moving over to Jet. What is the timing of the current machines leaving the building, new machines moving in? Tell us the timing of that and how they will be, once approved, available to the public.
Sure. So closing date is scheduled for May 13th. It's anticipated the current operator of the location, Sartini Gaming, will be removing their machines either on the 12th or the 13th, depending on how their timing works out. And Jet will be installing shortly thereafter, the day of or the day after that they pull the old machines out. Once the new machines go in, they have to do the servicing the machines, the wiring, the surveillance cameras, making sure everything is in place. But we feel that that gives us a week of time between if we're recommended for approval today and the commission's approval, that would give us a week of time to allow that to take place, which we believe is enough time.
Got it. Thank you for that. And as you mentioned about the surveillance system, I assume you'll be in close contact with enforcement for those purposes.
That's correct.
Great. And these are all 3 Fabulous Freddy's locations that are being taken over as Terribles. That's correct?
That is correct. And all 3 are in the city of Las Vegas.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I didn't have other questions. Judge, any questions on 10, 11, or 12?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. So what am I going to do with my Fabulous Freddy points?
That is a great question.
No, the one on Fort Apache is the one I go to. So you're still going to have a car wash there, right? It's still going to be.
Yes, there's going to be a car wash, and I believe they're keeping 2 other locations. So maybe you can redeem your points there.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that'll work. No, it's very straightforward. I'd like to thank Agent Aubrey Wilson for doing a good job on this, and I'm in full support.
Member Sendall, any questions on restricted 10, 11, or 12?
No, you answered everything. Thank you for your affirmative presentation, Mr. Donato.
All right, then I would entertain a motion, and just to keep the records easy and straight to read, let's go ahead and take them one at a time, starting with restricted number 10.
Wonderful. Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. It's bringing us to restricted number 11. We don't have to read that in, so go ahead and we can take a motion. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted number 12.
Chairman Hendrick, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
And Mr. Donato and Ms. Haas, as we discussed, you understand that condition and agree with it?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Wilson for all her work on these 3 applications.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our restricted agenda, correct?
Correct.
Bringing us then to our next item. Go ahead and read that into the record.
You have one casino patron dispute appeal. That item is Ron Pastor versus the M Resort Spa and Casino, case number 24LV00957. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is Mr. Pastor here? I don't see him. I know there was some question about whether or not he or his counsel got a copy of the draft recommendation. We received that in the normal course. Of course, the custodian of records received it in the normal course. That's who any request should have gone to. Copies are available here in the room. Not seeing Mr. Pastor. Because his attorney did raise that question, Senior Deputy Somps, any reason we have any problem of continuing this so that his attorney has time to read that recommendation before we act on it? Simple enough to just move it to next month?
That's totally fine, Chairman, if you want to do that.
And Ms. Massey, why don't you step forward? Just one question for you, Hearing Examiner Massey. Do you believe there is any concern on behalf of the state or on behalf of Mr. Pastor if we just continue this for a month? Is there any exigent circumstances that would cause any hardship by delaying this for a month?
Augusta Massey for the record. I do not believe that there is any exigent circumstances that would prevent us from hearing this next month. What we'll do will be to send him another notice, just letting him know that it has been renoticed for June instead.
Good. Yeah, and he's obviously welcome to get a copy of this transcript or watch the YouTube video, but I want to just be sure it's very clear that if he wanted to see a copy of the recommendation, now we're not going to take testimony. We don't take testimony in front of this board pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7A, so we wouldn't be taking testimony today. If he were to show up next month, he doesn't have to, but we're not going to take testimony next month either. Our job is to sustain or remand or refer back, and that we won't do today, just out of the opportunity for him to have the chance to read it. As I said, copies are here available in the boardroom. And Senior Deputy Somps, anything else we should add before we just continue this to next month?
No, Chairman, I think you covered it.
Okay, board members, any questions other than just referring this? Actually, not even referring, we're just going to continue it. Judge?
No questions. Thank you.
Member Sendall?
Yeah, no questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Then, Madam Secretary, we will just continue this patron dispute to our regularly scheduled June meeting. Bringing us then to our next item, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Ms. Massey.
You have 2 regulation agenda items for discussion only. The first is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.045 as noted on the agenda.
Senior Deputy Somps, are you introducing this proposed regulation, understanding that today is for discussion purposes only?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can do that. And I'll just have a very brief presentation. With the help from the board's corporate security section, what we have are possible changes to Reg 5.045, which pertains to compliance review and reporting systems. These were crafted and are contained in a draft dated January 23rd, 2025, which I believe is available to the board members as well as the public today. As you indicated, I believe, Mr. Chairman, these proposed changes are just a starting point for a discussion. But what the changes are is reflected in the current draft. They would require, as part of a compliance plan, that the compliance committee have at least one independent member who has extensive knowledge of the Gaming Control Act and the Commission's regulations. The draft language goes on to propose language on what independent member means. So that is contained in the language. And it would indicate that a member must be free from any relationships that could interfere with their ability to exercise independent judgment, and would include owners, directors, officers, and employees. In addition, they would not be able to receive any compensation beyond what the member is paid for their duties as a compliance committee member. These proposed changes are consistent with and are designed to align with what corporate securities recently has been looking for and requiring from compliance plans that are presented for administrative approval.
Thank you, Mr. Solms. And Madam Secretary, for the record, have we received any public comments via email specific to this proposed regulation?
We have not.
Okay, great. Again, thank you, Mr. Solms, for setting the table on this. I can say as again, for the record, if this was a baseball game, this might be the start of the first inning. I am expecting a lot of input on this. The draft language you have submitted, I think already that I can see a couple of things that I would want to tweak. So it talks about the independent member also being the one most knowledgeable about the Game and Control Act. I don't think that's necessary. If those ended up being two different people, that'd be fine with me. If they were the same person, that would be fine as well. I think the goal that we're looking for here is that over the past couple of years, we've realized that maybe the Game Control Board isn't providing enough guidance in this area for compliance committees. So I'd like to ask someone from corporate securities want to come forward? Yeah, please. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about how you have interacted with licensees and some of the questions they may have raised.
Hi, Sean Crowley, Supervisor of the Corporate Compliance Unit. For the record, we've been working closely for about the last 8 months with numerous companies as we've been amending their plans and have been pretty much putting into the plans the language that's being proposed right now. We have not had any really resistance. I think we're up to probably both companies that we have gone through with the amendments and had them approved, plus those that we're working with, we're around 12 companies now. And throughout the process, we've been working closely with the attorneys and the compliance officers within those companies to make sure that they'd be all right with it. And yeah, so far so good. And I think, you know, from a corporate security standpoint, we were looking to try to have an individual on the compliance committee who is completely unbiased in their decision making and can really help and support the companies in their compliance role.
That's great. Thank you, Supervisor Crowley. And I appreciate that you've already started these conversations. That's wonderful. And my mind is, rather than you having to do that on a continual basis, you might as well have an open meeting like this, get everybody's discussion. If it's a reg change, that way we get everybody's input. I think probably from what I've heard, it would help you for new licensees as well. Would you say that, putting something in writing?
Exactly. We're looking for uniformity. And so right now we've been providing, I don't like to call it a template, but a recommendation to companies that already include the language with the new companies that have been coming up over the last several months. And I think in the future, the uniformity of any new company entering Nevada, they will know exactly what to expect and what is required of them.
Let me ask, obviously, there's big differences in compliance committees between gaming operators and, say, manufacturers. Have you been having discussions with the manufacturer side about their independent members?
So recently, I do not believe we've had a manufacturer come up. We've been primarily dealing with the operators and also operators of online gaming or hybrids where they're retail and online gaming, which includes sports books, online sports books.
Great. So again, we'll be looking for comments from them. I see Mr. Reeser here in the audience and Ms. Valentine. We may ask them to come up. Again, understanding this is the first inning of this game. And if you're not prepared to say anything today, that's totally fine. But as we craft this language, I want to be sure that we keep in mind that manufacturer, distributors, compliance committees just may be different in what they need from an independent member. And so I want to keep those things in mind. I also want to keep the option that we allow some flexibility so that somebody doesn't come along and say, I can't fit my square peg into your round hole. And so, okay, we'll keep that in mind as we look to draft this regulation as well. So I'm totally open to that. I want to look at SEC definitions, independent member definitions from other regulatory agencies. But thank you again for starting this process, Supervisor Crowley, and going to make our process easier as we go through this. My guess is that most of these conversations may be held with you and corporate securities. That'll save some time for everybody.
Yes, and thank you for your support on this also.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Okay, let's open it up to members of the public. Is there anyone here? Let's go to Carson City first. This will be quick. Anybody in Carson City who wants to comment on this potential regulation? See, and now let's go here to Las Vegas. Mr. Reeser, good afternoon.
Chair Hendrick, members of Sendal, excuse me, and Madam Secretary Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore. I have provided to enforcement copies of some prepared statement I am making on behalf of the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers, and we'll try to be brief, brilliant, and gone. AGEM embraces the opportunity to participate in re-examining Regulation 5045, which underwent a major revision just a little over 5 years ago. In pursuing that effort, AGEM recommends that the board and the commission cast a wide net in soliciting input on the experience of all segments of the gaming industry in performing the compliance internal reporting systems, SIRS, and effective oversight of SIRS through corporate governance structures selected by the regulated companies. As we embark on this effort, AGEM would make a few handful of observations, not a few, a handful of observations about the topic or topics for dialogue. We feel that we should resist the inclination to create a single one-size-fits-all approach to this regulatory compliance effort and be respectful of the business judgment of corporate boards of directors in selecting who are fiduciaries and in selecting as the fiduciaries the governance structure that best serves all of the stakeholders of the registrants and licensees. Likewise, we need to be open to the proposition that given the dynamic nature of regulatory compliance and the environment in which it occurs, the rules should not inhibit innovation in how to organize this corporate function. The gaming industry enjoys neither exclusivity of thought leadership in this area, nor a monopoly on creative implementation of solutions. We see this in the banking industry, the insurance industry, and other industries that are similarly subject to compliance systems. And there are some best practices I view. I practice in that area, as the chair knows. I think there are developments we're seeing there that would be useful for us to consider as well. As it exists today, subsection 5 of the regulation, in my view, and I think in AGEM's view, has been carefully crafted already to provide flexibility in fostering different approaches to the SIRS oversight function. It allows for compliance apparatuses to be a committee of a board of directors or to be a department of an enterprise, to function as a wholly independent body, and a variety of structures between those examples. Companies select what they think are the best practices among those models, and we should, I think, have a system that allows that to continue. This proposal appears to envision perhaps only a dedicated committee method and insists that only an independent member of the committee may qualify as the repository of exclusive Nevada regulatory knowledge. Today, those requirements, as the chair pointed out, especially in the manufacturing, the distributing community, are frequently satisfied in a variety of ways that would be eliminated by this proposal. Hired special counsel to committees, where a very small percentage of the business is done in Nevada, but there are regulatory presses from other jurisdictions, is an example. We also feel that we need to explore how the board and the commission envision the proposed extensive, quote, extensive knowledge test to be satisfied. As drafted, it appears this standard might be too subjective, and there's not much guidance on the word extensive. Get what knowledge is, that's there already, but what's extensive? And what does it take to satisfy that requirement? And finally, we think there's good cause to also evaluate the independence test that's articulated in the proposed rule. As proposed in the draft, it appears far more restrictive and in potential conflict with the standards applied by stock exchange listing requirements, the Securities and Exchange Commission regulations, proxy advisories, and the incorporation laws of many jurisdictions, some of those jurisdictions of which are Nevada and Delaware, where a great many of our companies are formed. In that regard, care must be exercised to draft a rule that recognizes that many gaming companies are global firms. Regulation 5045 should reflect the public policy balance envisioned by the Corporate Gaming Act of 1969, which is to promote the benefits of broadening opportunities for investment in Nevada that will drive the pooling of capital and promote a competitive industry for our state. And I would, to my former partner, Grant Sawyer, think that's an important part of why we are one of the most, if not the most successful gaming jurisdiction in the world. AGM reiterates, we are committed to support a robust dialogue in this matter, revisiting proposed revisions to the regulation, giving critical thought to the concepts we've shared with you today, and welcome the opportunity to respond and participate in this as we move forward, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. All very important points that we should consider as we go through this process. And I know Mr. Dorsey as well had told me he would have been here himself along with you today, but he's traveling. So certainly welcome his input and all the members of AGM. So appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Valentine, appreciate you being here as well. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Member Sindall, Member Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. My name is Virginia Valentine, and I'm the president of the Nevada Resort Association. And I would generally agree with a lot of what Mr. Reeser said, and also, Chairman, what you mentioned earlier in your presentation about having all of the knowledge in one place. I will say that amongst the members, which is about 77 different resorts, and that's probably about 25 different corporations, and they all have very different structures. Some of them are probably already have the independent representation down. Others that are owned differently and are not publicly traded may not be so far along. So we do appreciate the comment about one size fits all and what might be practical. So we too look forward to a robust conversation and appreciate the opportunity to comment today and look forward to having a discussion about the regulation.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Again, all valid points, and you're right. I want to be clear for the record that we probably have a lot of licensees right now that comply with where currently we have, but probably where we plan to go. They're probably already past that. And I know a lot of corporate compliance plans have multiple independent members. And we're certainly not trying to reduce the number of independent members. We just are going to try to have one that meets the requirement. If they have 2 or 3 or 5 that meet the requirement, that's wonderful too. So look forward to that conversation.
Thank you, Virginia Valentine. I do appreciate that acknowledgement. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? All right, board members, any questions as we just start this process and discussion on particular Reg 5.045?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I look forward to peeling back the layers of the onion, and I'm sure we'll get some suggested language from Mr. Reeser, hopefully in the future, or maybe no language at all. Maybe you just like it the way it is. So I look forward to those discussions.
Member Sindall.
Yeah, no, I think that's why you have this process, and it is a process, and it takes multiple iterations and drafts to make sure there are no unintended consequences anytime there's any sort of changes and amendments to regulations, codes, and statutes. So I think the intention is good here, and as it's already been noted, many licensees already likely meet this requirement well above it, but maybe others don't. But I think it's just setting a good floor, perhaps, moving forward and ensuring that there is some level of independence on these sorts of committees, compliance committees. So I look forward to moving forward on this.
And I think I should also say for the record, sometimes we look at changing a regulation because something's a problem or something needs to be fixed. That isn't my intention here. It's more of what Supervisor Crowley said, is we've been working with the industry and we've been educating as we go along. And it seemed to me that rather than educate at each compliant committee level, we should get together and figure out the best way to do this, and going to save a lot of time and energy from the licensees, the applicants, corporate securities. So I want to be clear for the record that nothing's being done wrong. This is just a chance for us all to get together and I hope provide some more guidance from the Gaming Control Board to explain what we expect, and so that it doesn't have to be done on a piecemeal basis. And so we can define what an independent member means on a global scale. And so that would be my goal as this process proceeds. As I mentioned, this would be the first inning of this game. So do welcome all the players' input as we move forward. And with that, again, this just being discussion only, we will close the reg hearing on 5045. And Madam Secretary, why don't you go ahead and read in the second regulation we're going to discuss today.
The second regulation item for discussion only is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 10.030 and 10.130 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, Member Sindall, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Sebastian Ross, Senior Policy Counsel with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Today, for your consideration as a discussion-only item, are proposed amendments to Commission Regulations 10.030 and 10.130 on a draft dated April 28th, 2025. Over the past 2 years, there's been a concerted effort to clarify and clean up various regulations. Upon reviewing Regulation 10, it was noted that provisions related to enrolled agents could use clarification. The proposed amendment to 10.030 adds a subsection to clarify that enrolled agents are not permitted to provide legal advice unless they are licensed attorneys that practice law. Conforming cleanup changes are proposed to Regulations 10.030 and 10.130 that standardize references to the Supreme Court of Nevada. To my knowledge, these two regulations are the only references to the court within the Commission's regulations. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I appreciate that. And you're absolutely correct that following along with Governor Lombardo's mandate to all agencies in the state, we should continually be looking at regulations to try to update them, fix any potential errors, redundancies, anything like that. And the fact that you noted that the Supreme Court name needs to be updated, I'm sure that former Justice Silver will be very happy to see that we're fixing that. And then as far as just making it clear that enrolled agents can't provide gaming practice, legal practice, I'm sure the state bar would be very happy to see that we're just making that clarification. Again, as I mentioned for the prior reg, there's not a problem going on. This isn't trying to fix anything that's bad that's happening, but it's always good to look at our regulations and update them. So thank you for your time on this, Mr. Ross. Madam Secretary, for the record, have we received any public comment via email regarding this discussion on Reg 10 today?
We have not.
Thank you very much. Let's go to public comment. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment regarding this discussion today on Reg 10? Seeing none, anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment on Regulation 10? Seeing none, board members, any comments that you'd like to make for discussion only purposes today?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'd just like to say it's nice to see Sebastian Ross again. We miss him and hope he's having a good time up there at the legislature, and look forward to his return.
Judge Member Sindall.
I just want to say that I get to see him all the time because I'm up north. So hello, Sebastian, Mr. Ross. I just wanted to highlight too that, you know, in this same thing I said earlier on the previous regulation comments, I'll say here is there might be some more iterations and revisions to this, but I think the intention here is just to ensure that you know, we're following the ethical and professional rules of conduct set out for licensed attorneys, for those that are practicing law or engaging in the practice of law. And I think it's just highlighting that. And I just wanted to be of note too, that certified public accountants are also kind of given a shout out under this regulation for qualifications for enrolled agents as well, and their requirements as well to ensure under 10.130 that they're also following in accordance to the professional conduct and rules under the Nevada State Board of Accountancy as well. So those are just my general comments, and look forward to moving this along further. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Member Sendall, and you're absolutely correct. Again, this would be the first inning of this particular reg discussion. So lots of time to take input from the industry, the Bar Association, gaming lawyers, or anyone else who provides input would be absolutely welcome as we move forward. Seeing no other public comment on this, again, this just being a discussion item, we will close the discussion on this regulation workshop regarding number 10. And Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to a last item. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go ahead and read that in.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this afternoon? Seeing none, let's go here to Las Vegas. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, fellow board members, any public comment this afternoon?
None by me, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just briefly say I want to thank everybody, the agents, enforcement agents who are always in the room with us and fixing the clocks as I had requested earlier today because they were 5 minutes behind and throwing me off, and to all the staff and obviously all the investigation team for all the reports and hard work and preparation that goes into our meetings and reviewing these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. And as I started the meeting in public comment, I will conclude it as well. Governor Lombardo having made this week State Employee Appreciation Week. Again, thank you to all the board agents and employees who make our job so easy up here. Thank you all. And with that, that concludes our meeting of the Game Control Board for the month of May 2025. And thank you all for appearing in person or via teleconferencing, and we are adjourned.